it's going to be a much stronger Challenger Series.
I'm not really worried about any other AD carry in NACS.
I would like to prove that I actually deserve to be even higher than Challenger Series.
I'm most excited for out-jungling anyone.
I'm just going to focus on getting first place.
챌린저 시리즈에서 가장 기대되는 거는 한 판도 안 지고 전승으로 올라가는 것입니다.
This Challenger Series, I'm most excited to verse my former team, TDK. I guess you could say they're like all my rivals now.
My experience in the LCS has made me hungrier. Now that I've gotten a taste for it, I just want to get back in.
Hello everyone and welcome to the world premiere of the Spring 2016 North American Challenger Series. I am David Freak Turley and my duo partner for the first set of games is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Dapper as always, how you doing?
Thank you. I'm only here to help you for the first two games. You got to carry yourself later on, man.
That's true. Dom Sater, we're going to be back here a little bit later for the other ones. But guys, with the start of the season comes a few changes and a few things that stayed the same. Teams are now playing their best of twos back-to-back on the same night. And as before, the top 4 teams are going to playoffs.
Yeah, and from there, matches will be best of 5s with each team playing for a chance at the Challenger Finals and their shot at the LCS. And of course, it's no longer the top 3 teams that go to promotion. It's the top 2 teams. So if you make the finals, you're going to be playing against some LCS teams.
Yeah, and of course, the entire playoffs is going to be also on LAN as well. So that'll be a nice upgrade for a lot of the teams that didn't get past semis. Now, our broadcast tonight will feature 4 games total. Up first is the entire BO2 matchup between the ex-LCS team's Enemy and Team Dragon Knights.
And then we'll play catch-up and watch Game 2 between Apex and Ember, and finally conclude the night with the final game of Dream Team versus Team Liquid Academy. The first games of those 2 series will be played off-broadcast, and we'll update you guys on the results before we hop into Game 2. And as always, we'll make sure that the full VODs are available after the matches are completed.
On LOLesports.com.
Hey.
Got the plug. It wasn't even scripted. I just thought of that one. And now, of course, the moment you guys have been waiting for. It's time for the clash of these 2 former LCS teams. Enemy versus Team Dragon Knights. About ready to go. Now, both of these teams may be quite a bit different from when you guys saw them in the LCS. They kept some of the old members, but they got some new ones as well. First off, on Enemy, they kept their AD carry, Otter. He's very good. We saw him, have some very good games in the LCS. Meanwhile, on TDK, they have kept Seraph at top lane, and they've got jungler Kez in there as well. And so those 3 are the returning players. Everyone else is going to be new on both lineups.
Yeah, and going back to Otter, he showed up late in the summer split of the LCS and showed that he could really carry some games. I think his Vayne performances were some of the best ones that he had. But now he's surrounded by an all-new cast with iKennyU, Obvious, Wolfie, and Trance. So it's a whole new look for this team.
Yeah, I think a lot of them can look like upgrades per position, so this could be a much better Enemy Esports. But on the other side of the rift, though, is the new Team Dragon Knights, and they honestly look very scary. If you guys haven't heard of the roster yet, you're going to hear it in a second. The probably biggest pickup for them is they got OQ. Former Najin AD carry. He played in the LCK. This guy is a beast.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of professional experience under his belt. He played for Zenix before that, and OQ was one of the top AD carries in the LCK last year, and even the year before that, where he had the highest KDA in the entire league, and that's when Imp and Deft were in it at the same time.
Right.
So he had a 7.4 back then, and he's incredible. But we know that Seraph is also another player on that team that's just had an amazing scoreline, and he's been looking better and better every year. And even his most recent performance, last week, he subbed in for 1 game for Team Impulse, and he looked crazy.
Practically solo carry.
I know. He also was a big part of the behind-the-scenes part where he's doing a lot of the shot calling. But on screen, he's flanking, he's engaging, and he helped Team Impulse with their first win of the split against Cloud9.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big deal. So we're going to see how well Seraph can do with his new lineup, how well Otter can do with his new lineup. And while Enemy does have 4 new players, Otter is actually quite confident that his teammates will get their opportunity to shine.
I think the thing that I'm most excited for this season is to see my team's growth, because they've been around for like a really long time, but I don't think most of these players have been given like the fair opportunity or the fair opportunity to grow. And I think within Enemy, I think everyone will get their chance to.
Yeah, it's definitely an opportunity here. I think, again, I do think like a lot of the players here are likely to be upgrades in actual competitive play. And there were some very good players in the old Enemy roster, but you had pretty much all of them suffer from pretty severe nervousness issues playing on stage. You had guys like Flares who were rank 1 solo queue and just looked like they didn't belong on the stage because they just couldn't get their emotions under control. And here we have, honestly, a now team full of Challenger veterans who we know can compete on this stage, and I think should have a much better chance at holding together and if they make LCS, keeping up.
Yeah, and Enemy was a squad that previously they made #1 in Challenger, and then they made it into the LCS, and we thought they were going to be this big powerhouse with Trashy in the jungle alongside Inox, and that really never came to be.
No.
And then they ended up getting 3-0'd by Coast.
Yeah.
And then Coast came into the LCS, and then their spot went over. But I think that this is a squad that they've reformed, they've come together, they've shown that they've had the infrastructure to get through Challenger in the past. I want to see if they're able to do it with a whole new roster. And from what I've heard, they're only a week old. Wolfie played on Team Frostbite against TLA in the qualifiers to make it here. And then when he lost, the team approached him and picked him up very quickly. So this is a new squad. And that's why Otter's talking about giving them the time to have these opportunities. So it's going to be a growing kind of season for Enemy here.
Yeah, and you mentioned actually sort of new mid lane pickups. We talk about the TDK squad right here. On the roster was a player, I'm going to blank, Ninja. Oh, there we go, yeah. He played for them before as well on TDK, but also, and he, to my knowledge, was like intended to start, but Do It is now here instead, and he was another former pro from Korea. He played 2 games on Spenu, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, so you looked that up. So yeah, he was 0-2 in the LCK, but was at least good enough to be picked up by a pro Korean team, if not dropped afterwards. So we're going to see how well this new roster can do as well. TDK definitely quite well hyped, Korean-speaking team. Bishu, if you know of him, of course, has moved to support to fill in the roster.
Yep, and Bishu, from what I've been hearing, him alongside OQ, they spent 4 months, the entire team, scrimming in Korea. And the results, from what I've been hearing, is that you can't tell that it's Bishu playing a secondary role.
Wow.
People are saying that he's acclimated to the support role really quickly.
All right, well, we'll see if these teams are going to be good to go because, of course, we are in a Champions League. So excuse if we look down, more often than not here in this one. Not used to being on camera during Champions League anymore. It's been so long doing LCS and Worlds where it wasn't about us. But first pick Poppy, I think, not really a big surprise.
Yeah, she's extraordinarily powerful right now. Also a flex pick jungle top and a little bit of support. We haven't been seeing too much of that in NA, though.
Yeah, that's been much more rare from North America. We see it sometimes in Europe. Mundo, Lissandra, I think these get locked in. Great champions overall. Mundo, just a super strong top jungle flex, as you mentioned. Lissandra, a mid-top flex as well, and we'll see what kind of matchups she gets for herself.
Yeah, 2 flexes there. So far 3 flexes on the table, but I think right now you want to solidify your bot lane for Enemy. You want to grab something great for Otter, and also I mean throw something in there for Trance too. Kalista, pair that with a Bard most likely right now, because I think that that's a great matchup for pretty much anything that you want to pick blind.
Yeah, in laning phase especially, Kalista plus range support, you get so much damage, and meanwhile you're like, okay, well here's a super aggressive bot lane that's really scary, can engage me. I like this Ezreal for OQ. Get him something that's really safe, something that's going to work for him quite nicely. And you're already seeing a team that's like full of all-ins, right? Lissandra can go in. Mundo needs some help getting in there. So like, thinking of like an engaged support. Bard's already gone. Leona's okay. Alistar gives you the chance to like heal to survive like Bard Kalista poke. Again, really brutal duo lane. So I think getting a heal's pretty good. Yeah, I think Alistar works here.
Yeah,
Alistar, I would lock those in.
Alistar is actually a really good pickup too. The thing that really beats Bard is having that hard engage you were talking about. I think that Thresh is really good against Bard. I also think you can make an Alistar work, but of course, on the flip side here for Enemy, the last 2 picks, it's going to be probably a mid laner here. And looking at what this is, I don't really want to run a Poppy too much into a Lissandra, which I think it will probably be.
Yeah.
So you probably want to go with a Xerath mid here. Pick that blind for Wolfie because he's just the Xerath god.
That's true, yeah.
And then
blind pick it.
And then Malphite, I think, would also be great. So you have this hard engage for this team composition that's going to want to try to go forward. And I think that when you have this momentum with the poke mid like a Xerath, having a Malphite will also round that composition out. And Kenny, he loves to be in charge of the go button. He's the shot caller of almost every team he's been on.
Yeah.
He wants to go. He wants to do it, and there you go.
Really vocal player. There's the lock-ins. All right, last pick here for TDK. Well, okay, Xerath mid for sure. Lissandra would have been a flex. I like Lissandra into Malphite in the first place. Let's grab an assassin mid lane here. Let's actually beat up the Xerath. Okay, so that means you're on Mundo jungle probably. I mean, it's not the best ganker, so maybe self-sufficient assassin. Ahri fits the damage profile. You've got physical damage from Mundo, physical damage from Ezreal. Honestly, yeah, there's a lot of ways to go in. I think that's a good pickup here for Do It. Any other assassin would do, though. You're looking at things like Fizz could make it work, that we don't see much competitive. Zed's fine. It's not too physical heavy, but yeah. First it's like Ahri, and we'll see what he goes for.
Ahri is really good into it, too, because he's going to make himself low mobility, right? Immobile, you can dodge his E, you can hit him with a charm and just really mess him up. So I think that this is the pick you're really going to want to go for here.
All right, well, they're hovering it right now. We'll see if that ends up being the actual pick. And pretty much everyone always goes blue Ezreal. I'm curious to see if that's actually going to be the case here. It's like 99% of the time it is. I still like Triforce Infinity Edge Ezreal. You actually get a lot of good auto attack DPS, but this team's not exactly lacking damage anyway.
Yeah, people started to jump back onto the build, but it was originally abandoned because tier just took so long to ramp up.
And then people just stopped caring about it.
Yeah, people were like, okay, I guess we'll hit mid-game anyway, and games are supposed to be faster than before,
Yeah.
so it's a strange thing. Tier will stack up by like 19 minutes if you're good or lucky unless you get it early.
Here's my read on why, essentially, is there is all the changes in the preseason. You know, Ezreal's one of the sort of less changed champions where his Q is a 1.5 second reset instead of a 1 second reset, which has made CDR builds better. Which, to be fair, Essence Weaver just gives you max CDR off Triforce, but Blue build is like, great, I can just spam Q forever and all is well, and it just turned out that people liked that build enough that they just went for it, and so they've looked for high CDR Ezreal builds. And in fact, you'll even see some pro AD carries will like make Ezreal-specific rune pages that add 10 CDR from glyphs to make sure that they will hit 40 CDR, because there's no easy-to-achieve 10 CDR from the rest of the item build. Like, it's like Iceborne cooldown boots and then nothing. And so, like, some people go really hard for it, and they make, like, specific Ezreal pages.
Yeah, I actually really like that. I think that having that 40% CDR and just hitting that cap makes it so that you can constantly pull out the Qs. And I think that not having that is also okay as well, because you don't want to have it too low of a cooldown that you actually are hitting Qs where you don't have your Sheen up.
So that's actually interesting to note. Basically, the cooldown gets down to 1.8 on your Q at 30 CDR. So you can point blank like Q wolves and you'll Iceborne every time. Anything other than that, longer range, and you miss the cooldown regardless. So it almost doesn't matter if you over CDR because you get screwed regardless. Either way, guys, we've talked about item builds and stuff, but as a team slowed down to the Rift, we want you guys to join in the conversation as well. Tell us who's going to claim victory. Tweet hashtag enemy win or hashtag TDK win to @LOL Esports. We'll check your votes in just a few minutes, and I think it's really going to be quite a fun game here. Again, 2 ex-LCS teams, very heavily remade, though, around some key players, and we'll see just how strong these teams can really be. You've got some absolute star power here. OQ, I think, is definitely the man to watch, and we'll see just what his team can do around him.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are watching Seraph in the top lane and then OQ on the opposite side of the map. TDK, they look like they have the strong lanes in both sides here with their players and the history that they've had.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Kenny can do better. I remember, it's funny. I'm going to talk about something a little bit around the horn. It's going to be relevant here in a second. So one of the actual worst matchups in League of Legends statistically is Malphite into Rumble, because it's like awkward to build magic resist and it's super difficult. And I remember talking to Westrice back when he was on Complexity, that was an LCS team, and he was like, oh, you just build a Chalice and the MR is enough to survive your matchup. There's a lot of players who are like very confident they can win literally the worst matchup in the game by just itemizing correctly. And the reason I say this is I feel like Malphite into Lissandra is not that easy. She gets to poke you out a whole lot, gets to break through your shield, gets to constantly auto-attack you, keep your paths from coming up, and Kenny was happy to pretty much pick into what he assumed would be the matchup.
Yeah, I don't think it's that great of a pick into it. It always feels awkward to buy the MR like you were saying. I know some people are now favoring going straight for a Spectre's Cowl and just sitting on that and then going Sunfire Cape, but then the whole idea is like a Spectre's Cowl feels good, but then building it into Banshees doesn't always feel that great on him, or building it into Spirit Visage doesn't either, so you really just kind of let that item rot in your inventory for a long time.
If I had to guess, the MR item would be Abyssal. It'll set up, like, because you can like land the sound and then just set up for Xerath damage.
That sounds like what Kenny would do.
I mean, Kenny would probably get Sork Shoes as well, to be completely honest. Actually, no, because everyone buys the 500 gold version of boots, but either way, we are getting ourselves into the game as they've all loaded up, and they've chosen to actually get themselves into a lane swap here. Enemy have sent their dual lane to the top side. They got a brief invade, got some wards down, got some gold off of OQ. And that's going to be a Callista and Bard heading up there. We'll see if they actually go for the parts of blue buff. Looks like no. Bard will instead invade, potentially, and look for someone to fight.
It's a late lane swap, though. You don't even have Trance and Otter doing a camp or even going up to the lane and appropriately freezing it.
He's going to go behind Seraph, though.
They're going to try. Seraph's going to back up, though, as soon as he sees the AD
Maybe
carry.
they can make him blow a flash. Okay, they made him blow a flash. Ignite is on. They're going for this one anyway.
Ooh.
Okay, well, Seraph is going to have to TP back to lane if he even wants to be in a 1v2.
Now he's going to go double jungle, though. I think that's the right idea, as you go along, try to get some experience. There's no reason for you to back and then TP to this lane again, because they're just going to dive you. So I think that, and also you waste your TP. So go get some experience. You're not going to take any damage in the jungle anyway, so you don't need your HP pool.
Yeah.
But now Bard's going to try to roam. Trance is going to go looking for him.
Well, that's a very smart heads-up play by Seraph, though, to realize right away the actual right choice is you literally just walk it downwards on the map right here. You saw Trance try to scout out the opposition. He saw that red buff is gone. He kind of can guess where Kez and Seraph are, and does not know that they're recalling those. This will be a blind guess that they're actually going to be defending this turret. And the thing is, the rest of enemy are heading up to this top lane to knock this turret down in a 4v3 that they might not even win.
This is more like the Korean lane swap that we were seeing right before Worlds when everybody adopted the European version, where you leave your AD carry in a lane by themselves and you pull your support up to the top. So this is going to be a 3-on-4 here in the top lane, but they're cut off from the turret.
So can they zone them out from getting golden XP? Because enemy are going to get this whole minion wave, and that top lane turret's going to take plenty of damage. And they have kept TDK from pushing in. So this is big, because if TDK had gotten into the turret, it would have meant 3 lanes of farm and XP. Instead, it's going to be a complete balance here where both teams have lost 1 wave worth of golden XP.
Wow, and now the entire team of TDK just runs the opposite side of the map. OQ is starting to push this wave. He'll have enough built up by the time that they get there that they'll have about maybe... It's going to hit before the turret, so he'll maybe have about 10 minions by the time that everybody gets down here.
Yeah, I wonder to see if... now here the question is, because enemy have such a giant health lead on the turret, they could choose potentially to recall right away and defend outer, or shove really hard for top lane tier 2, and actually potentially create a +1 turret lead as a result of their actions.
I actually just think that it's going to be enough minions that they'll be able to take this down on TDK's side pretty close.
Just safely regardless?
Yeah, that's what I think. But
yeah, with 4, this turret's, I think, gone.
Yeah, I think the wave was managed extraordinarily well from OQ because he was freezing it, he was holding it, and then when they realized that the lane swap wasn't going their way, he broke the freeze slowly. It's not that super fast, desperate push, which happens so often that you just mess up the wave, and now they have to stop. But the thing is, if the enemy of enemy, I was gonna say the enemy of enemy,
sure.
If enemy shows up in time, then he has to take the turret, and he's not able to properly bounce the wave. But we're going to see here.
No, it'll bounce just fine.
Yep, there you go.
I really think there was a chance for enemy to push for tier 2. I think when you're ahead, like the turret's dead right as they're pushing down, I think you actually have the time to push all the way in. This actually could prove to be the wrong assumption, but I want to know if a team can learn to punish that.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to punish Seraph here, though. He TP'd into top lane. He has no flash, and you see Obvious is coming straight up to this gank. There's no wards for Seraph either.
I mean, this gank just... It lives up to the name of the jungler right here. A flashless top lane without a turret. This is the spot you want to go. Seraph has to save his E cooldown. And you can see he plays pretty far back. He's going to trinket from over the wall. Oh, pink ward from over the wall.
That's just really good sense.
And Obvious actually was never spotted. Here gets stun Seraph. Oh, missed the stun. Seraph turned left just at the right time to not get wrecked.
Oh, man. But there's this gigantic wave pushing towards Kenny. Kenny wants to freeze this, but Seraph wants to push up far enough that he can shove this in. And it's pretty easy to do as Lissandra with a blue buff. So break the freeze. He's also calling up Kez to the top lane to make sure that he's around just in case.
He even had a trinket ward that would spot Obvious if he wanted to come and leave that brush and show up. So yeah, all is well. And now instead of Kez being a counter gank, he can actually just straight up gank iCanyu, who's only level 4 in the Malphite. He's likely safe, but he pushes up too far on Seraph. This could really be quite easily punished by a couple of chain slows.
You'll get a decent amount of damage if you get the root off and the cleaver.
There's the root, there's the first slow, there's the jump forward, and Seraph's going to land at least one more slow here. Kenny might have to burn flash, and he will without dodging any of the skill shots in the first place, so took 600 damage and still lost flash. I guess a bit greedy right here. Now Kez will get spotted by the ward. I don't believe he saw that Obvious put one down. And Kez should get tracked on this invade.
He's tracked on the invade. He's going all the way through, so he has to watch out for Trance on the opposite side coming through.
Wow. 2 Tracker's Knife wards, the Trinket ward, and the pink ward down there. They have complete vision of what's around here, but Obvious was already there. He flashed the wall, still gets stunned, but it's not going to be much more. The stun misses from Wolfie, but now Obvious is here. Can he get the kill onto Kez? It's going to be close, and there's the snipe. First blood to Wolfie for enemy.
And Wolfie, the guy who just basically played Xerath every game he can, comes up with first blood here. And that's a lot of gold for him. I know that he likes to back. He likes to get a Dark Seal for himself as one of his first items because he just wants to min-max his AP and make sure that he can do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, it's really interesting hearing the logic. Ooh,
oh my God.
OQ because of the deep wards by Kez. He warded for Ezreal to get some farm. That is awesome. That's so good.
Oh my God. As a jungler, if that happened to me, I would be so mad.
He's only level 4. Like, Obvious honestly couldn't.
He timed that from across the map.
That's pretty sick. Let's be real. That's pretty sick. Grats to both Kez and OQ. That was teamwork right there, but that was great. All right, so as a result of exactly that Gromp steal, it's only a 400 gold difference. It actually literally would be 550 if not for that. So you made up like half the first blood gold deficit. We'll see if the team can keep growing up from here, but Obvious will be able to grab the red buff on this time around in the jungle clear. We're mostly tracking the enemy jungler, the blue team jungler for now, as Kez had to respawn, get back across the map. Thankfully, he got to you know, walk back sooner. So as soon as he saw him start the camp, he's like, yeah, it's time.
Oh, it doesn't even go through anything, so it has full damage.
And obviously, I don't think he... Oh, he did burn smite. He already had the Gromp buff. He smited at the start of the camp. That's what happened. But Wolfie getting some pretty good damage on her to do it. This Ahri is still winning in CS, though, and doing the normal thing of rushing Abyssal Scepter to make the assassinations easier.
Oh my god.
And you see the amount of damage that Wolfie's able to do is making it pretty hard for Duet to really knock him down.
Wolfie's actually having a great time in this lane. He's like 7 CS back, but he got first blood, and that's okay as a Xerath, though. He has the cleanse to make sure that
Here's the attempt. Oh! Ooh. He just whiffs Charm. Do it. I think expected Wolfie to juke. Wolfie actually expected to get hit, so he hit cleanse anyway.
Anticipation. Everybody's just predicting each other. They're too good. You know what? They think the other guy is better than they are.
No,
that's that's what that was.
They both played as though their opponent didn't. Yeah, you explained it properly enough. They outplayed themselves, essentially is what happened, but it was all for good reason.
It's like when you go smurfing in Bronze and you realize, oh yeah,
no one dodges skill shots anymore. Yeah.
So like you're playing Thresh, and then you go play a Diamond game, and you're like, oh wait. Now they dodge.
It's weird, right?
And now you look like the dummy.
Yep. Well, we have matched our lanes back up, of course. I haven't watched the duo lanes very much, and really in a while, as Trance was top lane not long ago killing off Kez. It's a small CS lead right now for OQ, and Otter, the returning member of Enemy, needs to keep up in this matchup. Kallista's generally one of the stronger laners here, and letting Ezreal just scale up off tier is never great.
And I like the order that OQ went in for his items. He ended up getting the Glacial Shroud second, so that he's actually able to kind of absorb the damage and allow his tier to stack up, as opposed to going for the Sheen early and trying to get all this damage off. So it's the defensive.
Yeah, it is. They both give mana intense CDR, so like you're gonna stack tier just as fast. But you're right, he chose to get armor in the build path, and yeah, it'll help him live a little bit longer. So OQ's still gonna play the safe farm game and not do too much else.
Yeah, I would have gone Sheen. So that's why
I didn't even think of it either, right? But honestly, if you're not gonna brawl, it makes sense. And look, Bishu is already roaming across the map, doing what he can to get wards down. Well, right now just his trinket, but he'll be getting sight stun in a second. And he can help Kez keep vision control up.
And the Spooky Ghost for Wolfie. I know he loves this item since you were able to build it on mid laners, because it helps him land all of his abilities as Xerath. So he just pops it, and then he'll even ulti. So if Wolfie actually starts getting an advantage in this lane, look for him to just pop Ghost every time it's up, ulti, and try to chunk the person out. Because he'll just do that just for the damage and try to get lane advantage over you.
And it's likely to succeed, honestly. It's pretty hard to deal with a lot of these Frost Queens champions. I actually ran into a Frost Queens Vel'Koz not long ago, today in solo queue, and just he's going to land that stun. He's going to full combo you, and it's not the easiest thing in the world. So Duet will have to play around that. Thankfully, he has his own ultimate to dodge skill shots with, but still something to track.
And the change to Frost Queen's claim, where it slows longer the faster it traveled, and it goes up to 5 seconds, he could hit it from very far away and still get basically the same slow he would have gotten previously with 4 seconds. And then throw his ultimate off.
Yep. We'll see if they can find that here. OQ and Bishu ready to go back into this bottom lane here. CS still holding pretty equal in basically all of these lanes. The only big difference is that Kez is out farming Obvious. And as you can see, the gold lead is dwindling down to 300. Just very, very slowly the laning phase is slightly giving farm to TDK. That first blood meaning less and less as time goes on.
Kez has always kind of been a farming jungler. You're talking about how he's up in farm,
Yeah.
but that's always been his style. He's kind of
farm with wards, specifically.
And he's pretty much responsible for the 80 minutes the Dream game back on Complexity.
Yep.
Because they brought him on, and then when I talked to Prawley about what Kez brought to the team, he's saying, well, he's got very reserved calls. Prawley was the guy on Ziggs who wanted to satchel charge in and like face check stuff. And Kez would always be like, there's no reason to do that. Just stop. And he would, the entire game is just Kez saying, we don't need to fight here. Over and over and over again. And then eventually they were able to fight with the Fed Tristana. So Kez, he's the mastermind behind stall tactics.
Yep. He is the new NA Froggen. Now that Froggen is an NA, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. But
now he's just regular Frog.
Now Kez is literally Froggen.
Speaking of Kez.
Speaking of Kez, jumping in right now onto Trance. I almost said speaking of Froggen, you caught me off with that one. But yeah, they're going to push in right for Kez. The knock is going to come through. I believe Wolfie's Spirits did not hit anything, but still a damage. They're focusing the Mundo. They kill him off, and out goes the Lissandra, pumped it away. And a Bard ulti stuns up a couple. Here comes the Xerath ulti. It's going to kill off Bishu. This is a fight in favor of Enemy. Already 2-1 in this one. Charm will not land. Trance gets away through the magical journey. Kenny's still alive. Does have the ulti. They could bait in TDK, but no fight to be had. 2-1.
Poppy Ultimate getting Seraph out of the fight was actually very big.
Huge
because
deal.
Seraph wasn't able to actually deliver any damage after that point. He was just past the wall. It took a long time for Do It and Wolfie to actually get into this fight, though. I think that they kind of clashed, and then they both had to go around. Wolfie came from a different angle as well. So, fight was rather explosive, but it comes out in favor of Enemy with another kill going over to Wolfie. So he's actually feeling really good on this Xerath.
Yeah, 2-0 on Xerath, definitely a big deal. You can see he's now in the advantage in this lane. Do It is forced back repeatedly, the Q poke, and they're going to try for the gank right here, though. Wolfie trying to get out of range of Seraph, landed the stun, but the charm's going to come through, cleanses it away, and all is well. But really smart by him to aim the stun at Seraph's claw so that he was not getting caught out too quickly. But now here comes
Trance.
Bishu, lands the combo. Trance is in a bad spot right now. They may get a trade kill. Ignite is on. They've already gotten the kill onto one, and looks like Trance will survive. And a stun from Wolfie keeps Do It from doing anything else.
Oh, Wolfie, he just needed more mana. There you go. But it wasn't even a trade kill. It was just 1 for 0, and that's another kill going over to Enemy, and another kill to Wolfie.
Now Kenny's got to be careful, though, because there are going to be a couple of Slowsy flashes. There's the cleaver. It's going to land, and he has to ulti to get out, but Kenny does survive after all. 4-1 overall kill, though, for Enemy, and honestly, I wouldn't expect a lot of people to expect this to be the scoreline.
Yeah, especially since TDK, this roster has been together for 4 months. I'm not sure how much they've actually played with Do It in the mid lane, though, as opposed to Ninja. But on Enemy's side, they've only been together for a week. Wolfie is the newest guy to the roster, and he's been fed all these kills, so I'm interested to see what he does with them. And I love that he's been taking cleanse in this matchup. And I think that Wolfie's performance, even on Frostbite, he was the best performing member on his team in that series. And he saves Trance here, and they just auto Seraph down.
That was the most, miracle unintentional bait ever. Trance did not know that Alistar was right in that brush. He walked into a 1v3.
He walked so far forward.
He was so fortunate that he somehow managed to live anyway. He landed the point-blank stun onto Seraph, which saved his life, and all went well, but it feels like a combination of very fortunate events right now for Enemy. But they are doing well and growing their lead now with the first Dragon. Now the turrets are tied, which brings the gold back to 1,400.
If there's anything if there's anything I've learned about League of Legends, it's that if you're getting lucky in the early game, skill will eventually overtake you in the mid game.
And we'll see if Enemy can have that skill, because Trance right now is just getting sucked up by Otter, but then gets stunning away by Seraph. Here comes a combo in. Seraph just dropped down right away. Do It just cannot get the damage he needs to keep this team afloat. 0-0-0 for him. Ulti not going to get any kills. OQ wanted to pick something up there, but the guy with the only kill, OQ here on TDK, his team's just dying in front of him.
Yeah, really slow to collapse here on TDK's side, and OQ, not a lot of participation. He hasn't been able to make it to these fights in time. He hasn't been able to roam and actually do enough damage to Wolfie. And Wolfie just has all the kills, though, so this is becoming a harder and harder lane to stay in for Do It.
Especially when the minions just die like that. TDK looking for the attempt to push, though. They do have Iceborne Gauntlet, plus cooldown boots already done on OQ. This is, I guess, sort of the first of the blue Ezreal power spikes. Is you've got 30 CDR. Let's go toss some skill shots out. It lines up conveniently with him having rank 5 Mystic Shot as well. So really good poke tools. Hit some damage on the Wolfie. And we'll see just what they can do here. Spooky Ghosts come out. They land the slow. Trance is not in range to land much of anything, but a charm's going to land onto Malphite. A flash stun. Obvious one sip, but the team is not even there, so miscoordination already. But look at that! No! Oh! Slightly missed time by Kenny. Went in too early, and then OQ was able to flash out. That nearly could have been something great.
Ooh. Man, I've seen so many people, when I'm not communicating about my Poppy ultimate, use abilities while they're invulnerable. And right there, Kenny, just a little bit too early. Just
slightly off.
Oh, so close. But that still gives them some pressure. It means that OQ, he's going to be able to do some damage here, but backing up. They're waiting for Wolfie. Wolfie's out of mana. He has to back and try to run all the way back to this mid lane. So TDK, they're going to try to get vision. They're going to try to steal a blue buff and try to get control of the mid lane while their wave clear is gone on Enemy's side.
And they do have a little bit of control right now. Top lane's pushed up all the way. They've got one pink ward inside the jungle, which controls the blue buff area. So there's little bits of power here, and this is like the strong side, the stronger side of the map actually for TDK. If you look on the right, there's actually plenty of wards up right now that Enemy has on that right side jungle. So TDK playing on the correct side. They get Rift Herald. They can recall Obvious back, and Obvious or OQ. I didn't see which one actually got it, but. Sorry, Obvious on the wrong team, so OQ, clearly. Sorry.
They just have O
my
names.
names. Yeah, exactly.
It happens. Maybe it was Otter. Who knows?
Could have been Otter.
Once again, going for the 6-second change.
Slightly early.
Oh, yeah. It was literally a fraction of a second. That was like a fraction of a second.
Yeah, I know. The model had visibly, at least in the replay,
His feet were
hit
on the ground.
Yeah. Well, such as it is, Ezra was totally fine. I trust the invulnerability was exactly the duration it was expected, but I don't know, man. What happened happened, and OQ was totally fine. As you can tell, you know, when Poppy hits you with a hammer, giant rocks no longer affect you. Just, it's like getting beat up by a bully. Other bullies don't want to beat you up anymore.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, they don't want like someone else's hand-me-downs.
Nobody told my bullies.
Yeah.
Damn.
I thankfully did not have bullies in school, despite not being very popular. So that was nice.
I don't know if I actually had bullies.
Yeah.
Physical conflict wasn't really a thing. Zero tolerance policies were pretty popular.
It's good.
In my schools.
Those are things to definitely not promote. Childhood violence, not exactly ideal. We're going to go back into this game, though, where the characters are all adults, so violence is much more okay.
Yeah.
And TDK trying to defend their mid lane outer turret as enemy have also stationed themselves around this part of the map. OQ is still wearing the Rift Herald buff for a little bit longer, but with those minions just honestly quite easy to kill because it's not Baron buff, Wolfie gets to wave clear and nearly one-shots the casters, and it can send out spooky ghosts, and then they can poke out TDK.
I think Seraph is looking for some type of flank play, looking for some type of opportunity. He likes to hang off on the side and not actually participate in a lot of the wave clearing duties.
Yeah, though he's a good wave clear, they still have Ari and Ezra for that purpose, so you're right, it's not that dangerous. And of course, Bishu can just posture and say, if you hit this turret, I will flash pulverize you and headbutt you into the turret. So it prevents, honestly, a lot of the potential engage tools of enemy. Just being a tank sometimes is enough to be a sort of a wave clear tool. It's a siege prevention tool.
Yeah, you're a threat. The threat of a pulverize, the threat of a headbutt. It's a lot of what Alistars bring to the table, especially when you're standing between like a tier 1, tier 2 turret in a lane swap. Just the fact that he's threatening it. And then it's funny because as soon as you use one of those abilities, pulverize or headbutt, they are no longer afraid of you at all.
And everyone else runs in and fights you to try to protect the team that you just comboed on. But yep, Bishu has not really wasted any combos so far. His engages have been on point, just unfortunate battles at the end of it when we've seen some of these fights turn around.
And Seraph, despite having some great performances in his last 3 games, in fact, in his last 3 games in the LCS, he's 17-3 and 25 is his scoreline.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah, he won his last 2 games in the last split on TDK, and then the one he played on Team Impulse on top of that. So, crazy scoreline.
Well, it looks like headway is starting to be made for enemy esports here, actually. Sorry, actually just enemy. The esports been dropped from the name. So I gotta unlearn that, by the way, getting names backwards.
I wrote it on the paper, too.
Yeah, no, I know. I took note of it before the cast started, and I still got it wrong once. Habits just die hard sometimes here.
I gotta say enemy instead of enemy.
Oh, I never did that. I was never that dumb.
It's the tri-code. I'm just saying the tri-code.
I totally get it. I understand why that's difficult.
It's just
OQ getting ghosted, though, and gonna get poked. Okay, has to arcane shift out.
It's just like NRG in the LCS.
I don't get that wrong either. I don't get that one wrong either.
It's energy.
Yes.
They want you to say energy, never NRG. And NRG doesn't even stand for energy. It stands for NRG. But you don't say it that way.
Pronounce that. It's the weirdest catch-22.
Turret's going down.
Yeah, taking still plenty of damage. Enemy have just been
Seraph.
sitting, and here comes Seraph. He gets the stun onto Otter, who does not have a way out, and the pulverize and the shockwave and everything coming across, but they've already picked off Seraph, a 1-for-0. They traded back on Otter, though, so 4v4 in this fight, and now Duet's got to be a bit careful. Lands a charm, trying to get the damage, and Kenny ignites him, who flashed away. The Malphite should survive his encounter with this bite, but TDK have healthy tanks and an Alistar that can heal people, but instead of sieging against Wolfie, they're going to go for the Dragon.
The fact that they got Kez out of that fight and then he had to run back in full HP was a big part of it. So enemy, they took minimal losses there because Kez, full HP, Mundo, no flows, no follow-ups, and that was thanks to the Poppy.
Very good job. Then Obvious has had 2 very, very good ultis. And the smite goes as well. Obvious cannot do wrong in this game. Honestly, 2-0 and 3. Said he wanted to prove that he's a good pickup. He is.
Yeah, he's already made it into the LCS in EU.
Yeah, he qualified with Dignitas EU, and then they swapped junglers, him and Trashy.
It was pretty much just, you want our guy? Yeah, we want your guy. Yeah. It's like, oh, we'll take your guy then.
Let's swap Danes.
Like they literally like pulled out their roster like Pokemon cards. It's like, oh, you have a Trashy? Oh my god!
This one's shiny.
I'll trade you an Obvious. And then Seraph comes in. He has no defensive tool on himself. and he just gets blown up right away. But then this right here, Kez is out of the fight, and he wants to walk up, because if he walks up where DeWitt was golden, he zones out Trance and he zones out Wolfie from actually following up, and then DeWitt has a better ability or a safer zone to actually use his ultimate forward as opposed to backward. So that was really big that Kez got knocked out.
So 2 for 2 on great team fight ultis from Obvious, and then a, I guess it's a bad one, but that was more Kenny's fault, where he didn't get the kill onto Ezreal earlier. That's all right. All
it was
said
a good
and done.
ulti.
I think it was a good ulti. I think it worked out. Either way, we're going to see Enemy Esports Enemy sitting.
Got to get a jar with, put $1 in it every time.
The Esports jar, essentially here. 2,000 gold though. This game is honestly stagnating. And again, there were some pretty fortunate early game plays for Enemy. You know, some overaggression by Kaz. I mean, things that were certainly punished by being misplays. But this is where the team play aspect really comes in here. And you mentioned a minute ago, you know, an early game can be lucky or it can be good, whatever. But in the mid game, it comes down to the better team. And this is really the test. That this is a lead that doesn't sort of guarantee a win for either side. So watching how well they can play the next few minutes is a very big deal here.
Exactly, and it actually, I believe at one point was a 4,000 gold lead, and now it's closed to a 2,000 gold lead here. Still 2 dragons over to Enemy. And they have a turret that's about to go down as well in this mid lane here. Seraph, no flash, no TP. It's hard for him to get some type of flank without it being super obvious.
The only obvious flanks come from Enemy's jungler. Duh. No, but...
And the only person who's going to do it is the mid laner of TDK.
Oh, we're hilarious!
Yeah, I don't know why they put him in as well. I was expecting Ninja, but I guess the coach just Shia LaBeouf'd it and then threw him in there.
Just do it.
Who are we running today? Do it! Just
do it! I'm glad that you're so obnoxious now that I'm not the only person making lame jokes. Production's already told us how much, not to stop, but just has expressed exasperation at how quickly we picked up the pieces from the last challenge.
Our production actually has a almost like a language now, where if they give you a then it's a you can do about 5 more.
I think it's like 5 more. It's like an obscenely large number of further lame jokes.
And if they go, stop it.
Yeah, stop it means you get like 2.
Yeah.
At least. And now he said you're done. So OQ, oh! Health almost goes to O as well, but he's going to be just fine walking away. Gets summon or heal used, and Bijou pressed E, but the siege potential you're seeing working quite well now for Enemy. Double item plus QSS for Otter. Now he is safe to not get completely wrecked by Seraph, because you can QSS and run away. That's a huge deal. And Wolfie on Riley's and Sork shoes. It's going to really mess with people.
You have to worry a little bit here. Seraph just backed. His TP is up. He has home guards now. Is he going to sit in the base and wait for a TP play?
No.
Oh, all right.
He's about to walk top, then he's going back to mid, then he's going back to top. He's gauging which sides of the map need the wave clear and which sides he can start to go and farm. You're realizing that because of how long this game has been a siege, the top laners are not getting gold. Like 80 carries, 200 something, get 26 minutes, reasonable. 180 to 200, a little bit low for mid laners. And then the top laner's like, yeah, we got nothing. And it wasn't just from the lane swap. That broke pretty early. So it's really just the fact that they've had to sit there in a brush and be like, all right, if they go and press R, you ready? You ready? And then nothing happens. Or things happen and they get a kill.
Yeah.
Oh, man. He just like dodged 3 cleavers, dude.
Yeah, there's a lot of happy feet there. I love that Bard's. Bard's already annoying, and I don't know why, but that one is even more annoying to me. I think it's just the sound effects. Like, you jump inside the magical journey, it's like...
You get like the nice
it's like, see ya! I'm a penguin!
So I think my favorite story about Snow Day Bard, because Bard is not always super popular, and because it was a Snowdown skin, so it was kind of new. There was a Reddit post, which is, guys, there's these new mysterious things on Summoner's Rift. Are they teasing the new champion? And it was Snow Day Bard chimes. And he'd just never seen him before. And they hit like front page. And eventually someone was like, bro, it's the Bard skin. Those are his chimes. And everyone's like, oh, okay, nothing to see here. And then like out they went, like all the comments. But
and everybody was like, oh my god, there's a penguin.
It might be.
There's a penguin model in the 3D viewer. Like, what is this? It's like, oh, I think it's his meeps following him around. I think he just has penguins.
Yeah, dude.
And
penguins.
People were both excited and disappointed.
What? How could you be disappointed about penguins?
Well, because they wanted it to be like a pet that follows you around. Also, see the Coco?
Yeah.
That's when you can tell it's fully stacked, is when it gets a little candy cane straw.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess a little straw and a marshmallow.
Yep. Well, anyone on enemy gets low, they're going to be in love with the Coco because they're really going to... They're going to want that health. It is not baking soda. It is Coco.
That was probably your best one in 2016.
What?
I think so.
Oh, please.
Okay, which one's better?
Practically all of them?
Really? I rated that one pretty highly.
Well, you have an awkward taste in bad jokes.
Maybe I haven't heard all of them.
That wasn't bad enough to be a bad joke.
No, it wasn't a bad joke. I actually liked that one.
You're weird. Banner of Command now picked up. Enemy really just like, guys, we're playing a siege comp and we're going mid.
Yeah, and they have Xerath with all of these slows, so they have a way to disengage. They have Bard for engage and disengage, and it looks like it's going to be third Dragon here for enemy.
All right, Ren's at 50 health. Good job, Otter. He secured that one cleanly. Do it, though. Going to be beset a little bit. Couple of ults coming and dropping Seraph to half HP. Now Kez alone in the front line. He is isolated. Couple of very good stuns, and that's going to actually make Kez flash away. Obviously, wanted to flash to land maybe a point blank ulti as well, but that was not to be. But it does create some opportunities where Seraph is low, might have to recall, and in fact, he will do so.
Oh, oh my God!
Another miscoordination between Bard and the Malphite, but this time it's going to be just fine. There's no TP, no ult. This will be a dead Dr. Mundo. Gonna have to turn in his degree.
And poor Bishu, he couldn't actually headbutt to get in because Poppy had the W up, so he would have just been stopped anyway. He would have had to flash pulverize, and he would have had to guarantee that Kez gets out, or he wouldn't do it at all. So he walked up, was like, probably no.
Nothing much to do. So I must recant Kenny. It did in fact go Spirit Message first item, so he decided to play the full tank role here. Swifty Boots as well, so doing his part and not trying to carry too hard. And honestly, enemy have a 4-0 Xerath, so that's probably the right thing to do, of course. Now do it, maybe getting attacked as well. Nice little Rend. Does dodge away from the Xerath, even despite the slow. And that's going to be a stun. This could be a bit risky for Seraph, but good wave clear by Do It, and not a lot of time the enemy gets to spend on this turret.
No hard engage, though, available at the moment. They don't have the Bard ulti or the Malphite ulti. They still have Otter to throw in Trance, but it's not too much. So they're just in a siege situation where they're clearing waves right now. They don't have too much threat. But it is hard to clear that caster minion that's been buffed up. You get some decent damage here, too. Here comes Seraph with a TP from the side, though.
They're going to look for the play. They go for the headbutt pulverize. They catch up Otter, who flashes and QSS to get away. But now the team is back in, and Otter is getting assaulted by the entire team. Pulls in his Bard, throws it back in for the knockup. No one has died just yet, but there are very low health bars, and there's the first kill. Trance is gone, and this could be an easy chase down for TDK if they can get back into range. Health bar, huge lead for red team.
It's so hard to follow it. Wait, where's the ulti going? Ooh. Not quite. Not quite there with the damage just yet. But
you know who he hit? Just Do It. Okay, continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm done. But that fight, Seraph once again had a great TP. Had to actually use his abilities to get in from the side, and then the ultimate. But not a lot of follow-up here. From when he actually goes in, Do It got knocked back by the Poppy ultimate, so you don't have Ahri's Q coming across this gigantic cluster of enemy. So once again, I think this Poppy ultimate minimized damage and minimized the losses here. Because Do It, he shows up at the end, and then they're able to actually pick up the only kill of the fight.
Yeah, Otter likely would have died in that case if Ahri were around, but it also means that many flashes were burned to keep the team alive. You can see anyone with 1/4 of their flash timer gone is someone who flashed in that fight. Kenny, Wolfie, Otter, and Trance all flashed to get away. TDK burned maybe 1 or 2.
Maybe
the rest
Seraph
of the team,
and Bishu.
Yeah, it was Seraph and Bishu who burned there. So the rest of the team now can flash engage. In the next round, easy for TDK.
Yeah, and with the distortion boots, you can see Seraph is already rather close to being back up. Same with Bishu. So they'll have a little bit of an advantage in terms of making that play. But Kenny has the TP. Kenny's been splitting. They're doing a 1-3-1 here on the side of enemy. So they're trying to get these waves to these turrets and threaten and possibly go between mid and top with the siege comp. And with Bard, it makes you quite fast at doing that.
In they go. Kenny getting some damage into Seraph. He's so tanky, he really can't die. Of course, there's no percent pen from Seraph going for the flat build, which you do because you hit the back line. Means he really doesn't hurt Malphite much at all. Attempted siege from enemy, it just does not really do enough here. They get some chips off this turret, but the gold lead just stays at 2K, and very little gets done.
But then they have minions going into the mid lane too, so they're having pressure in multiple lanes at the same time. So it's ending up being a problem. And if you can also keep tabs on Seraph and stop him from going in, because he seems to be the one person who really wants to go in, it's not so much of Bishu headbutt pull. He's probably the only one who could really reach Wolfie as well with a good TP flank. So they have to wait around that.
All right, so Otter right now has Last Whisper going into, I would actually in this case go Mortal Reminder. I think for Hurricane builders, I like Mortal Reminder a lot more when there's a Moon on the team because you're more guaranteed to land the debuff at any point in time. Because essentially it just deals true damage based on cutting his healing down, and it's being a really good item to have. It's a really minor point, but I like it a lot. This is a really nice siege by enemy. They push the team away. They knock down top lane tier 2. They nearly locked in Bishu as well. TDK can do nothing but watch and push mid down, but it's an inferior turret kill.
Yeah, it's a good trade though because it is still just a 2,000 gold difference between these teams, and enemy looks like they have 5 dragons in their sight and possibly Baron. They're not getting too much of an advantage out of sieging, so that means that TDK has an opportunity to look for team fights around Dragon, around Baron. So they're going to get a fight instead of just a siege down a mid lane.
Those fights are going to be something to watch for. TDK have not found the most climactic ones. They've gotten into battle a few times. They've found some engages, just they're never able to get the kills, largely due to obvious knockbacks, but one good setup and it goes all awry.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So the Last Whisper pickup for Otter, how effective is it actually here? Because we only had one armor item, it's Kez's, plus then the Iceborne Gauntlet for OQ, and now you finally see Seraph buying one.
Yeah, if you were to pick an individual component item, I think Giant Slayer would have been better than Last Whisper as like an individual like damage dealing item because almost everyone's gonna have more health than you. Not everyone's gonna have bonus armor. And again, I actually kind of like Mortal Reminder though. Oh my god, Trance is like so close to death. Has to get ulted out. Ignite is still on though. He's got to be careful. They already one-shot do it though. Great setup by iCannyU, and now Kez does get stunned on the wall as ult comes by. Knocks down the bards. It's a 2-for-1 though overall. Enemy get ahead. A great pickup there.
The enemies still have poke with OQ, and Kenny, no ultimate. Seraph still has his. If he can get onto Wolfie or if he can get in the back line.
He's going to go in. Bishu wants to set up. Here comes Seraph. He's going to lock down Kenny, who has to flash away. Obvious gets a stun on the wall. Blue team picks up Dragon number 4 here. And Otter gets head up, still gets the kill, though. A killing spree now for the AD carry. And Bishu's got nowhere to go. He's got no ultimate left. Rendell kill him. A double kill. Otter is ripping through people.
OQ has to run away. This minion was going to push up. He doesn't really have too much to clear right now. He has to be careful. There we go. Gets out of there. Otter coming up big. Having the Mercurial Scimitar already to get out of the ultimate from Seraph means that ultimate is practically wasted. They get Trance very low, but then do it against the wall, and then they use only the knockup onto him.
Wow. Obvious is doing so much work in this game. I thought it was the Malphite ulti. It was actually the Poppy spending a Malphite ulti. That was beautiful. Just obliterated the mid laner. And then this 3v4 just seems really ill-fated. And we can't watch it because it's already a Baron being started. 4,000 health. Enemy should not miss this. It's going to be a Ren to 800. Good job. Good coordination there. Really no chance for a steal. And the enemy 5,000 up and recalling with the Baron buff.
Yeah, an enemy, this team that's only been together for a week. Up 5,000 gold, 4 dragons. So they have 5th dragon win condition, they can siege, and they also are able to just shove in turrets and get even more gold, and then they'll have inhibitors too. So this is just a great position for enemy to be in. And they've been playing this very, very well. Very collected. When you have a Xerath, it's very easy to pair it with a Malphite and say, okay, we're going forward, and sometimes the Xerath gets left out. So they're doing the right amount of poking, and then Kenny is sometimes pick/counter engage.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting how they're playing this comp.
Yeah, just there's enough aggression that you can catch people out, and you've seen that happen a couple of times here.
Yeah, but it's not enough to like leave the Xerath out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, Xerath still 0 deaths. Otter, again, has the Mercurial Scimitar and a Hex Drinker as well to really make sure he doesn't die. And you seeing, his item build stopped at Last Whisper. Honestly, it's just a little bit inefficient at this point. I think he would have been better off just pushing towards other items sooner and like having the Hex Drinker sooner, etc. Really minor gripe. Honestly, his team's playing well, and really, this is just you know, a siege-based team that's managed to prevent themselves from getting deleted by flanks. And TDK have not been able to separate the team. They've not been able to have Kez or Seraph split push and break the siege up.
Yeah, speaking of split push, Kenny, he's just going to continue to push this wave at the bottom. They're going to lose both tier 2s.
That's honestly really, really strong. Normally a team has to give up tier 2s against Baron buff in a general sense, but you normally make the enemy team work for it. You make him use like 3 waves or something, but they're not even defending the solo Malphite who's just slowly pushing this thing down.
Oh my
God! They never even tried to save him. Do it now, stunned under the turret with the Bard ult. A knock-up as well. He just stays out of the fight. Another kill comes through as Kez has been dropped down, and there comes the engage. Kenny wants in. Ari's gonna get dropped if he can hit one more shot. Not quite just yet, but doesn't matter because they've got the inhibitor turret already. A 2 for 0. There's a team forced to back out, and this will at least be the inhib.
An inhibitor going down. They have a minion wave on the bot side too. They can take 2 inhibs here. And this game 1 of Challenger for TDK, Seraph might have to start reevaluating the goal of not dropping a single game.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen so far. Right now, TDK on some of their last legs as enemy takes the safe approach. They knock down that last inhibitor in the bot lane, and they walk away well before the other guys respawn. There's an important thing to note. I know we've been through like a couple of weeks now of the professional season, but because you get home guards for free at 20 minutes, if you haven't left the base when they respawn, they will reach you.
One. Waits.
Yeah, that's just a severe miss. And this triggers Thunderlords, I believe, as well, because he didn't hit anyone else, so that was like his 3rd hit. The 3rd hit, I think, did bonus damage because of Thunderlords.
It might have, but I think maybe the second one did because you already hit him with a Q.
Oh, maybe he did.
Because it's a 5-second window right now.
Yeah. One thing I do want to point out, though, OQ honestly misplayed that. You can absolutely dodge Xerath R on reaction with Ezreal E. He had no reason to blow Arcane Shift early. That's just an honestly severe misplay by OQ. He knows better than this. And burning it early, I mean, good by Wolfie to wait for that and expect that sort of preempted one. But you can dodge this even like on ladder ping. But these guys I think are in SoCal. So they've got like 12 ping on this tournament round. Like that, you can do that on reaction 100%.
OQ though, highest score on his team right now. Seraph with the 0-4-4 and the 1-5-2 for Kez. OQ, it's coming up rough for him right now. The 2-1-2, and he hasn't been able to do too much. And I got to comment on this. I love the fact that that Banner of Command came out very early from Trance. You see that in a lot of situations where you figure out, oh, we're having a hard time sieging, let's build it.
Yeah.
He built it like second item. He built it so early on. Look at, he doesn't even have his Frost Queen's claim. He's just like, I'm gonna go straight for this item because they have double AP, and then they have an Ezreal who sucks at clearing these types.
I mean, look at everyone's build, right? Kenny, first, oh, hold on, there's an engage. Okay, a quick save back onto the Bard. Will they go back in, and who are they gonna look for?
Could be the game.
Knock up on it, do it, but he misses the stun. Either way, he popped QSS, and out they go, a 2-man knockback. Kez holds the front line, but it's a 3 versus 5. They gotta wait till the team can re-engage. Kenny now getting locked up here. He's gonna flash to stay safe. Bard ulti hits Seraph. And they've already knocked down top lane inhibitor turret. There's minions inside the base as well, so TDK has to back up to defend the Nexus, which means it'll be at least 3 inhibs here for enemy and maybe more of the base. Dragon 5-7, 15 seconds. They don't care though. They're onto the base right now to win this game.
And this is such a squishy turret here. They have that extra damage versus turrets. Taking it very quickly. They have to go now on TDK's side if they want to fight.
They're gonna try. Kez stunned into the wall. Is gonna stay alive for a bit. A 3-man knockup by Bishu, but they can't quite get the kills. Trance is still alive. Brisbane kills Crucible on himself. A stun comes through, and Obvious has died. It's a 1-for-0, but then traded back. Seraph's gonna be next, a 2-for-1 now in favor of enemy. Last turret down. Auto Nexus. They will win the game, and the very first game of the 2016 North American Challenger Series goes to enemy.
An enemy coming down from the LCS, lost 3-0, but now they're looking to get back in. Otter, the only returning member, he had a really good game there. They tried to put focus on him, but you were talking about it before. These look like some upgrades for a lot of those slots on this team.
Yeah, the players honestly played really well, and the point I was going to get to as we were closing out the game before the push is everyone identified how magic damage heavy the engage is of TDK. Ezreal is actually more like a 60-40 physical magic champion. Not that the Qs don't do damage, not that you can't auto-attack, but when you have Ari Lissandra diving the backline, Ezreal's contribution is magic damage. It's the True Shot barrage. You had Mercurial Scimitar and Maw of Mortius on Otter. You had Wolfie. To be fair, actually bought no MR and didn't die, so he died once, but okay, we're going to ignore the fact that he existed at all, but first item Locket from Trance, or sorry, Banner of Command, but first item Aegis from him. Obvious got a bunch of magic early as well. Spectre's Cowl, Banshee's Veil before Dead Man's Plate. Like, there was some very significant magic resist stacking on this enemy squad, and you mentioned it. There's these fights where they get in, it's a strong engage from Seraph, and then, oh, they nearly killed more than one person. Because they didn't have the damage to kill more than one person. They all bought MR.
Yeah, I love the MR stacking here. The Maw, the Abyssal Scepter eventually came through as well for being in the top lane.
We were right after all.
So eventually, we got there.
Got there.
He was listening to you. But I definitely think that that's the way to go. When you have Seraph playing Lissandra, and you could have very well been like, okay, we don't want to play against that. We're blue side. Let's just ban it away because we are very intimidated by it. Because this was a champion he was playing back even on his CLG days.
Yeah.
Where we were seeing clips of him in solo queue where it's like, Seraph's a god. He's playing Yasuo, Lissandra top. And people were like, well, those champions don't really work right now. Now that they work, they were still okay with playing against it because they were just going to prioritize MR. And I loved the banner. I loved that banner pick up so much. Trance.
Yeah, Enemy, I think, won because of two major factors. It was they picked a cohesive Siege team that had the ability to pick people out. And I think especially if you're not playing at the literal highest tier of play, people will misstep and get caught out. Even top level NA challenger, people will misstep and get caught out, and having the option of catching those guys with a Bard ulti, with a Malphite ulti, with a Poppy charge, just some elements saying, oh, you screwed up, we're punishing that, I think is a big deal. So that was a plus. Otherwise it was a good Siege comp. And they identified we lose by getting engaged upon and getting bursted, and they all bought MR except for Wolfie. I'm going to flame him later.
Well, he had cleanse, so he's...
Okay, I guess you're right. He had cleanse, then he could flash out. But, they bought to make sure they weren't going to get bursted in those fights.
Yeah, I got to talk to Wolfie a couple times, and I saw him like, oh, you take double-edged sword on Xerath. And I'm like, okay, he takes more damage, maybe. He's like, if I'm getting hit as Xerath, I'm probably playing wrong, and I'm dead anyway.
So he got cleanse because, yes, you can flash Lissandra ult someone, and he's happy to trade flashes. Then otherwise, I'm playing in the back line. It's weird. His builds are 4 slows. It's like Frost Queen's Claim into Ryleys into Void Staff. He's like, no, I'm gonna make sure that when my first R hits, my next one's gonna hit. And that play style did work out. The early snowball I think was a big deal. When you have comps like this where you need a Mart to not die, the fact that Enemy were sitting on a 2,000 to 4,000 gold lead early on allowed some of those items to get in that wouldn't have happened otherwise without the fights going that way.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these fights that early on when they didn't have the MR were made winnable by Enemy by Obvious's ultimates. I thought that the Poppy came up really big, definitely paid off as the first pick, able to flex it, but then also able to give it to a guy who seemed very proficient on it in the jungle.
Yeah, honestly, I am very impressed with Obvious's play. He's a player I've had very little experience seeing. Pretty much everyone else here on Enemy, I've actually cast them in the North American Challenger Series before. So Obvious is this is the first time I've cast him playing. And yeah, he was definitely a very, very strong force here, aside from getting his Gromp stolen by Ezreal. That set him back a little bit, but he didn't tilt, and all went well. He landed some great stuns, some, honestly, again, team fight saving full channel ults.
Yeah.
Very big deal.
Yeah, and I love how he didn't get tilted by the Gromp steal. It just made him angrier, and then he was more powerful, and then he just came into these fights with a vengeance, just knocking people back and just throwing them out of the fight, so he was just going to win it for his team. And I think that Obvious is a guy we have to have our eyes on as one of the best junglers here. We have to, I like seeing, as Challenger goes on, who I think some of the best players per role are.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think it's always fun to watch.
He's already making a statement that he knows how to play this champion. I want to see what else he has up his sleeve, too. Because if he's able to play Kindred when they're re-enabled on 6-2 or 6-3 when they come back. But I want to see if he can play the jungle Graves. What can he do? Can he actually carry this team in that sense? Or is he a tank player? So figuring out his style just a little bit more as things go on is going to be really cool for me.
And as we wait to get our next game set up here, talking about some of the other players here, we've talked about Enemy a fair bit. We saw Wolfie get most damage in the game. He's playing Xerath, no crap. OQ actually did quite well. And it's not a surprise. I think, OQ coming over to North American Challenger, you expect him to dominate his games. He won lane by a bit of CS. He was the second highest damage in the game. Okay, it's a poke champion, you kind of expect that, but had honestly quite high damage, almost matched Xerath in damage, and only ever died the one time off the misplay that I flamed him for. But otherwise, I mean, solid play by OQ. He's clearly about as good as we expected, so that's good to see that he's kind of picked up where he left off, and TDK can rely on him, I think, in the next game.
Yeah, TDK, though, the rest of them need to kind of step up in this next game and try to make it a 1-1 and split the series with them.
Yep.
Because position definitely matters, right? Only top 2 out of the 6 teams are going to be able to even compete against LCS teams for a slot. So every win matters because you only play 10 games.
Yeah, so we're going to see if the rest of the team can catch up here. We're going to take a quick break, guys. When we return, it's going to be time for Game 2 of TDK versus Enemy. So don't go anywhere. What we missed.
You missed.
What, you're supposed to come out and meet me. You don't just whatever.
Hearing the logic.
Ooh,
Oh my God.
OQ because of the deep wards by Kez. He warded for Ezra to get some farm. A flash stun, obvious one hit, but the team is not even there, so missed coordination already. But look at that, oh! And here comes Seraph, he gets the stun onto Otter, who does not have a way out, and the pulverize and the shockwave and everything coming across, but they've already picked off Seraph, a 1-for-0. Oh my God, Trans like so close to that. Has to get ulted out. Ignite is still on there, he's gotta be careful. They already one-shot do it though. Great setup by ICANNEU. Obvious has died, it's a 1-for-0, but then traded back. Seraph's gonna be next, a 2-for-1 now in favor of Enemy.
Give me a fat beat!
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Challenger Series. Now, we are just moments away from our second game of the evening between Team Dragon Knights and Enemy. And game one went to Enemy, honestly, fairly convincingly. And if they can win this next one, they secure the full 3 points for a best-of-2 win.
Exactly. If you split 1-1, you get 1 point. And if you go 0-2, you get 0 points. But if you 2-0 them, you get those big 3 points. So I think you were saying earlier, if the second game is twice as important for the team that is already up 1 game.
Yeah, exactly. You got your 1 point for game one, but you get +2 if you get the second one. So I think it's funny because, like, in your mind, you're like, okay, at least we tie. It's like, no. This is literally twice as important as the last game. Don't screw it up.
I think that's actually a great thing. Like, I wish, like, coaches in BO2s would do that because when you win 1 game,
You're
And
like, all right, we're good.
My
Yeah.
tendency would be like, oh, at least we won. We're getting at least 1 point. This is going to be great. So it's
No.
like, no, guys, don't let up. Keep going. Push forward.
Yeah.
Get those 3 points.
Well, that's the thing as well, is like it again, being best of 2 format, like you are fighting for points with other people, not as much like game score. Like if you like played Challenger, went 5-5, you'd probably make playoffs in general. It'd be almost impossible not to. But if you end the Challenger series with 5 points, like, and every team just goes 2-0, 0-2, they'll outscore you.
Yes.
So you actually can't just tie forever, and if everyone round robins, you actually lose out on playoffs
Yeah,
doing that.
if you go 5-5 and it's all 1-1-1-1,
Yeah,
right? You
and
have
everyone goes
5
2-0,
points.
0-2, and then ties you. They're all at
Exactly.
7.
Exactly.
So
5-5 could be different based on if you 2-0'd or not.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah. Anyway, I do want to talk about some of those guys from the last game, though, and who are going to be looking to make it a 2-0 here. I want to talk about Wolfie from the mid lane. He got first blood for his team. He's the newest member to this roster who was picked up from Frostbite, and he had an amazing Xerath game. He's going to play Xerath every time he can.
Probably.
Like, I remember the Frostbite games, 3 games in a row. 3 Xerath games. And then he had a great one here where he actually was able to come up and carry the game. Because I remember there was a lot of pressure on him in that set against TLA that he wasn't able to get off the ground. Here, he showed that that's why he picks this champion.
Yeah, but that's what you do when you're a team and you pick up a new player. Is I think if you're ever building a playbook, you say, okay, what are your best champions? Can we build a comp around your best champion? Because if you get it, you need to be able to capitalize on it well. And like, well, they got Xerath. Like, great, let's make a sieging comp. Let's go grab all these champions that can, help us push in. Let's get an early banner of command. Let's make this siege work. And they made that happen. And that was good. Now we can see if Wolfie loses the Xerath, if enemy can do something else, because it was largely keying off of their newest member playing his best champion. And if that doesn't happen, then things can get worse. On the other side, TDK, not having the best game, Seraph was doing the best he could with engages, but the MR stack meant he wasn't as effective as he could have been.
Yeah, Seraph, he's had a pretty good run in his last 3 games. The Lysandra that we saw on TIP, he carried that game pretty much hands down and added to the shot calling. But this game, he looked a little bit all over the place. It looked like he wanted to go in, and then it kept happening where he just got countered, or he got knocked back, or he would ulti Otter, and then by the time that he started getting them later, they just became QSS'd off.
Yeah.
I thought that this was kind of a very rough performance for him. There was some where maybe he should have ultied himself because he just got blown up immediately after by the other members after he went after a target. So it was really rough for Seraph. He couldn't find an opening, and the MR stacking shut him down.
Yeah, the team just didn't really manage to get in. It was just sort of what happened there. Bard would land some 2-man stuns. Bard would ulti someone in the backline, keep them
Poppy would
damage.
ulti somebody.
Poppy would stop Ari from dashing, and then she would ult people out as well. Malphite could get some knockups. There was so much disruption that the assassination never really happened for TDK, and it just that's what it came down to. I know we're talking about the same situations a lot, but it was like you have a squishy poke siege team, and you have a bunch of hard engage, and if the hard engage works, they die, and if it gets stopped, they don't die, and then the game keeps continuing the way it was, and that's how it played out.
You're saying we're talking about the same situation over and over again. It happened over and over.
That's true. That happened
again,
like 5 different times.
And then people walk away with 1 kill or 2 kills, and that's it.
They're too tanky.
It was really kind of a situation where, they're kind of counterplaying each other in a way, whereas we want to assassinate you. It's like, well, we want to disengage you. We want to stop you from getting that much damage, because if you stop one of those people, you saw how low those HP bars were. It's like, man, we really needed that REQ, just 1 REQ. So I think that just being able to stop 1 person is going to be a huge benefit for them, and that's why the Poppy's off the field already. Just don't want to play against that again. Obviously, was too good on that champion.
Totally agreed. Tom Kench as well. The Kench got benched. I think there's no surprise there. He's just actually incredible. We are playing in 6.1. He's nerfed in 6.2. The patch notes are out. I am excited for that one because I don't like getting wrecked by him nearly as much as actually probably no one does. But either way, not an important thing here. Gangplank Graves still banned away. This time actually still by the red team. So those are champions that TDK had banned last game, but they seem to be red side bans in this series.
Yeah, no Ryze ban, no Elise ban from previous, and no Lulu ban. So one of those 3 is going to make it through here. So now it's down to
TDK
Elise and
Lulu.
Ryze.
Interesting, and we'll see which one's coming through here. Rek'Sai is still up. As far as sort of other junglers people really seem to care about, of course, the Mundo was picked by Kez earlier, and he was just fine keeping that one up. So, maybe we won't see that regardless.
Yeah. If you ban Ryze here, you actually ban what I would consider like the top 6 champions that are ban-worthy right now on this patch, that I think should pretty much just all be banned.
Yeah, that's like if you were just to not think about the game very much, it's probably the 6 bans.
Yeah.
So,
this is solo queue where you're just like, what did they ban that's really powerful in LCS? Just go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. Well, and I also banned was there a Vel'Koz that carried last game? Is that player on my side? No, banning that champion. Yep. And you just target ban people that were in your last game as well. But well, they're doing what they can with that one, keeping the bans up. And now TDK, 35 seconds to go on their first pick. Dr. Mundo feels like it would be kind of a weird one to rush for. You know, they wanted it last time around, and I assume Kez will do well, but they didn't remove the Xerath, which honestly surprised me more than anything else.
Yeah, the fact that you didn't take the Xerath away, but what would you really want to play Poppy? Can you play
again,
Poppy? I think the Lulu would be worth it.
Your team has first pick, right?
Yeah,
like, if you're
I think
not
it's
willing to
worth it.
first pick a Tahm Kench Poppy or Lulu for an Elise that didn't even get played last game, like I think TDK have already messed up their early champ select.
Yeah, Elise was banned previously by enemy against Kez. Because remember, Kez was the Elise.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Evelyn,
okay, I'm out of line.
Two trick, I guess.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
But no, I totally understand that, though, where you're just saying they're not flexing anything early. They're giving up this combination that enemy had previously. So once again, Trance has the Bard, and Otter has the Callista, which I think is probably Otter's best champion right now, considering he loved Callista, he loved playing Vayne, but Vayne is nowhere to be seen, really. The changes weren't too great to her. In terms of items.
Yeah, well, once you no longer was able to stack the double energize, like that was like the craziness where you just hit someone for 700 damage in your first auto attack and be like, and I do true damage afterwards, so you can't fight me anymore. So that was insane. So that went away. I think Vayne is honestly playable, but I think she's specialized enough that people aren't like rushing to pick her up, and you'll see her more situationally. Either way, yeah. Bard plus Callista, great dual lane again, very aggressive, very scary to lane against in general. We might even see TDK go back for their old duo lane that they ran for last time, because I think those champions are fine. But we'll see what their comments at the end.
Yeah, TDK previously with the Alistar Ezreal. I want to see OQ on something with a little bit more damage, but I guess he's going to go for it again here.
No, but they switched up for the Lux here, so they're kind of playing some Siege of their own. And honestly, look, you've got Light Binding for pick, you've got Cocoon for pick, you got Ezreal for follow-up. So TDK basically taking the same kind of comp that enemy ran last game.
That's true. Now it's all about what does Seraph take in the top lane. Is it an AP threat? Is it an AD threat? Because that's going to shape how enemy's going to play the rest of this game. Because before you saw it, stacking MR seemed rather easy for them, rather trivial during the mid game because they were fully willing to do that.
And they're about to fall into that same boat again. Again, it's just like 60-40, but this is still a fairly magic damage heavy team from TDK. You're seeing Wolfie just gets the Xerath again. DeWitt thinks he can beat that with Lux. We'll see if that ends up being the case. He got to counterpick last time, went for Ahri, that didn't work. Now he's trying something else, expecting the Xerath. Rek'Sai does come through for Obvious, so another fighter tank hybrid sort of thing for this enemy jungler. And I think intelligently, enemy give counterpick to iKennyU for the Seraph matchup.
Yeah. Because he could pick Yasuo here, right? He could pick his AD Nidalee.
Oh, that's scary.
And then you could maybe pick your own Yasuo, because I know iKennyU is a top Yasuo player, even before the Gnar counter matchup. So I'm curious to see it. Vladimir was also in his pool, but that's going to be very magic damage heavy again. And then with an Ezreal, and that's the thing that I don't really like about Ezreal is running him in a multiple AP composition. Doesn't always feel that great. Like I like to run him when you have like an Ezreal alongside maybe a Corki, maybe a Varus, and then you also have a top lane like Lissandra or something. Like I like him alongside only one real big magic damage threat.
Well, they're going to go for the Fiora top lane, it looks like, and that will help round out the damage profile. It's more of a split pusher. She doesn't really fit like what the rest of the comp is doing, which is going in, landing all the burst at once. Fiora, I guess, can dance around in the chaos and like be a cleanup team fighter, but a lot of champions can fill that purpose. So Fiora is a little bit of a one-off, but it can allow Seraph to style on Kenny if it works out.
Yeah, and Seraph has won games previously. I always think about the Fusion matchup that they had, TDK versus Fusion, where Seraph won a game by himself by split pushing when his team was like 8k behind. There's the Nidalee backdoor. So Seraph is very accustomed to being a shot caller and managing the rest of his team while he's split pushing, and he's gotten better at that over time. So I want to see what he does with this Fiora, and I think Fiora does fit this composition because we're seeing a lot of these 4-1 split pushes with Fiora, where the Lux is going to have some disengage, the Alistar will disengage. You also have Ezreal for kiting backwards. The Elise is eventually going to get Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and then you throw Volatile Spiralings out. So there's a lot of peel here for the squad. So it's going to be a little bit of siege pick with 4 people, and then Seraph's off doing his own thing. Yeah, and then you stall, because it's like if 5 people try to go onto those 4.
Sieging is going to be nearly impossible, honestly. Both teams have gobs of wave clear here. I mean, Xerath like by himself is enough already, and then Bard can always mess with your dives. It is going to be another Malphite here for enemies. So again, looking for some ways in, which, you know, we'll see if it goes well. I mean, TDK, I think, can survive a lot of these. Arcane Shift out, Lux shields the team. It's going to be a bit precarious. And as far as the individual matchup goes, Fiora wins the one-on-one with Malphite. If you can't happen to outplay with Riposte, you can get ganked. So there's tools here for enemy, but These matchups seem pretty good for TDK, and then comp-wise, I say they're honestly a little bit equal in power.
Yeah, I think they're pretty equal in power. My only concern is really that you only have one real big engage type on enemy. You do have the Bard ulti to like slow people down, and then you have any run up.
I think Bard can get.
Actually, no,
if you
Otter,
play it
Otter's
right,
there too.
it can
Actually,
be.
Otter's there too. So yeah, they do have enough hard engage to really threaten the 4-man unit that's going to try to siege up, and then also the siege is just going to be broken by Xerath. So I feel like this is going to be a lot of just back and forth. You know, Lux throws an ability, Xerath throws an ability, and then they look for the engage while split push is happening. So whoever gets priority in the top lane is going to be important.
And I think odds are that's going to end up being the TDK top laner Seraph. Like, if we're to boil this down and I sort of process it in my brain, like, split push lead I think is definitely TDK favored in the 4-1 game. On the other side, though, of course, as you were mentioning, there are ways in that TDK don't really have, but enemy do. Malphite, Bard ulti, Kalista ulti. And so the 4 is pretty threatening from the enemy side, and the 1 is pretty threatening from the TDK side.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely think that having that Fiora get up there, like I definitely think that if you get mid-game, late-game with her, she just crushes the Malphite. Yeah. At that point, Kenny probably doesn't even try to split push at her. You just try to 4v5 and then win that fight, and then that's how you win. So
okay, well now the impetus is on enemy to get in instead of holding the siege for themselves. We'll see if it happens as we load into the Rift. Let us know who's going to win this one. Is it going to be a clean sweep for enemy, or will TDK tie up the series 1-1? Tweet hashtag TDK winner, hashtag enemy win to @level Esports. Share your thoughts, and we're going to get ourselves into the game. That's what that camera zoom out means, because it's going to be Summoner's Rift in a couple of seconds, and
one day I just want them to zoom out and just keep zooming out slowly. And then
that was a funny joke. They laughed at you.
I was about to be like, then you just look like an idiot. Standing there. But you were right, though, this time. We are on Summoner's Rift now.
Yep.
So the zoom out didn't lie.
Okay, so standard battle lines so far. Wolfie and Do It say hello. Wolfie, I forget if he started Doran's Ring last game, or if he started Spell Thieves.
I think he started Doran's Ring. Okay. He didn't go Dark Seal, though, so I was slightly disappointed because I had a big conversation with him about it, where he really likes getting that item on his first back because he thinks it's better than a second Doran's.
19 gold for Trance, though. Got the auto attack plus the Meep onto that Alistair, so slight lead for enemy, but otherwise just a smattering of deep wards. You saw Fiora get one down over by the Krugs. You saw Elise put one down by the red buff. So enemy will be tracked as to which side of the jungle they start on. Obvious really either starts in Fog and they know it's bot side, or he starts top side and gets revealed. So the level 1 actually went, I would say, in favor of TDK because they could track the jungler.
Figure out where he is.
Yeah.
Because when you know where he isn't, you also know where he is. In a way. It's kind of
a pretty easy process of elimination.
Yeah, exactly. Process of elimination helps you out there. I'm kind of, my brain is on that Dark Seal in the mid lane, though. Like, he didn't pick it up, but it's one of Wolfie's favorite items. But also in 6-2, it just came to me, are people just going to be buying that instead of a Doran's Ring second? Because it's 50 gold less now.
It's much less mana regen, though, which honestly I think is a very big deal.
Yeah, it's 100 flat mana.
Yeah, which I think gets eclipsed really fast by the mana regen of Doran's Ring.
50% and then 4 when you kill a minion.
I think it's 25%. I could be wrong.
I think it's 50%.
Maybe you're right. I forget. I just buy it and then don't read the stats because I know it's good. And then I buy a Frostweed's claim because I know that's good too. Obvious has already started up on his side of the jungle. Gromp got the smite and moved down. Kenny helped Leash, I believe, a little bit, and all is well. Trance getting his free money attacking Bishu. He's not a Protoss player. Oh, he takes the mystic shot in the face. But all is well. All right, level 2 first for TDK for the AD carry. Looking, and you can see OQ walks around to the top side, doesn't get punished at all by Trance and Otter, and got a free Mystic Shot in. So you can see OQ, like, even just in like 14 seconds, we saw a good play right there. Walked up the brush, looked for some damage, got the free poke off, and walked back pretty cleanly. Seraph, wow, getting pretty lucky with these vitals.
By the way, that's changed in 6-2. Read the patch notes.
Gonna find another one. Riposte didn't actually get hit there, but does still trigger Grasp of the Undying.
I'm done talking about 6-2. It's not out on competitive for multiple weeks now.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting these Grasp hits on... A lot of people go Grasp, or everybody goes Grasp on Fiora now, just because it's pretty much the best mastery for her. You can buy
any melee.
You can buy a Titanic, yeah. I think they like Jax's sometimes do take it. Melee top laners, I definitely agree.
Kez putting some damage on Obvious, who tunnels away, and all is well for the Rek'Sai. But that means Scuttle goes over to the blue team.
No, but he didn't get the Scuttle. So he's foiled. Oh.
Ooh, good stun by Wolfie. Prevents a lot of the follow-up here. Could you get this auto? Nope. So already, by the way, massive lead right now for TDK in terms of winning their bottom lane. It's 22-6 in CS. TDK are absolutely slaughtering them in that lane right now. It's insane how far ahead they are already.
Wow, I wonder what happened. He just got pushed out.
So there's halfway runner turret, to be fair, but...
Oh, Trance is still level 1.
Yeah, he got zoned out really awkwardly. He never got around Tri-Brush.
Wow. Did he have to like walk the entire jungle route?
I think he had like roamed down to help with like the Calista Rek'Sai thing, or the Elise Rek'Sai thing, and then it just kept getting more and more awkward. And yeah. So once this wave dies, we can see the CS numbers, but it's going to be like 30 to 15. It's pretty ridiculous. There's the Rend. Okay.
Okay.
Plus 13 CS from OQ outplaying this lane.
At 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
That's 2 waves. He just missed 2 full waves of minions.
Yeah. No, it's... OQ's really good at League of Legends, guys. If you didn't know, he's pretty insane.
Yeah, a lot of people were scrimming TDK just to play against OQ, just to know what it's like, because a lot of people are saying that he's possibly one of the best ADs that is in North America right now.
I mean, that's an understatement. He's probably one of the best ADs in the world, period. Like, to be completely honest here. I mean, depending on how far you got on the list, but like, top 10 ADs in the world, there's a decent chance of that. OQ is an incredible player.
Obvious, hanging off on the side though. He's waiting for the opportunity.
And problem is, almost any route he goes for will be revealed by wards. You can just headbutt him out. I don't think this gank's going to do anything. And Kez is not the type to dive this turret here, so I think Obvious wasting his time.
I also think they gave it away. I think there was too much of a tell on enemy's side.
Played a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, a little bit too far forward. There was pretty much no reason for Trance to walk that far forward and try to throw out Qs over and over again. But it looks like Obvious is going to try to find a sneaky route in this top lane. But he's spotted. He's spotted by Kez. Yep. Kez smited the wolf, and the spirit went after him.
Yeah, so not much to do there. Even though Kez did go for the blue smite there, so he's actually got the chilling smite. It's still going to be a matter of simply using trinket wards to try to stay alive. So there will be a tracker snipe from the Rek'Sai, so ward advantage will be with enemy in the general sense. But with how wide the lanes are already going, this might not matter how much vision they have.
Yeah, if you're just winning the laning phase, but still, he's able to kind of keep tabs on where Kez is, but I think Kez is also in a really good spot, too. I think the smite on the Wolf Camp is something we actually don't see enough of. A lot of people in their first 2 clears will go after Raptors more often than not, or something that'll help them clear. So I think that's really good, and pretty much saved his top lane right there from being possibly pushed in and then the Rek'Sai gank from the side, because that one's always really hard to see coming.
I know it is, but yeah, all is well. So good smite there, Kez. If he's not buying the tracker snipe, then he's smiting for vision and getting it back anyway. So, you know, it's good to see like the little fun adaptations and ways to make it work. All that's going well. To update you on why the game was paused, Wolfie was having some computer issues. He's going to restart his computer. It'll be about a minute from now, and we would expect to be back into the game. So not too much to worry about, but we'll have to you know, wait for that to happen. I don't unfortunately have the screen in front of me, so I can't see the status of how the lanes are going. But yeah, OQ has already won the bottom lane. The mid lane was going pretty close to equal. Interesting thing to know about Lux, by the way, is detonating a spell as Lux and then landing an auto attack will trigger Thunderlords. The illumination passive triggering is 1 tick, the auto attack is 1 tick, and the spell hitting is 1 tick. So auto attack is literally Thunderlord's trade, and it's like, you have to be able to play around that, or Lux will just routinely outtrade you.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons that we saw Lux start coming back, was because of the fact that Thunderlords gave her another burst. She also got an AP ratio a long time ago. It's really funny, like, because she's actually gotten so much over time.
Yeah.
First off, her E, now you can detonate it mid-air, and then it'll go off.
And the cooldown tracks as you cast it instead of after detonating, which is a while back.
The Q does full damage on the second person and full root duration.
Yeah.
And the passive got an AP ratio on it.
It got a damage nerf, so like I don't know where it like balances back out, but
oh, and the shield now instantly applies the shield instead of after the cast.
Oh, that's
animation.
True. You are still stopped for a quarter second, but yeah, you can reflex self shield some damage in the front half.
So it's more reactive now. You can
actually like block things with it, because before I actually remember play testing Lux before we released her, and I forget what matchup I was playing, but I was playing Lux into something mid. It might have been like Vlad or something, and I was like, I can't block damage with the shield.
Yeah.
Like, even on like land pings, just like reflexes plus cast animations, like I can't block your damage. And then like 2 years later, we actually add that in. Other interesting Lux note. So you know, if you guys play Lux, that her ultimate will trigger existing illumination buffs on enemies that you hit, but none of her other spells do. I remember actually Shirelia, who's the Lux designer back when she was still with Riot, was like looking for ways to buff Lux. And I remember she was talking with me about like, you know, should we have more of the spells trigger illumination? And I was like, well, no, the entire gameplay is around like landing the auto attacks, and you just remove that gameplay entirely by putting it all together. You just homogenize the burst as a one-shot kit. The ultimate like just feels like an exception, where it's like you want to hit confirm Q into ultimate, so that like feels like a natural flow. But everything else, like you're supposed to be weaving in autos like as though you have a Sheen as part of the kit. And so Lux could have made her Q and E also trigger illumination.
Freak has saved all of us.
Well,
so
well, the thing is, like, way back in the day when there was such a smaller team and, like, the design team was, like, 10 people, like, I actually got to, like, have say in these kinds of things and could, like, single-handedly, not single-handedly, but, like I'd be, like, the only guy suggesting it, and they'd be like, yeah, good idea, and it would, like, go into the game.
Oh, yeah, you get to...
Back in, like, 2012.
You get to have a lot of power in terms of suggestions.
Speaking of power, Otter already knocked into the team, has to flash to get away from Cocoon, but will survive, and honestly, Summoner trade-wise, better for enemy. 2 flashes and an ignite for 1 flash, but Otter, yeah, he's safe under turret.
But he's still zoned out. He has to wait for this gigantic minion wave.
It's okay. Assuming he can last under turret properly, there's nothing that's forcibly denied. Those are going to be fairly easy to auto-attack, and then rending with Callista. You have to be mindful of your mana pool, but he has enough mana to last these properly.
Going back to the design point really quickly, Rek'Sai's burrowed Q almost had a slow on it.
I remember that.
Yeah. It got removed because I sat down with Jimmy, the designer, for a good while afterwards, and I was like, she doesn't need this. She has so many other things that make her good. You don't need this, because it would blow up too, right? So my ganks were, I throw my Q at the minion wave casters, and it blows up and slows them. And
that sounds miserable.
And you max Q first, so you had like a 40-50% slow by level 9.
Yeah.
So it was pretty dirty. I think like there's a part of the spotlight that had that in it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it had to get cut.
Yeah.
Because I chased down a Kassadin.
Yep. I mean, there's all stories I can tell about spotlights and how the production has changed over time. It's probably not the story for today, but yeah, sometimes you'd be surprised how late into development some things change, and you know, it ends up oftentimes being for the best. Kez, though, looking out for the bot lane. He already went and burned Flash to gank top, but Kenny, level 6, as is Seraph, flash up for both these guys, and he thinks he can make this happen, because the thing is, there's so many casters here, this wave will push down towards Seraph and will eventually make Kenny be overextended. But right now, Kez is going to grab his red and then maybe come back for the gank.
Yeah, but he can't show himself at the Wraiths because, of course, it's going to give him away. And now you have 2 people coming down here, both Trance and Otter, moving towards that bottom lane.
Because lane swapping out of the matchup.
Yeah, you also want lane swap out of the matchup, but you also get yourself dragon control again for that first dragon.
Kenny getting hit up, going to land. Oh, baby! Seraph with the riposte from practically point-blank range. That was awesome. Here's Kez. It's a 3v2, but no Malphite ulti.
Oh, man. I'm going to be so sad if they dive Seraph right now after that.
He just dies anyway.
Just, like, you make a cool play, and then I die anyway. So what was it worth?
Looking hella cool.
That was, yeah. He did look hella cool. I'll give him that. That was a nice dodge of the Q there on Bard as well, getting out of the way so that he doesn't get stunned against the turret. Obvious on vision clearing duty. He saw Kez bottom, so able to invade with pretty much no fear.
Yeah, even with his lane swap, though, it's not helping enemy very much. OQ and Bijou got to push the entire wave in and then recall. No one was top lane to absorb that golden XP, so like multiple waves got denied to the turret. And okay, they denied some from Seraph, but it actually bled more gold away from the map that enemy wasn't getting. And the matchup is still there. I mean, props to TDK for reacting in time. And now they're going to look for the play here. Do it. There's this flash. There's the stun chain. A whole ton of damage. First blood comes through. He never got the flash, but here comes Seraph. He really wants Wolfie. Flash comes across. Riposte! Gets him. Thank you very much. A 1-for-1.
Wow. If Wolfie had just walked away instead of doing something, maybe he could have made it out, but still, Seraph on the chase, picks up a kill, gets the counter kill. Oh, and Wolfie, that was the big
deck we had a little while ago, yeah.
Had to restart his computer.
But all is well. No, obviously, he screwed up his own CS. It's okay. Kez gets the rift Scuttle at the bottom side, 500 gold lead to TDK. The bleeding has stopped somewhat from this bottom lane matchup. I mean, it's minus 30 now, so it hasn't exactly gotten better by any means, but
The bleeding
Otter has
stopped.
more damage now and generally should have a better time last hitting under turret.
Yeah,
So
they're
even
just
if he
chasing
can
him
survive
around.
the lane.
He's just chasing him around. Wants this Ezreal to follow him wherever, trying to keep Otter down, which is important because last game Otter's Callista was a primary target, but they were unable to actually keep him down and really kill him too frequently.
True. He's missing CS, man. OQ keeping the pressure up, changed his build around this time around, adds more attack damage. The pickaxe on the recall. Thing is, he could have actually, instead of buying pickaxe, finished the Glacial Shroud, but he senses blood. He's going to beat people up, and I think it's right.
Yeah, I
Getting more
definitely think
damage
so.
here.
That was always one of the reasons that people didn't like playing the Ezreal was you back with 700 gold, you're just like, what do I buy? I go tier instead of, you know, double longsword, or you back with 875 gold, you got to go tier instead of pickaxe.
Yep.
And it never felt that great in lane, because even if you got first blood on the person, you don't get really to cash in on
Just
your
buy
advantage
coal,
now.
dog.
You you really want that tier stacking up as fast as possible. That was your reward, was you get your tier faster, so it stacks up in 19 minutes instead of 23. So it's a delayed power spike, so hopefully the game doesn't get away from you in like 15 minutes.
Yeah. Definitely agree.
So it was always a trade-off, but now people see a lot of power in the blue Ezreal, that it is the common build now. And I've always told, if you're a good Ezreal player, you can get more damage out of this build. That was the what I was sold
I don't think
on.
the math lines up, to be completely honest.
Yeah, because IE and like Infinity and
just like
all that auto
even
attack.
just like strictly going Essence Reaver or Trinity Force, your Q does more damage, as does everything else in your kit. You just don't have 7 million mana.
But you can't 1v5 while you do that. When you get slows, you 1v5. But speaking of 1v5, we might have 4 or 5 people down here soon.
They're heading down. There's a stun on a Bijou. Only level 5 on Alistair means no way of getting away. Oh, they almost... Oh, they can't. They can't ult the turret. There's already a turret alive. Kenny's gonna die for this. Huge mistake by enemy. Otter's gonna drop as well. This dive went from bad to worse. Obvious. Didn't get over the wall. Tried to set up a tunnel and it didn't go anywhere. Double kill for Lux. 4-1 TDK.
Ooh, that was just a series of... Enemy ran in there. They had the right idea, but you can't use your ultimate. You can't Tempered Fate a turret.
It's
That's
untargetable.
Tier 2 when the tier 1 is still up.
Oh, finding a Wolfie. Do it. Shields a lot of things. Trance shows up.
Watch out for Kez.
Guys, it's a 2 versus 2 at the very best. Trance thankfully doesn't get stunned, but here comes the Elise for the damage. Trance thanks his lucky stars that Wolfie stunned Kez, but nearly goes down, and he still does anyway. It's 3-1.
And this is the exact opposite of what was happening last game. It's 5 kills for TDK to the 1 of enemy, and enemy look on the back foot here. And Seraph, he has push advantage with that kill. He's 40 CS up right now, and the bot lane is also 30 CS up. TDK have a large advantage.
It's absolutely massive here. 4,000 gold up already. They're just running around the jungle, taking control of everything they possibly can. Obvious going to kill away Trinket Ward, but this bottom fight is just so ill-fated.
Yep. Tempered Fate. They think it's going to actually stun it. Trance going, dive, dive, dive. We got this, we got this. Wait.
Summoner heal produces Ren damage.
Yeah, Kenny walks up like, wait a second. That's, oh my god.
Just never realizes. And
then
Dwight just TP'd behind him.
Obvious, actually, he doesn't get hit by any type of stun. That's a Rek'Sai bug that happens every so often, where you won't tunnel through the entire terrain because you wouldn't have actually passed the halfway point of it. So your tunnel forms, but it doesn't actually completely go. It's when you actually use it in a strange spot. Because you know how when you flash over an object, it makes sure if you were going to go 50% or 51%
It's the same reason people fail flash.
Exactly. You didn't make it over the halfway point of the wall. So you didn't make it halfway over that polygon.
Ouch. Well, that's going to hurt him a little bit. And obvious, not making it over is a little bit sad. Bishu still chilling in his bot lane. Double the CS of Trance, crushing his lane.
Yeah, I guess I called it a Rek'Sai bug, but that one was not a bug.
Huh, okay.
Yeah. It's not what you would expect to happen, because when you see a tunnel, you expect to go through the tunnel.
Incoming Reddit video of someone getting over that wall.
Yeah, you probably can. But Seraph might be able to do this if his riposte is good.
Really wants to damage, flashes away, gets the knockup though. Kenny maybe saving his teammate. Obvious no longer has anything to get Vitals triggered off of, and they will knock down Seraph. So finally, enemy getting back on the board. punishing Sarah for the engage.
Yep, 3-on-1 there, but you have to wonder on the other side, what is TDK going to be getting off of that? Are they going to be getting turret damage here? Are they going to be able to shove some waves up? But they aren't rewarded with too much. They probably go for a dragon here, and that might be their pickup.
Yeah, minor pressure on the mid lane. 2 melees denied so far. Kez, though, yep, going to be able to easily solo the dragon here. Spiderling's taking a lot of the damage, and it's not going to be difficult at all to clear this thing away. You also see how far back enemies forced to play in their bottom lane, just giving complete control over to OQ. 141 CS at 15 minutes, 1-0 and 2. He's got himself 1 and almost 2 turret kills if you consider he's made a lot of progress on top before the lane swap happened. And he is just skyrocketing up on this Ezreal.
Yeah, that's a very quick Manamune, and his Iceborne Gauntlet's done as well.
Oh, geez,
so 15 minutes, Manamune, Iceborne Gauntlet, and that means his Manamune is going to stack up towards that Muramana. He'll probably have it at that 15-minute mark.
Oh,
or, sorry, 19-minute mark. I think it'll be a very fast one for him.
It is going to be insane. I mean, you don't even have full Blade of the Rune can get for Otter, and you have 2 full items from OQ already. This is ridiculous. Mid lane, they're close to equal in CS, so minion-wise, that's okay.
Yeah.
But of course, Duet got a bunch of kills off that really, really bad bot lane dive, so he's just one of the multiple beneficiaries of TDK in this early game.
Yeah, I think Duet got one on Trance in the mid lane with that last E, and I think he got that top lane kill on Seraph, or at least got an assist on it. But yeah, a lot of these kills have been going over to that mid lane, so once again, it's not Wolfie, but it's the other side of the matchup here, so it's pretty much just a flipped game, even in score, from the previous one. So
yeah,
that's Rift Herald though going over to enemy. I didn't see who got it. I believe it was Kenny.
We'll find out soon. Yep, Kenny's wearing the Rift Herald buff. He's going to do what he can to make this top lane happen. He is, of course, also down about 30 CS in his matchup. You've got a Ravenous Hydra Seraph Fiora, who's right now roaming around the mid lane, looking for maybe a mid lane dive here if they expect Xerath to defend this by himself. Wolfie getting chunked down. Cocoon just barely too short. Ooh. That means Oki's going to miss the ulti as well. They pretty much tossed a skill shot at the same time. If Kez stun landed, so would have the Ezreal. Do it. Takes some damage, but it's really going to be fine. Spiderling's minions taking some damage. All right, Baral ulti does not land much of anything. It does make the turret re-aggro, but Trance caught in the front has to get ulted away. He will stay alive.
Let's save Trance quite a bit here. In the future, I want to see what happens when Otter doesn't get the Callista and how Trance plays in comparison, because he actually plays quite an aggressive style where he likes to walk up a little bit further than he should.
All right.
Seraph, speaking of walking up further than you should.
And he loses the Q cooldown. Didn't actually trigger the attack, so doesn't get the refund. The run from Otter. He's going to do what he can to move his minions away. Mid lane should be okay for now, but it's getting dangerously low, and this is a concern for the enemy squad. 4,000 gold remains the lead. And TDK have minion wave control in a lot of places. Bot lane already pushed in. Mid lane, you're seeing enemy forced to clear them after TDK does. And Seraph's also pushing top.
And now that he has the Ravenous Hydra, that extra shoving power is really going to put a lot of pressure on Kenny. They both have TP up, but Kenny really needs to make TP plays as a Malphite. It's pretty much necessary. It's a necessity of having a Malphite on the map and being able to win a game with him. So the Fiora, though, you don't necessarily actually have to follow. Sometimes you can just push down 2 turrets, and it's the better play. Seraph's going to have a lot of pressure in this top lane, or pretty much whatever lane he goes to.
And that's the thing is, when you're ahead, you tend to get to enforce your style of gameplay quite a bit easier, right? Like, when you're ahead as Fiora, you get to push Malphite into his turret at all times. When you're behind as Fiora, you don't get to. When you're ahead as Lux, you can make them respect your push because you can one-shot people, and people have to get under that turret in time. And it's a tough road ahead for enemy here. TDK, I want to see what their choices are, how they're going to push this game in. You're seeing Kez push in with his wards. He bought a Sightstone because he already went for Stalker's Blade to make his ganks work a bit better.
Yeah, that's just Kez style.
Yeah.
Kez is a very vision-centric jungler. He always wanted to make the plays have as much knowledge behind them as possible before he made the call. Oh, there's the E.
See, yeah.
Oh,
okay, he walked back into 1, but yeah, there you go. You E in reaction, seeing the circle below you. Ooh!
There's the ulti.
Oh! Good flash to stay alive for Wolfie, but you can see the power of this kind of sort of chain CC and all the poke landing. Again, TDK are ahead. They make enemy have to react to their game, but even still, the CC can land.
Yeah, and Trance was actually standing in front of that Cocoon. I'm not sure which one landed and in what order, because if the Cocoon had been right before, he could have actually stopped the flash from Wolfie.
Yeah.
And he would have had to cleanse flash and to even avoid it, so it would have added an extra second on. Probably would have died.
Absolutely the case. So good heads-up play by Trance to try to body block it. In either case, Wolfie did flash and stay alive. Seeing minions getting pushed back and forth. Now Kenny versus Seraph, level 12 on both these guys. Teammates are coming first from enemy, and of course, riposte has already been used. Kenny does have ulti, but no teammates around close enough to capitalize on it. And Seraph will just keep that 30 CS lead.
OQ in the bottom lane, so there's no way he's going to be able to enforce this top lane or
Seraph is in
reinforce the top
danger.
lane. Yes, he is. Looks like a 3-on-3 in mid, and then it's a 2-on-1 top, where OQ is just going to be able to push bottom. So they're actually converging from TDK side on this tier 2 bottom lane turret.
Really smart by them. Really smart, because all of enemy went top lane to try to deal with Seraph up there. And the Bard was actually spotted by a Wolf Spirit, so they knew at least 3 top. So bottom tier 2 shouldn't be too hard.
But this actually demonstrates good communication between the team, because what you do in professional play, if you are pushing as an AD carry, you tell the other side of the map, I want to make a play here on this side of the map.
Yeah.
Back up.
Back up, stay safe, we got this. Bard ulti will save the turret for a little bit longer. That was the soonest Trance could have cast it to be in range. He had to walk all the way up from top lane. Bit of poke on a Bisu. And to be fair, top lane outer turret and all the farm did end up going to enemy, and the bot lane turret didn't quite die, so they get a respite and they'll stay alive for now.
Yeah, now it's only a 3k gold advantage, or sorry, it's still 4, but the turret difference is now only 2.
Yeah, well, they had traded, they got mid outer not long ago, and then top outer went down fairly recently for enemy, so extended trades here, looking for the play, do it, gets one half the shield, and the second half does not come in time. Wolfie gets the shots in before that second one can land.
Yeah, he just uses it for the harass a lot of the time, just to push that person out. And that's the wave clear, right? If you force Do It out of this lane, then you can get this turn.
Speaking of out of this lane, and zap, down goes the caster minions. All is well once again.
Yep, Do It is going to back though, but they do get that 15 seconds before anything else happens. Dragon is live though, and vision control once again. Kez.
TP used by Lux to get back into this one. They know to be very aware of what's happening with this one. Do It's going to run right up, try to get the wave clear, you can see.
Yeah.
Using the benefit of that E being uncooled early on, clears the casters. He wants to shut this one up so that they can be in position for a dragon. So TP burns specifically just to get your mid laner in position to stop a dragon attempt.
Yeah,
and get it yourself.
When you are trying to attempt a dragon, make sure that you have the push on mid wave over your opponents, because if you get that wave, if that wave ends up on your side, the opponents can counter by taking your mid turret. So that's why he did that.
Small miscommunication there by TDK. Do It went for the burst onto the blue buff. Kez didn't know what was happening. Kez actually ended up taking away the blue that could have gone over the Do It. Shouldn't mean too much. It's honestly okay. Plenty of mana on this Lux, who's got 40 CDR in items and already triple mana regen from the itemization as well. So blue actually probably not useful on Do It. Probably actually shouldn't go to him.
It gives him AP though.
It does give him AP, but at this point, you just probably rather give it to Elise. I would think.
Well, they have a second one though, so they're going to be able to get theirs here. But Seraph.
He shouldn't know. He just walks in and happens to sniff it out. That's incredible game sense by Seraph. I don't think there were any words that would have spotted this. Maybe they saw Malphite come down from top lane. I'm not sure, but still really incredible stuff there. Great stop by TDK. That could have been the way back in for enemy.
I just think Seraph, like you said, has such a great game sense. When they're making the play on the bottom side of the map, he backs up top because nobody's stopping them bottom. There could be 4 people top. I just like the communication.
Ooh, Wolfie, yep. He was smart to realize he needed to cleanse that. The binding hit, meaning the binding hitting meant that he was going to be in danger. They're going to burst, Do It down, and yes, they're going to pick that one up. Headbutt polarize doesn't mean much, and now they immune the turret, so there's no turret and no Ezreal. OQ now back in the fight, but a 2-man stun. They go for Seraph. They go for the burst. A 2-for-0 to enemy, and the red team showing signs of life. Great couple of picks. TDK was so far ahead, but they couldn't find a way back in to get farther ahead. Now maybe a re-engage. Kenny is low. Kez with that blue buff lands a stun, gets a bit of damage down.
You still don't have that much damage left. It's OQ who's still stacking up. He doesn't have his Muramana just yet. It's 23 minutes in, so it's a lot later than I thought it would be for actually converting over. But the
enemy changed exactly one champion of their team composition, by the way. The Poppy's gone, and some of that playmaking is gone from this, but it's really just them being able to play the same, hey, someone's a bit too far ahead. This Lux is guaranteed to die if we land skill shots, and just blowing people up. By contrast, TDK really haven't had those same kind of aggressive tools.
Yeah.
It's enemy with engages, TDK with split push, and to be fair, they have gotten some things done with split push.
Yeah, they have to split push, but they also have to disengage in the mid. And being too far forward, you get Malphite ultied, you get stunned, locked up, and they look for a pick there, but then the ulti coming down from Wolfie, and you're paying too much attention to dodging these. destroyed. And then when Seraph comes in, he actually gets stunned. I believe he still has Riposte. Oh, no. Riposte gets used across, but he gets stunned as he's stunning Trance, and then he gets stunned again by Wolfie.
So Trance perfectly times the Q.
Oh, he ate a Fate's Call that gave the stun Riposte as Trance was stunning him with the Q, and then he got stunned by Wolfie afterwards. So just a chain of CC. Despite using Riposte, it didn't even matter.
Well, we're seeing what the Malphite's able to do. It wasn't great in the solo lane 1v1, and you can see he's still down 40 CS as a result. The bot lane also down 40 CS. You're seeing, the individual mechanics of TDK and the way they're playing the lane matchups actually still really showing here. It's like, honestly, if you don't count the junglers, about 100 minions difference. Okay, it's slightly more than it is, but like 100 minions, like, that's roughly 2,000 gold worth of farm. Like, roughly the gold lead is because of TDK outlaning enemy.
1,000 in the mid, 1,500 at the bot, but then...
And some of those are becoming kills and whatnot. I mean, there's a 3 turret lead, that's of course some of it as well. A 1 kill lead, some of it as well. And then, of course, Rek'Sai farming more than Kez. Kez is not a very farm-heavy jungler. But yeah, honestly, a lot of these factors, like, TDK is ahead because of the laning phase, and that's still paying through. You're seeing OQ has Blade of the Ruin King. That item is done because he got so much CS. He wouldn't have that in this maybe coming fight if he weren't as good at League of Legends.
Yeah, they zone out from the start, and they've been able to keep that kind of buffer. They had 40 CS up on OQ over Otter, but it's been closed a little bit here. The 27 CS difference now.
Yeah.
But it's still almost a 4,000 gold lead. They're looking for more here.
Flash. Still gets chunked down fairly low. Bard ult, he's not going to hit anyone. It forces a bit of mispositioning, but really doesn't get paid into much.
Fiora in the top lane, though. Seraph, no TP, and he doesn't even care about coming down to that bottom lane. If he can get Malphite TP, he'll be in a great spot, but he's going to clear this minion wave fast.
And he's got decent wards. He's got one at the red buff, one to the left side by Baron, 3 pinks around Baron as well. So he can track if someone's coming up. Right now, no one is. So he has a lot of time to knock this turret down. Yeah, there's a recall from Malphite, but that's still a ton of turret damage.
Yeah, he also used a blue trinket on that tier, that was the inhibitor turret,
Very smart.
so that he could see when Kenny is running up and time it. So, despite it being a very visible ward right underneath the turret,
and Seraph still just running. He's not even really trying to battle Kenny right here. Pops the ulti, pops the Q, lands all the vitals. He's going to get a giant heal, but Kenny just doesn't take damage. Does not care about this matchup. Maybe I had it all wrong because nothing happened to him.
No mana left on Seraph, so Seraph, he could have kept fighting that, but he was gated by that.
Yeah, he burned a lot of mana pushing the turret down. He blew E and Q a couple of times to get the wave clear in faster and get the turret damage in. OQ.
Blue buff?
Yep.
He got it. Oh,
and he stopped a couple of recalls. OQ doesn't even need smite, dude.
OQ makes me want to go play a game of Ezreal.
And then you'll play it and you'll be like, why can't I do all of this?
Yeah, all I do is just throw the ulti to clear minion waves, but I'm going to go after some jungle camps now.
Oh, yeah. Just be as annoying as possible.
Yeah. You're like, people actually get tilted off that.
It's one of those things where you just say ... in team chat, and then you walk back to your lane.
No, then you give them 3 question marks.
Thing is, like, I don't ever blame a teammate for an Ezreal stealing something unless it's Baron and they should have had smite. Like if it's like a Baron or Dragon, that's on my teammates at that point. But if it's like a blue buff, I'm just like, I mean, yeah, you're Rek'Sai, you weren't gonna smite that. I get you.
It was like 700 HP too. Last number I saw was 732-ish.
Oh, you got some damage, man.
Yeah. It was a full one too. It didn't pass through anything to my knowledge.
Yeah, from what I saw. I think you're correct. Well, 4,000 gold. We're back at the same mark of gold, guys. 4,000 gold is the lead right here for TDK, but enemy getting back this mid lane first. Do it, losing a lot of health right now, and shield's pretty late. Mid lane outer will go down. Kenny postures for a play.
Bishu?
Big knockup comes through. He's going to pull in. Bard going to look for the play on this one. Kenny getting pushed around, but Seraph gets chain stunned repeatedly and deleted from the map. Of course, Do It low on health. Not really part of this fight right now. The front line takes some damage, but you can see the ability of enemy just to focus down the proper targets. Delete Seraph, OQ afterwards.
Riposte doesn't even matter. Riposte doesn't matter. He just stands there and then he's like, welcome to the bounce house. And he just keeps going up in the air. He can't do a single thing.
This is a misstep by Seraph, though, at this point. Once he realized that he's gotten deleted, this is, by the way, his second time getting deleted in a team fight, he needed to already switch to Titanic Hydra.
Yes.
That 500 health is a very big deal. He needs to realize that he has to be a bit tankier because he's not, these flanks aren't working in terms of one-shotting people.
Bishu, nice, but Otter pulls out Trance, which I think would be the best target to go for. But then boom, there's the knockup.
Bard.
There's the stun.
The Q.
There's the knockup.
And
hey,
then Malphite
you want
gets-
another knockup?
He gets Bishu as well to help guarantee he can't help. And then Otter gets the Ren before he lands on the ground so that he couldn't riposte Ren to damage either. He never had a chance to do it unless he saw the Bard throw coming in. And that's honestly hard to do because it's not that loud of a particle in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, especially on this skin. I actually think that the other one being orange just kind of jumps out at me a little more.
For what, Callista throwing people?
Oh,
or?
I thought you were talking about the Bard Q.
Throwing Bard in from Callista,
Bard.
because Bard
Okay.
comboed off Fate's Call
Gotcha,
into the
gotcha.
Q. So yeah, he couldn't have dodged anything except Bard ulti. Or sorry, Callista ulting Bard.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
yeah.
there
He could have flashed it, but
Yeah,
I mean,
that was what he needed
You don't
to dodge.
expect them to do everything to just you.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the only point of reaction he had.
Yeah.
Was reacting to Fate's Call. Everything else was chain CC'd perfectly.
It looks like he's just going to go for Spirit Visage next off of what's been happening to him. Just needs some MR, some HP.
Yeah.
The Titanic Hydra point, this helps him split push a little bit better and actually sustain against iKennyU in trades. So he still wants to hold on to it a little bit.
And you can see this damage is available. Like, he's life-stealing through it, has to force the flash, and Kenny ults away. So yeah, this is what you can do with this combo, of course, but it's still difficult to do. You're going to see plenty of damage do it, just drop down to 400 health. And again, Wolfie ults just to push someone out of the fight, but then can still cast his basic abilities. Do it's going to recall, he can TP back in, but TDK can't do anything in the mid lane, and this again makes me wonder, why didn't you just ban the Xerath?
Oh, Kenny TP'd in. Kenny just look for an engage.
He's going to save the ulti as long as possible. This could be the way. Oh, of course, no, he burned it to get away.
Yeah.
The fact that Seraph was able to win the split push battle prevented like a double kill from Kenny right there.
Yeah, OQE flashes away and even uses heal too. But that's going to be Seraph split pushing in the base. He gets the inhibitor turret.
I've seen this
Baron,
before.
Baron, though.
I know there's a Baron.
If they can stop him from doing Baron and poke him enough and stop the backs. Seraph.
Yeah, I think this is good for TDK. He's getting the inhib, and the team is coming in to fight this. This is a bit greedy by enemy here, and can they even stay alive through all of this? Otter burns the QSS, walks back forward to try to fight some enemy champions. Kez in the backline. Ezreal thankfully misses. Otter still taking damage, stays alive for now, and Seraph is still knocking down the base, by the way. No one's gotten their recalls off. Kenny finally on the way out, but they're going to lose maybe a Nexus turret, and no, gets stopped anyway, so Seraph is still pushing the base.
Oh, he gets a lot of damage on that turret, I believe, but he still didn't have the proper minion wave. They had pretty much a little bit left of the one from the inhibitor, but that all gets packed up. And oh, Kez was too far forward.
And Obvious gets plenty of damage. Kez can repel and jump onto the Baron. Obvious gonna walk forward, and no, he misses the Q, but one hit'll do it. Can't quite kill off Kez. Luxult! Not gonna matter. Zerathult does. That's what I went for. Wolfie gets the kill. 3-1 and 3. And Obvious looking for maybe a little bit more. No teammates in range, though.
But this might be the signal to go do a Baron now because the smite is down, so there's no risk. And you have Callista.
Bard ulted for nothing. I'm not sure what Trent's trying to do there, but he's going to get killed off,
wait.
playing really aggressively. Thankfully gets saved by Otter, but has to leave. Now Wolfie caught up by Seraph. That'll be a kill. Seraph getting a lot done now, pushing right back in for Obvious. Nice snipe by the Lux. Now Obvious in a terrible position, trying to run from Seraph, who does not land the Q, so the reset's going to be pretty late on that next Q.
Yeah, he also doesn't have as much movement speed as the burrowed Rek'Sai.
True.
So Steric's actually here for Seraph. It's not a
okay.
It's not a Spirit Visage, but it's extra damage. It's even more damage for him. Does have a decent amount of tankiness though, so that extra shield alongside the HP.
Yeah, it's a good tank item. It doesn't actually help his Q or passive because it's base AD. And those are bonus AD skills, but it will give him more auto attack damage. Again, that shield is really big, so it'll just help him in a general brawl.
It's the generalist Hex Drinker.
Yeah, basically.
For a lot of champions.
Generalist Hex Drinker, I think is a pretty solid way of describing it here. TDK pushing in for Baron here.
Rather risky, because you could just set it up and wait for them to clear super minions on the bot side, but now you have to watch for those smites. Seraph, though!
Going in, taking plenty of pain, though. Maybe a bit aggressive. That's the Sterix popped. Ren will kill him. He gets it. And then in goes Kenny. 1,000 health. Blue team gets Baron. A smite comes in just in time. Kenny will die. The ulti meant nothing at all. Enemy now forced to defend their base. Bot lane inhibitor, of course, dead. Holding waves in mid as well.
Obvious didn't get into the pit. Obvious, I think he got knocked out of the pit. I couldn't see that, but...
Might have been headbutt from Bisu.
Yeah, he wasn't able to actually get in. I was too focused on the HP of the Baron.
Yeah. But we'll get a replay of that steal in a second, I assume.
Or the secure.
The secure, yeah, sorry. I'm like really mixing words today.
No, man, it's all good. I'm the same way right now. Looking for it.
Okay,
Because
so we see obviously the top side.
he makes a tunnel.
Look where
So
Bishu's standing.
Yeah, Bishu.
Perfect
got
work,
it.
and then watch
Bishu.
this. He reveals and
Boom.
goes, no! No! Although, by the way, he smited at 45 health, so Kez did miss smite.
Yes, he
He either smited it down to 45 or at 45.
That's why I was freaking out. I'm like, it's 200 HP. Somebody do something.
To be fair, Kenny did almost steal as a result. Damage coming through, though. Of course, Baron buff on 4 members of TDK.
No top laners in this fight, and no TPs either, so just backing up. Dragon in 15 seconds.
It'll be
Baron buff on TDK.
It'll be drag number 3 for TDK, which is move speed, which is quite useful. And they're just going to stay on the side of the map, look for a blue buff steal.
Seraph gets a QSS just to deal with the CC.
Yeah, I think it's smart. He's got Merc Treads as well. I don't know how long ago he had that item, but he's definitely trying to deal with all the magic damage. Safe and secure Dragon. And TDK. Collecting themselves back from one bad mid lane team fight off of kind of a pick on a do it.
So, fun fact, you can QSS knockups, but you cannot move unless you have a movement ability. So if you QSS a knockup, like if you get Malphite ultied, you will fly into the air, you will remove the knockup effect, but you'll still have to wait for you to touch the ground. But if you QSS and then you Fiora Q, you'll immediately regain control of your character.
That's true. Did you know yeah, you're right. As an interesting note, unless it got changed, you can cleanse flash out of Blitzcrank hooks. Kind of same mechanic there.
Yeah, yeah.
If you get hooked, you can cleanse Arcane Shift, cleanse flash, and be like, just kidding, that didn't happen, guys.
Yep. You just have to be fast enough to do it.
Yeah.
I also believe that suspensions for Yasuo are similar because it's not a knockup effect, it's a suspension.
Yeah, so you can cleanse, you'll still take the damage at the end of it all.
Yeah. And then you can immediately move on that one, I believe.
Yeah. But I believe you're guaranteed to take damage unless you Zonias.
Yeah, so like if you're a Vayne and you QSS Malphite knockup, you Q immediately, and you'll actually regain control of your character and roll out of the knockup.
I did not know that, actually. All right, mid lane under siege. Of course, bot lane inhib is dead, and top lane inhib is dead as well, as Seraph knocked that one down. Mid lane easily going to lose their turret, and TDK using this Baron buff quite well. They've still got a little bit of time left on it all. Knocking down whatever they can. This will be a triple inhib. No chance. Enemy goes in after the turrets are already gone. This could be a huge risk. Knock up on a Seraph, but he doesn't really care. He's durable enough. Otter forced to run. So is the Rek'Sai. And IKenyu goes down a 1-for-0 so far. TDK, they want a little bit more. Bishu locked up for a few more seconds, but healthy enough on this Alistar. Otter staying alive. Pops QSS, tries to run away. He's going to go down. Kill goes through to Kez. Trance is next. It's a 3-man pickup. And then Luxo comes across. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be everyone. And that's going to be the game for TDK. They tie this series 1-1. That's going to be the BO2. Both these teams end week 1 with 1 point.
And Seraph, although he doesn't end up with the score he wanted of not dropping a single game, they still even it up and they go 1-1. And of course, Do It, not sure how much they've played with that guy in the mid lane, but replacing Ninja, it seems like something that wasn't completely planned out because he was an intended starter or listed as a starter for us. So TDK, they still make the best of this situation and they end up not giving 3 points over to Enemy. But Enemy, despite being a week-old roster with Wolfie, they seem to perform pretty well, especially in that first game.
Yeah, I think better than expected for a 1-week-old team, and it's like hard to say 1-week-old team because like the other 4 were around for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
so
they were starting to form them though. I know that Trance is a little bit newer. I know that Otter was around, and then I think they pulled on Kenny and Obvious in a pretty fast kind of manner, but Trance and Wolfie haven't had as much time as you would like for a roster. So.
Yeah, so it's an interesting kind of situation. Enemy also coached by FLICKR, if I have my notes correctly here as well. So that's another guy around, sort of behind the scenes for these guys. And I honestly think this is a bit of a blessing for Enemy. I think TDK come in as one of the big favorites of the Challenger Series here. Again, when you have a world-class AD carry like OQ, and you've seen Seraph qualify teams for the LCS and perform well in the LCS. I mean, the rest of Enemy is guys that hadn't really ever gotten out of Challenger. Okay, yes, Obvious qualified in Europe, so I'll give him that one. He's an LCS caliber player, but you know, there's really only 2 LCS players in Enemy where there's multiple high-tier players on TDK. I think right now they look like the team to beat. We'll see how the other teams, of course, fare in the Challenger Series, but I think an unfortunate game 1, the early game fights went bad. Kez invaded deep for Ward, Trinket Ward, Pink, and got caught on the way out, and that just started setting up a lot of great options here for the rest of Enemy. Game 2, though, they won the lanes as you kind of expected them to. A lot of course, very, very skilled players, and they closed it out reasonably well.
Yeah, and I think that they played their win conditions. I think that they ended up going with the split push. Seraph ended up getting a large lead and then ended up joining fights, dying, and then being like, you know what, I'm just going to take an inhibitor turret. We'll be fine.
Seraph doing Seraph things.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that was the right call from just the type of champion, the type of play style, the workout to their tendencies. So a Game 2 win for TDK, and joining us to talk about that game is their newest support, Bishu. Bishu,
Hey
what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while. So talk to me about this support transition. How long you been playing it? How much have you had to learn over the last, X months?
It's been pretty rough. So I guess I kind of started back when I was still right after I left Vortex. I was trying to pick up support, but I've never really played support in my life before. Like 3 years of playing, not a single support game pretty much.
So
I guess it was just really hard just transitioning because as a mid laner, you don't have to focus so much of the map. And just learning so many little things like the lane, because cooperating with your jungler, with your AD carry, compared to just doing my little thing in mid lane. It was pretty rough. So it's been about 4 months since I started playing support. And God, okay, I improved a lot. Like this is an new improved issue. It was pretty bad back then.
So what's it like playing alongside OQ, who's somebody that has a reputation for being great AD carry? Is there any pressure on you to get much better, or how's that been?
Yeah, it's actually pretty rough because there's obviously like expectations of this team, and no, and but it's an honor, honestly. OQ's really good. He honestly doesn't tilt, and he always tells me that it's okay if I mess up a play.
That's nice.
And it's an honor. I'm honestly honored to play with such a good AD carry.
That sounds like a really cool experience for you then. So talk to me about your team overall. Of course, OQ, like he's the guy with all the attention, right? This guy's a phenomenal AD carry. But talk to me about the rest of your team. Are you guys gonna crush Challenger? Like, 9 won the dream. Like, what's next for TDK here?
Obviously, we already dropped the game, but I think we're still pretty good as a team. Our team obviously doesn't have as much communication issues since we're all Korean. So
yeah,
I think we're still gonna go strong. I just hope I don't mess it up for the team, but yeah, I think we're gonna be good.
If you guys had a good support, would you be #1?
Yes.
So if you're not #1, it's all your fault. Bishu, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on at least pulling the game back out, and good luck with your support endeavors. Good luck with your season, but goodbye to Bishu. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go to the Apex versus Ember series. We're going to jump right into Game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. There, see? Fist bump properly.
All right, I got to come in halfway. I meet you halfway.
Obviously. Getting hit up, gonna land. Oh, baby! Seraph with the repose. Meant that he was gonna be in danger. They're gonna burst, do it down, and yes, they're gonna pick that one up. Headbutt Polarized doesn't mean much, and now they immune the turret, so there's no turret. Big knockup comes through. He's gonna pull in. Bard gonna look for the play on this one. Kenny getting pushed around, but Seraph gets chain stunned repeatedly and deleted from the map. And then Aluxo comes across. That's gonna be the ace. That's gonna be everyone, and that's gonna be the game for TDK. They tie this series 1-1.
Welcome back to the Spring North American Challenger Series. Hello, everyone. I'm Dominic Seda-Romer, taking over the desk for our final 2 games. You already know this guy. He's been around.
Taking over the desk, huh?
Yeah.
Save us from this tyranny. Hashtag Dom lose.
Oh, no. This is a mutiny. You don't get a choice in this one. But we're going to dive into our second series of the night with Ember taking on Apex. Ember has sparked curiosity with esports, entering the scene with a fully fleshed out organization, full coaching staff, a brand new practice facility, and hopes of fielding some homegrown talent in North America. That talent was in high demand last weekend as 3 Ember players actually suited up for subs for 2 LCS teams.
Yeah, their mid laner Golden Glue and top laner Solo subbed in for Echo Fox, and then AD Carry Law donned the red bandana for the Renegades. So 3 of their members seeing LCS play already while being on this team. While none of them were actually able to secure wins for their temporary squads, each player held their own, especially Golden Glue, who matched up well with Team Liquid's Phoenix during most of the game. There was that very last play, though, where Phoenix outplayed him. Lysandra Claw in, right as Phoenix uses Cassiopeia ulti, and then Golden Glue is off the map. So there's a back and forth game, but mostly in favor of the Echo Fox squad. So they actually had a pretty good run, but they didn't come up with a W.
Not quite. But on the other side of the rift, it's Team Apex. They're led by head coach Saint Vicious. This is not the first time that Saint will lead a challenger squad. Last year, he took Team Coast to the promotion tournament and won.
Yeah, he didn't just lead a challenger squad. He led a challenger squad into the LCS.
Yeah.
And it's not the first time he's done it either. He actually played on Curse Academy previously, and they made it from expansion tournament, and then they became Gravity. He also has one of those members on his team. He has former mid laner for Curse Academy and Gravity, Keen, on his team. So Saint's going to be coaching a guy that he used to play alongside. But, you know, Keen was always known for his large champion pool in the LCS and being the king of counter picks and loving that red side. He actually brought that Urgot in, and then he brought the J4 into the Ezreal Runeglaive matchup. So I like that fact that he's able to bring those out. And I want to see what he has on this season because we haven't seen a lot of like mid lane counter pick players.
It'll be interesting to see what he's going to bring. But also joining Apex during the offseason is their AD Carry Police, formerly of ESC Ever. In accordance with Challenger rules, former Imagine players Moon, Big Ol' Ron, and Big, formerly Baby, will get the start tonight in lieu of Chris, Xpecial, and Eve.
Yes, they have to run 3/5 of the roster that they took over for. Because you're not a returning LCS squad, you're a returning challenger squad from somebody who either failed promotion or is one of the 1 through 4 spots from last playoffs. You have to field 3/5 of the challenger roster that qualified for this challenger split.
Yeah, at least for this week. But in our first match of the night, Apex actually took the win over Team Ember.
Ooh.
The game got off to a slow start, with Ember up only 2,000 gold at 20 minutes. Ember used their pick comp to try and find fights with Lysandra and Poppy, and when they were successful, they controlled the map. This strategy got Ember off to a good start, securing Golden Glue a triple kill at 26 minutes and a Baron soon after. By 40 minutes, Ember had a lead in gold, turrets, dragons, and even Barons, but it all fell apart for Ember in one climactic team fight where Solo overextended his engage and died before the rest of Ember could collapse. The ensuing fight was a clean ace for Apex, who then pushed to the mid for the win.
Oh man, it's like you just told me a great story here about the entire game. But if you guys want to watch that entire first game, it will be on LOL Esports, so you can go watch that VOD in full to see how Apex ended up pulling out that win. But I think that Apex, we saw right there, 100% kill participation for Keen, and he played Victor. So not really the counter matchup champion or strange champion that you would expect.
Yeah.
But I definitely think that Keen has a lot in store here. He was an LCS caliber mid laner, and a lot of people actually thought that he was going to be on an LCS roster again. I remember seeing all of the threads and everybody talking like, where's Keen? Where's Keen going? It's like, oh, Froggen's been announced. It's like, oh, Alex Each is here. It's like, where's Keen? Where's the returning mid laner for Gravity? So
it really says a lot about his faith with this team, that he wants to go and play for this team, this challenger team. And while his opponents are not starting their intended roster, Lot actually thinks that Apex's success will come from their head coach.
I think one of their biggest strengths is that they have Saint coaching them, who's like, he's challenger himself, and he's like been a part of the competitive scene for such a long time. He definitely like knows his way around like how to actually like come out with a win. So I think that gives like whatever team Saint's part of like a good advantage.
Yeah, so exactly what he's talking about right there. The fact that Keen wants to play with this team being coached by Saint.
Yeah, well, Saint, this guy has been around forever. He's basically a fossil at this point. He's done everything, too. He's so experienced in pretty much every aspect of what you can do in League of Legends. He's played multiple roles professionally in the LCS. He's been a coach for an LCS team. He's been a coach for a challenger team all the way into the LCS. And he's also been a caster, a commentator, and an analyst. So he's pretty much done everything.
Yeah, he's run the full gambit. And it's exciting to see him try to bring these teams in and getting more and more players into the LCS. And I'm sure that we're going to see some more exciting play from them. They took game number 1. It was a very, very patient game for them. They were down for, I believe, the first 35 minutes, and then they ended up winning after one team fight.
And the big thing, too, is this is the substitute roster, and they just took game 1. They're running Big Ol' Ron, Moon, Keen, Police, and then they're running Big. The intended roster is not Big Ol' Ron. It's the guy who always qualifies for the LCS, Chris, from Coast. And then they're supposed to have Eve instead of Moon, who's the former Samsung jungler. So this squad, and also in the bottom, they're supposed to actually have a special. So this roster, in terms of individual skill or what you would think, is going to get better over time.
That's the assumption. And we can sort of see with these subs, there are moments of miscommunication. Big Ol' Ron, not so quick with his teleports, you know, Big, sometimes not so great on his positioning either. But we're in pick and ban, as you can see on your screen right down here.
This is actually not going to be too great, because we have Big, then we have Big Ol' Ron.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, if you want to talk about them together, it's like, oh, Big and Big Ol' Ron. Big and Ronald. Ronald, we'll call him Ronald.
We could call it Big Squared. The two Bigs going in. Is that an extra large then?
Ooh, an extra large gank.
See, I replaced Freak, but the puns are still. This is challenging.
I don't know if it's puns, if it's wordplay at that point.
Oh, well, there you go.
I don't want to call it a pun.
All right, so let's get this into this game. Bans, you can already see them on your screen. Lulu, Tom Kenshin, Olaf still banned away, and Gangplank Rising.
No Graves, no Poppy.
Yeah.
If you leave both of them up, you pick both of them red side. You pick Graves and Poppy, you double flex pick, you have no idea where they're going if you're blue side. I think that if you pick the Callista here early, you hope to God that this is worth it for Police and for your team.
Yeah. Well, this is exactly what we saw in game number 1 from Ember. If you guys watch the VOD, we're going to spoil a bit of it. Not that we've already spoiled game number 1. They got Graves, and then next pick they took Lissandra and Poppy. So it is kind of surprising to see Apex Gaming give that up once again. So Callista locked in once again for Apex Gaming. Again, that's for Police in the bottom lane. But like you said, that Poppy and that Graves are open for Ember.
What did they pick? Give me that.
Should have got a warm me next.
Hey man, I got the analyst. I got to see what they picked last time. So yeah, they did take the Graves and the Poppy. So I assume they'll pick them up here. First pick and second pick for Ember, because they're great flexes. If Contracts knows how to play the Graves jungle, then it's a great pickup right now in the meta. And I think that Contracts is a very young player who likes to carry. He talks about wanting to out jungle everybody in the challenger scene. So I think that picking up Graves here and making sure that you can actually win a game very quickly is good. But I guess they're just going to leave it. They're going to pick up the Elise for him.
Yeah,
okay.
Elise secured, and with that Elise That's going to be Poppy to accompany it. Likely in the top lane. We could see Westrice take it support. Maybe.
Yeah, you also kind of give up your hand here because you know it's Poppy top. Right? If you picked a Graves alongside it, it's a double flex. It could be Graves top. It could be Poppy top. Poppy jungle. Poppy support. Like, there's more roles that can fit into. So this seems like he just really wants to play that Elise and take away from Moon, whereas Moon's a pretty good Elise player. I'll give him that. Moon's a good Elise player. I think he also plays the Graves. I think he also has a really good Nidalee. I think Nidalee is the champion that Moon will gravitate towards more often than anything else. So don't know why the need to take Elise is so high here, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here on Ember's side.
Sure, we're going to figure that out soon. Apex Gaming, they go for their next 2 picks. It's Lissandra and Alistar. That Alistar, once again, is for big, but taking the Lissandra away from Golden Glue this time.
Lissandra from Golden Glue. He does play a good Lissandra. We saw it in the LCS on Echo Fox, but right now, he's not going to have the luxury of taking that. Going to big ol' Ron or Keen. They have a flex pick here for Apex. It's most likely for Keen, but I know that they like to save Keen's pick for later. And this is another flex on the opposite side on Ember with the Corki. I think the Corki flex is really good because that could be a mid lane Corki, and they already started up a disengage comp. If your core for a disengage comp is having Poppy, then you have at least Janna, you get to pick 2 AD carries. You could go Varus as your last pick for Golden Glue. You could go for an actual AD carry in the bot lane for Laud. You can even go for, like, you could pick Ezreal, and then you have 2 AD carries that are split damage, magic damage, and then AP or magic damage for Corki, and then AD physical damage for the Ezreal or the Varus. So they have a lot of options here. Or you could just go for a Victor for the opposite side.
That's
here
what we
for
saw
Keen.
out of Keen. He was unkillable in his last game, 90 CS ahead of his lane opponent at the end. And Graves similarly locked in for Police, the short-range AD carry with so much damage.
Yeah, so that's going to be Moon in the jungle with that Graves.
Right.
AD carry Callista coming down with an Alistar. That's a lot of engage potential. And on top of that, they have big ol' Ron, who's on Lissandra for flanks. So now you have to worry about what's in front of you with the Callista and the Alistar, and then you also have to worry about what's behind you when that big ol' Ron is coming from the backside.
Yeah.
So have to worry about that Lissandra.
And that was something that Apex did suffer from in the last game. They were playing reactionary almost the entire time. They had real difficulty engaging on the Ember team comp, and now Ember, they're looking for their last pick right now. Lux being hovered, likely for Golden Glue in that middle lane. And looks like he is going to lock it in unless we get the last minute. Yep, locked in.
So it's going to be a poke comp here. You have the Corki. It's very magic damage heavy, though. Corki Lux. Corki is basically almost all magic damage here. I'd say his split is about 70-30 in terms of magic to physical. Most of his poke as well, magic damage. So very magic damage heavy here, but not a whole lot of options here on the Apex Gaming side to actually build MR because you have the Graves and then you have a top laner that's not a tank. So nobody's really going to be trying to soak rockets here. Nobody wants to get hit by them at all. You don't have somebody like a Scion that big ol' Ron likes to play and just sit there and tank it for him. But no, I think the Ember squad is rather good, but I also think the Apex squad has a lot of burst to it. This is a comp that one person gets caught, you Lissandra ulti somebody, Graves throws out the Q, the R, and then Victor just laser beams, and that person is pretty much dead no matter who it is. I would even say that Poppy probably doesn't stand a big chance in that.
We'll certainly find out. But as we load onto the Rift, let us know if Apex is going to secure the 2-0 or if Ember will end this match with a tie. Tweet hashtag APXWin or hashtag MBRWin at LOL Esports to share your thoughts. And I am excited to see this game happen out once again. You know, Ember, again, they're looking for a couple of picks. They've got the Lux Binding, they've got the Elise Cocoon, they can try to find someone out of position, and those sieges with the Lux Wave clear, with the damage coming out from Corki rockets, could be tricky.
Yeah, it could be very tricky, but I do think that the engage from Apex could pose a big threat for him.
Yeah.
I think that Ember, they can't take it too lightly. They do have the disengage of the Janna and the Poppy, but Apex just have so many ways to actually get in there.
Yeah, we see defensive lines coming out from all 10 of the players as they line up. This is like a car commercial, you know, where you see the cars in a line and they all suddenly split out of the lane, and it's not just one car, it's 8 cars. It's just that synchronized movement across the map. So it makes sense. Oh, never mind. That was a car crash.
Just out of ammo for that last shot. That's actually the worst part about playing Graves is you come across a pink ward, you're just like, this is going to take me forever to kill. It takes you 2 reloads and a quick draw, or 3 reloads.
Unfortunately, Moon not quite clearing that out. He's spotted, and recall from Contracts gets him back into the jungle in time. Solo looks to give him a leash, while Lod and Westrice hanging out in the bottom lane to start off with the Gromp camp. I'm not Freak. You're not going to get away with that.
No. Sorry, I just get lost in it sometimes.
Okay, so we're not seeing any lane swap this time. Nobody's trying to rush any early turrets like we saw in the last game, where 4 turrets were taken before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
So we are seeing a little bit more standard lane matchups this time around.
Bot lane, though, I do think that this favors the Corki Janna. There's so much damage to actually do early on with throwing out the Phosphor Bombs onto the Kalista, getting those auto attacks with the mixed damage, as well as having the Janna shield on it. So from what I've been hearing about Westrice has been playing a lot of support, so it shouldn't be that bad for this. They are running Westrice, not their intended starter for this.
Oh,
look at that. Oh, the level 2
early! Exhaust is dropped. Lot is low. It's first blood for Big. Westrice is forced to run away.
Wow. So they just shoved up this matchup, and then they ended up getting it so early on. Oh, man. But yeah, that's the caveat to it. Like, if you're Corki and you're able to actually just harass and go back and forth with the Janna, you're good. But the all-in, well, of course the Alistar's going to win that, and the level 2 power spike. Can't think of a matchup that would lose a level 2 power spike.
Wow, great pressure out of Apex to start themselves off. We can see Golden Glue and Solo shoving out their respective lanes as Moon looks for his own jungle, and Contracts hopes to do the same. First blood picked up real quick by Apex. We'll have to see if they can make any sort of use out of getting that early gold onto Big and Police.
Yeah, it goes on to Big, and Police, he gets a CS advantage. He backs immediately to cash in on it. There's no real thing to accomplish with those minion waves. He's going to take the advantage he has, get a longsword for combat stats over his opponent, and then try to push that immediately.
Yeah, he's getting back into lane right now. Looks like a big wave is building for Ember. And already we can see Big running around. He's going to drop a ward to make sure he doesn't get any unwanted action. Moon actually face checks into a bush. Contracts get some good damage. It's traded over. He repels to follow. Contracts has his own flash. He dives for it. Contracts gets a kill, and a binding prevents Keen from helping.
And Contracts with the follow there onto Moon. Early Elise damage. If you get the jump on somebody as Elise, you pretty much win every time, even if it's a Graves, because Graves needs to fight you in the jungle to get those Qs off immediately. He needs the walls, and Contracts caught him out in the open, so there's no opportunity for a return burst, and to get rid of Spiderlings early too is really big, but wasn't able to do it.
Very unfortunate for Moon to face check into the wrong bush at the wrong time, but the right bush for Contracts. Looks like continuing to see some CS. Police only 1 wave ahead as he is trying to do what he can. Pink ward is going to be attempted to be cleared as everyone is skirmishing around. And this is a slow start to the game. It's the slow start was similar to what we saw in game number 1. So if we see a similar pattern, I don't expect much crazy action. Though the Elise is different. The Elise is a much earlier ganker than Graves.
Yeah, the problem with Graves is he's pretty much a farm jungler early. If you have a red buff, though, then you are a big threat. But Graves is beautiful because you can help dive turrets by throwing the W onto somebody, and then they can't dodge whatever your laner's skill shot is or your laner's approach. So he's quite good at that. Also, when you get somebody under turret, much more opportunity to throw out a Q and have it land and instantly blow up. But he definitely has conditional ganks. He's not as free as Elise.
Both of the junglers trade their Raptor camps. Looks like Contracts might be headed towards the bottom lane as he gets some very deep vision into Apex's jungle. But
yeah, the lane is shoved up very far, but they are going to see them with this ward.
Oh, they see it. There goes the
heal
tornado.
immediately.
Heal is used. Exhaust finds Police. Here comes Contracts. Apex body blocks the cocoon. He's still going to be the target. They knocked him back in under the turret. It's going to take a lot of damage, but here comes the teleport from both Big Ol' Ron and Solo to keep the AD carry alive.
Oh, the minion wave was there right then, so he was actually able to rappel to the front of the minion wave and get out of that extra turret shot. Oh man, I lost it there. I was like, oh my god, I thought Big was gonna kill him, but no, he saved him, and he almost got him. He almost killed Contracts. Oh.
Yeah.
But very calm, collected there. They blew a lot of summoner spells, though, on the side of Apex. But you saw Police, no hesitation to use that heal. And I've been noticing that. I think that that's a big difference between a lot of Korean players and North American players, is that they are not afraid, Korean players are not afraid, to use summoner spells early. We see GBM even flash on Victor very early. I think it's something that is really, you do it so you don't even risk it, right? He didn't risk it. He used the heal so that they get the movement speed, so that he didn't risk having like died and been like, well, I should have used heal there. So Police, former AD carry of ESC ever. Of course, he didn't get to play much. He played 2 games and he went 0-2, and those were their qualifying games for LCK. So the squad actually went 1-3, and they didn't make it into the LCK. So Loken was starter, and Loken played the rest of the games and went 1-1, so he couldn't save the series. Police is now here to craft his own success because ESC ever went on to win IEM Cologne. They went on to beat the fresh world champions SK Telecom T1 in Kespa Cup. They won 2 international events
immediately after not qualifying.
But they didn't qualify for LCK.
the LCK.
They're not good enough for the Korean League, but they're good enough to beat the world. So,
well, that team is distributed. Keen takes some big damage from Golden Glue as Contracts looks to put more pressure on the bottom lane, knowing those summoner spells are down. Meanwhile, Moon going for the invade in the jungle might spot out that Poppy jungle, or Poppy top lane as
well,
he looks
Poppy
for
in the jungle.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a bungle in the jungle.
Nope.
And that Poppy's looking for some action. Doesn't quite find it. As Golden Glue tries to shove Keen out of lane. He's got a pretty moderate CS lead.
Yeah, Solo, though, walking back up the lane, he's going to run into Big Ol' Ron, who has a level advantage. Gotta watch this, though. How does Solo play this? Moon's there, too.
Moon joins the fight, tries to get some distance between them. Flash, here comes the ultimate, and disengage. Moon flashes over the top of it. He's got level 6 and red buff burning. He's looking for it. Dash auto. Oh, he missed! He doesn't have it. He can't dash anymore, but he still gets the kill.
Oh, that was the max range there on the end of the line. He shot it just to the left of the turret so it didn't collide with the turret, but Contract's rooted.
He's looking for Moon, doesn't have a flash. Big ol' Ron, oh, barely gets out of it in time and escapes with his life.
Oh, man. Moon misses the R, but he compensates for it. But they knew that Solo was just walking up here. He picks up the shield for some extra HP, able to E away, flash charges up the R, and then Moon flashes right over it. And that was actually blind. He put down the ward right as that was happening, and he saw it, I guess, right at this end, but it was fast. There's the R, misses, but then end of the line, barely. Because that could have easily just been, oh, you know what, I'm not going to hit the wall. The detection's not far enough, and then it wouldn't have blown up that
Good thing
fast.
that fires out in a T, because that would have been trouble. Keen continues to take harass from Golden Glue. You can see he's down a bit in CS, but even opting for a defensive start with an early Negatron cloak. He's having some trouble, and last time he was up 90 CS over Golden Glue's Lissandra.
They took the Lissandra away, though, so Golden Glue wouldn't have it. And now he's just playing a free farm champion. Keen, though, Victor fast at farming once he hits some item spikes. You don't really need too much in the way of early AP to clear a minion wave, because once you actually get your E upgrade, it's quite easy to go after the caster minions. I'm pretty sure even right now he could just E the minion wave and maybe kill the caster minions. I know that Victor got some changes a while back that affect the AP scaling and the early AP of his core, his hex core. So it may not be exactly right now. It may just be like that one shot off. I hate it when you use an ability on the casters and then they like that. Ah! One shot away.
One hit
Stop
away.
It.
Oh my goodness.
That's when you back and buy a longsword and you're like, I'm gonna show them next time.
And then the wind waves get stronger.
Ah, it's like that.
Yep.
See? Just that's where Lux's Lucent Singularity is right now. He's throwing out the E, and look at those casters. He just needs a second E to kill them all. It's so sad.
The worst is when you get to the point where you can clear a wave in one spell. Uh-oh. Contracts once again gets the jump onto Moon. Cocoon combo. There's the amazing damage from Golden Blue. Not quite enough to net the kill, however.
Good communication there with Golden Glue, but now he gets control of the red buff here. Contracts could walk up straight to that red. He already has a pink ward on the other bush, so he can do this. And oh wait,
Flashes the wall for a knockup. End of line finds some damage, and Contracts repels to safety with the dragon, but he does snag that red buff.
Yeah, and he already had Golden Glue coming towards that side of the map because Golden Glue had seen Moon in this bush, so he knew something was going to happen because Moon was just hanging out. And then he walked forward far enough, and Big left the lane. Bot lane probably called that as well, so good collapse there and good priority in that mid lane, so Golden Glue didn't get cut off by Keen or anything.
Returning to lane solo with the Swifties, trades it out with Big Ol' Ron. Big Ol' Ron does have a bit of a CS lead, but it's a tricky lane against that top lane Poppy. And
yeah,
despite all of this aggression that we're seeing, roaming from Contracts, roaming from solo, like you said, Moon's mostly been farming. He's ganked top to find an overextended Poppy, but that's been about it.
Yeah, Moon actually has a quite interesting build right now because he didn't complete his jungle upgrade. He went straight for a Hex Drinker because he's so scared of Contracts blowing him up in the jungle that he just wants that extra shield.
Yeah.
And that extra MR to make sure that he doesn't go down in a burst. Because Contracts has lived in his jungle for a good portion of this game.
And we're seeing some remarkable coordination out of Ember. The fact that Contracts and Golden Glue are working together with these ganks. Contract shows up and Golden Glue immediately tosses out the fall. Alice Funk, and Moon is going to be comboed. Speaking of the two, Moon is going low. Contracts nets it, but he goes too deep. Keen gets a revenge kill.
Yeah, they pick up Moon, but they lose Contracts as well on Ember's side.
Just getting some damage.
Yep, just getting some damage, but Golden Glue, a little bit of mana left in the tank. He wants to clear one more wave, and then he's able to back. Blow it up on the caster minions. Make sure you have the E cooldown.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it.
The art. There you go.
Oh, he only got two. He got two caster minions for
worth.
Worth question mark?
Sort of worth. Oh, but he got his raptors.
Target secure.
Yeah, getting those raptors are very, very good, and especially since he's got the what is it?
Hex core upgrade.
Yeah, no, he's got the CS disadvantage right now. He wants to pad that and kind of compensate a little bit. I know. I got lost in I got lost in the Alacrity boots because he had picked them up so early. I looked at that. I'm like, oh, Keen has Swifties and Alacrity, which is a little strange. A lot of Victors will go for the cooldown reduction boots because you don't get too much cooldown reduction in Victor's build in the first place. He goes like Abyssal Scepter. Sometimes you go Luden's, Rabbitin's, Void Staff. You really don't come across any cooldown reduction. So those boots are quite favored, but this just looks like a run around very fast build for Keen. I mean, he loved Hecarim, so why not?
Yeah.
Everything needs to be fast now. He's just used to that speed. You know, when you drive your car a certain speed and you're just used to that, and then you have to go in a place that's really slow. You're just like, darn.
You end up pulling
off.
Go
fast again.
You pull off the highway, but then you still just coast it out for a little bit. Like, the light's not coming up for another quarter mile. I'll coast it out. Whoa, Moon going very deep. The Cocoon finds him. Oh, Contracts gets the kill before Golden Glue can hit him.
It doesn't even hit him. Yep, no assist going over. Moon, jungler for energy, not coming up too big this game. He's 1-3. He's every single one of his team's deaths.
I just saw Contracts looking to gank mid, and I was like, Keen is... Oh, no, he's so fast.
Yeah.
With Flash and Cleanse, he's so fine.
Well, he's got to be able to outrun an Elise that has Runic Echoes and Swifties.
Yeah.
So it's like a like as soon as he gets Dead Man Plate, that's like a 490 movement speed Elise. I kid you not.
Oh, my God.
It's a little ridiculous. We'll have to look for it later if he gets it.
Did you know that the Huntsman Spider in Australia doesn't run? It gallops.
How big is this thing?
Maybe to use the Imperial system, maybe a foot. Like
what? Whoa!
Yeah.
A foot spider?
Yeah, like this big.
Oh my God.
They commonly hunt birds and small mammals.
Oh my God. I can't do this cast with you anymore. What?
So Contracts is going full Huntsman with this.
Oh my God! This is why you're no longer in Australia. You saw a Huntsman spider.
Those things are huge.
I figured it out.
Apparently
ran
they're
all the way here.
Apparently they're really nice to people though. they're very territorial, but they know that people are big.
That sounds like a Huntsman Spider wrote that. It's like the Huntsman Spider.
Editing the Wikipedia entry.
We are really nice to people. Come closer.
Oh, man.
We don't bite you when you pet us.
Like, so Dragon's being picked up by Ember right now, but I just want to say the way that they hunt isn't with webs. They climb up high and drop down onto things. So they'll
Wait, what? No, that's even worse.
And then if they miss the drop, they will gallop after.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
He's rubbing his legs right now because he's keeping his feet off the ground.
I'm checking the rafters.
This just got real National
I'm afraid of
Geographic up in
spiders.
here.
So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Arachnophobia is the thing, man. Irrational fear of spiders. But that is a foot spider, and that's not irrational in my book.
That's a pretty rational fear, actually.
Yes. Yes, it is. Anyway, rational fear in this game is going 0-2 for Ember. And then getting 0 points for the week, but they want to split. You want to keep Apex down, because right now, that other series split. So the only people, everybody has 1 point right now.
Yeah. Soon we will find out if anyone can get more. Golden Glue continues to shove, clearing that wave out as quickly as he possibly can. So many Swifties picked up. Abyssal Scepter for Keen, and Rod of Ages completed for Big Ol' Ron, while Moon continues to farm contracts. He's ready to start galloping in.
Oh my god. Contracts is coming around this corner, but there's also Golden Glue.
Oh, wow. Keen finds Golden Glue out of position, turns onto Contracts. Here comes the teleport. He flashes to get away from Big Ol' Ron, who decides not to pursue, and Solo cancels his TP.
Yeah, Solo's going to be able to push this mini wave out, and it's going to be a long time before anybody gets back up to that lane, so it'll be a little bit of lost CS there, but Poppy, not really the best wave clearer in the world. You do get to Q this, though. That's a big wave. Oh, and he's just going to continue to push, so Big Ol' Ron, there isn't even a dragon to take. They're going to have to make a play on this bot turret or mid turret to actually try to even this up, because that TP was much better from Solo because of the cancel. Oh, they do have to dive.
Oh, Golden Glue. No chance you're going to get away from that Sonic Speed Keen.
Oh.
Catches up and picks up the kill. Got to go fast.
Yeah, what was his movement speed there? That was like 400 and something. He's super fast, though, because that Lux cannot outrun him at that 390 movement speed that she's got. And also the fact that there it is, 419. Just one short.
Looks like they're trading turrets right now. The top tier one was taken by Solo, but Apex answer by taking the bottom tier one and shove very quickly onto the tier two. Big, zoning everyone out as best he can, chunked down to half health. And Cocoon is going to miss. The tier 2 is taken. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Apex.
Yeah, they end up getting an extra turret out of that, and they end up getting a kill because the Golden Glue goes down to Keen in the mid lane. So Keen now has that 2-kill advantage. The Abyssal Scepter completed, and he is well on his way to just clearing minion waves for the rest of the game and not losing much of anything. But this turret will go down.
Yep.
And that's evened up once again. Exact even gold here. Yep, popped up again.
Ember with a quick rotation. Even it right back up in gold. And this is similar to what we saw in game number 1, a very even-paced game. Rift Herald now being secured by Team Ember. Both teams got a taste of the Rift Herald buff in game number 1, and they weren't able to do too much with it. This time, though, it's going over to Laud, whereas last time Contracts on Graves had secured it for faster jungle clears.
It gives you movement speed, makes you back faster, and it also gives you that extra 10% increased damage. So more often than not, you want to give it to a lane that is facing another lane that doesn't have wave clear, because it doesn't give the minions defensive bonuses. But I do think that that is a good person to give it to here. And Laud with the 10% increased damage, definitely worth it. But he's going up to the top lane by himself, and there's 4 people here.
Yeah, this is a very quick rotation from Apex to try to take out the top tier 1, making it 3-1 in turrets. Big Ol' Ron's already bottom to catch the bottom answer from Solo. And it's a 3-2 turret in favor of Apex when this goes down. I think he's just trying to deny some CS here.
Yes. Usually what you want is the minions to attack the turret instead of other minions, and then you kill all the minions.
Whoa,
Oh.
Contracts gets chunked out by Moon, who gets some revenge. Contracts might be looking to turn this around as Moon continues to take some punishment.
Oh, there's a slow.
Yeah, Frost Queen's claim is going to spot out both Keen and Moon, so they know that Keen is in the mid lane. Solo might be looking to collapse on him from behind.
Solo is looking to collapse on him, but he was pinged out by Big Ol' Ron. that his location is near there, but they don't have vision of Keen. They don't know how far he actually backed up.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to play it safe.
Yeah. Victor wave clear. Yep, of course.
Good thing that's not a dash.
Yes, Poppy W blocks dashes in our game. It does not block blinks. So Flash, taking Lysandra E, Ezreal E, all are blinks in our game. Dashes are things that are sometimes not even dashes. Tristana jump is a dash. Thresh Lantern is a dash. That's my favorite, by the way.
Magical Journey.
Magical Journey is a dash.
Yep.
You can knock somebody with Poppy W out of a Thresh Lantern. So if they're taking it and you're in the,
oh man,
if you intercept it, that's my favorite.
So cool.
That is my favorite.
I think the funniest one would be if, like on Magical Journey, if you knocked out multiple people. Everyone was just trying to get out of the pit, and then dunk, 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 dunk. That's some high-value spell usage right there. Ember looking to put some pressure on the top lane now as Lod shoves pretty hard. Westrice and Contracts look to help him out. Big ol' Ron looks like he's on his own to defend that tier 2.
Yeah, 3 to the top here. Next minion wave is actually going to crash in very shortly. Of course, it's actually a formula. When you are denying minion waves, you want to attack the minions yourself under turret, and that's if nobody else is under it from the enemy. But if there's somebody else under it who's an enemy, you want to attack the turret and get as much damage as you can. So it's a conditional thing and situational for which one you go for.
Enemy already played on our first 2 games.
Yeah, thank you. You are, like you stated before, you are not Freak.
Yes, yes. It's
you're better than this.
Important distinction. Dragon #1 secured now for Apex. Ember did secure the first one. Moon gets caught by a long-range cocoon. He's still got that Hex Drinker, though. And did he just clear all of those?
Yeah, give me the money. He robbed him.
That's only like 5.
Graves the Outlaw.
That's illegal in 17 countries.
But I mean, I'm a fan of his right now because he just killed a bunch of spiders. So yeah! He's also got my last name, Moon.
Yep. Looks like bot tier 1 is left undefended as Solo shoves a wave up. Little late answer from big old Ron. He's not going to burn his teleport. Solo, oh, we can't get the minion wave under the turret. Come on, you can do it. He's trying. There he goes. I don't know that he's going to be able to get this turret, though.
He has an extra minion wave. We'll have to see. He will probably be pushed out by big ol' Ron, but if he wants to stick it out and he thinks that he has enough, but the thing is you don't know where Victor is right now. You don't know where Alistar is. He hasn't seen the Victor just yet. And so he has to back up. But that's the whole idea. Is it's always how many people could there be? Because you don't have vision of them.
Speaking of vision, we're not seeing quite a lot from Apex. Ember have got a few forward wards and vision control over the Baron pit, but Apex on the other side, they've just got a couple of defensives wards near their blue buff to make sure they're not going to be invaded.
Nice little pick strategy here. Contract sweeps it out. Westrice, they're standing on top of a pink ward, and they have the package for Lod. So if anybody walked up, they would instantly be collapsed on in a quarter second.
Yeah, there goes the light binding to find Moon. He dodges it. Meanwhile, big old Ron did seed over that tier 1 turret to Solo.
Ooh. So Big swept that bush that had the pink ward in it, and he doesn't have upgraded sweeper, so it's like, I don't think it keyed him off that there actually was something in that bush.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ember continue to play around this Baron pit, looking for those picks, Contracts, waiting for someone to walk into his web. Or if he's a huntsman,
oh my god,
get under his perch so we can drop down from above.
Like, every time you do it, I just imagine it happening, and it's scary.
Golden Glue takes some punishment, gets chunked out by Keen. Could be opening a bit of a window. Moon looks like he wants to trade with Contracts, but just doesn't have enough.
So Moon was the person that, during his Challenger run, he had been a much lower ELO right before, and then he had been like Diamond, he wasn't even Challenger, and then before that, he was like Platinum and Silver. So he just climbed very, very quickly over the seasons and put in the effort. But Contracts is a jungler that's only been playing competitive for 3 months. He is 16 years old. He's very young, but everybody is saying he's mechanically gifted and he has a great game sense. So people were comparing him to Dardoch, and Contracts has basically been saying since Dardoch is no longer here, that the competition is much, much worse in the Challenger Series. He's playing against Obvious. He'll eventually be playing against Eve. So there are a few challenges for him as things go on. But I definitely think that he's a very, very skilled jungler. And the Elise pick over the Graves, he seemed to pick it for a reason, because the Elise is going to be able to CC the Graves and play into it rather well. So I apologize for doubting him in Champions League. I just think the flexes are so strong.
Well, it's also an answer from Apex. In game number 1, Ember, they took pick after pick and used those picks to spiral into an early and mid-game advantage. But now in game number 2, Apex have got proper vision. They're not letting themselves get picked off aside from the first 12 minutes or so. And they're starting to respond more appropriately. Golden Glue gets his blue buff, Keen. Oh. Playing will fire with the edge of that Lucent Singularity, but won't get hit too much as Spooky Ghosts are going to spot Big Ol' Ron, and I believe Apex as well. He's under that little vision umbrella of Alistar.
2 members roaming Moon and Big, trying to get vision contracts. Just Big just ran right by. Big didn't care.
Oh, there's a Pink Warden here. Now he knows.
He is pushed up rather
West
far.
Rice is very far forward, forced to flash the wall immediately. They pull the trigger. West Rice could be caught out, knocked into the enemy team. Monsoon buys him time, approximately 0.2 seconds of it.
I don't know what he was doing there. They saw Big previously off right on the side and immediately caught out, but I do think that if you're going to pick on anybody in this game, you pick on West Rice, because he's not as familiar with the role as you would want him to be.
Big, very far forward, tanks enough and buys enough time for the mid-tier 1 to go down, but Solo split pushing in the bottom lane, looking for a tier 2 turret. Looks like that Poppy wave clear is just starting to kick in. As he bops hammer after hammer into the ground. He's actually going to take this tier 2, but here come the rest of Apex.
Oh, Iceborne Gauntlet is so strong on Poppy, but he has to go.
Situation. He lands the stun.
Throw him
Police
away.
dodging from the outside, knocks Lissandra away, looks to turn onto Police. Can he get this kill? The Rend stacks are building. The Rend is too soon. Solo, he actually flashes out of this. Ron can't catch up. Here's Big from the far side. The great escape as he's knocked back in. Big waits out the AoE field to knock him into the team. He's still alive. Finally goes down. Forces Big Ol' Ron to ult himself out.
Yeah, he had to ult himself because he wasn't going to be able to get out of the slow, and then the Poppy second part of the Q, the Hammer Shock, would have killed him. It was very, very close to, so don't risk it.
Oh. Keen trying to recall just outside of vision. Gets tickled by West Rice while Contract steals away the Wolves from Apex. With 3 members in the bottom lane, Ember don't seem to be able to take too much else on the map. That's a free kill for Apex, though they did take that bottom tier 2 turret. And Dragon has now just respawned. This would be number 2 for the 2 teams. Contracts with a quick recall.
Yeah.
Gets his Deadmans and his Locket of the Iron Solari.
So Dragon 2, not that important. You would get it in case you want to go for a Dragon 5, but I don't know if they'll fight. I don't know if they'll actually just give it up, but it's kind of the whole, we'll take it if it's available, because all the tier 1s are down, so there's nothing really better to fight over or to push. But it really becomes a, I wouldn't even say secondary objective, it's kind of a third on people's lists, because you want to bait Baron, you want to push waves, but then Dragon is pretty much the one where if they want to fight you for Dragon 2, that might be foolish of them, because it's just Dragon 2, right? I never sit there and go, this is Dragon 2, guys, we have to fight them for Dragon 2. Ah! No, you pretty much just give it over.
Yeah, it looks like Ember are going to be the ones to take it. As you mentioned, Dragon 2 secured with little conflict from Apex.
Yep.
Though there is a teleport flank. Big Ol' Ron home guards in. Golden Glue flashes. Let's see if Big Ol' Ron can catch up. He turns now. This is a lot of damage. Doesn't even get to use the Ice Tomb flash from Moon to try to keep himself safe. Solo turns it around. Big gets pulled out, and Moon is left to fend for himself. It's 5v4 now for Ember. Oh, but they're turning further forward. It's dodge. Moon, the Hex Drinker keeps him alive. There goes a lot of damage trading. Now Solo goes forward. They net another kill onto Big. Solo's not done yet, though he does take a lot of Rend damage. Now it's 5v3.
And now that might be a Baron here, but you still have to worry a lot about this Victor damage, because Keen, if he shows up to the pit, he does have a lot of damage to deal.
a scary situation. Baron being attempted. Monsoon to keep them healthy. Callista is adding those Ren stacks. No, she's not. She's on the other team as they look to join and fight it around. He gets knocked away. Police might be trying to answer this. 1v5. Poppy is trying to zone it out. Kiting outside of range. Knocked back. Moon looks for the damage. Can Moon get it? No. It's secured by Contracts, but they're all in the pit. West Rice is low. They turn now. Police is able to drop Solo and Apex. They're looking at Ember like fish in a barrel. Contracts tries to bully his way out. He goes down. The Binding finds it, but Golden Glue doesn't have any mana. Laud backs away with West Rice.
So 2 members survive from Ember. They give up so much to get that Baron, and they just barely make it out. No flash is available for them. Oh, man. So this is going to be Apex pushing down the mid lane. They'll get this mid lane tier 2, and that's 40 seconds on Golden Glue, 40 seconds on a large portion of the wave clear. So they're going to have to rely on these buffed up minions that have a lot of defense, but they also have to rely on Laud trying to clear these waves with his rockets and his phosphorus bomb.
And the wave is cleared nice and quick. 4 members of Apex looking for the inhibitor. Laud pokes it away. He clears out most of the minion wave, but it's not enough. The inhibitor turret goes down. The inhibitor being sieged by Apex. They're going to be able to take this down just as Ember respawns. Knockup finds Police. He doesn't have a lot of move speed.
Oh, wow.
But he's got enough to get out with his life, though. Here comes Solo and Contracts. Oh, man. I was really hoping he would just flash the wall and go in.
I don't think he had it. No,
he didn't.
No. Yeah, it's one of those desires where it's just like, please do it. Just make a play.
Yeah.
But no. But that's going to be Apex actually taking a lead by about 300 gold here. The minion wave, though, on the bottom side of the map. Keen. Oh, it's Challenger. You got to get the satisfying wave clear.
Huge.
Do it.
There goes.
Oh. It wasn't as good, but.
Were you expecting him to drop the Chaos Storm?
No, I just wanted the perfect, the perfect death.
The perfect death. Calm down, Jin.
Death.
Calm down, Jin.
Death ray.
Laud now looking for the mid-tier 2 while he's got a minion wave. Baron buff still on them for another minute and a half. And the mid-tier 2 is taken. Yeah. Apex slow to respond. They have to give it up.
Well, they had to clear out that gigantic bottom wave, and that's your wave clear there. Big ol' Ron sent to answer top. And there's still 2 Baron buffs on the side of Ember, so that was more than enough to push. Big ol' Ron, though, he might be caught. Oh!
Very far forward.
Whoa.
Is able to escape from the combo of Solo. Yeah. Takes a bit of slow.
He, like, slipped over the rocks there. It was like a little bit of a ledge.
Just able to make it over the far side. Ember with the faster rotation, however, get their Baron minions onto the tier 2 and take it out. But Apex look to pull the trigger. Ron leads the charge along with Big, but they don't pull the trigger.
They back all the way up, and they're going to back. What's the next play here? Moving through. Baron buff doesn't have too much left on it, but not everybody got to back. But I don't know how much they're going to actually be able to chase this. Moon gets slowed.
Ice Queens finds him. Contracts, waits outside of vision. He doesn't know. The binding narrowly misses. Cocoon does find Moon, but 5 members of Apex are here. The 2v5 is not in favor of Ember.
5 members top. Baron buff pretty much, I believe, gone at this point. Yeah, it's gone. And that's going to be a siege in the top lane. You have to rely on Golden Glue's wave clear to stave this off, but then at the same time, in that mid lane, oh, nice there.
Lots of damage dodged by a quick cleanse.
Yep, QSS there for Moon. But that's going to be Iceborne Gauntlet. You have to watch out.
This is a lot of damage. Solo, he's barely tickled by this.
Yeah, he is big. Poppy top with this many items is rather scary. And he's also, I believe, at the threshold where you can 6-second CC somebody.
Oh, so what?
Yeah, Poppy. When you have max rank E, it's a 2-second stun against a wall. So you stun them, and then it ends up being a, I believe it's a 6-second cooldown. Wait, it ends up being like a 5-second cooldown when you have enough CDR. So what you end up doing is you E them against the wall, then you W on top of them so that they can't use anything except for flash. You insta-tap R, you snap cast it, so it's a 2-second knockup, and then you spam E on them again. And you slam them into the wall. Hanser did it against Huni.
Yep.
It's the 6-second combo for Poppy. You need a certain threshold of CDR to do it.
Wow, very impressive. We'll see if Solo can pull it off. Golden Glue teleports to his minion wave to make sure that it doesn't shove too far forward. Having a bit of trouble with those Baron minions, but with the rest of his team waiting in the wings, shouldn't fear too much pressure from anything that Apex could pull out. It's now a 3,000 gold lead for Ember, though Apex does have the kill lead in this set. Moon, once again, rides the Frost Queen's claim to safety. And so, big ol' Ron split pushing in the top lane. So it is a patient waiting game for the two of them as, again, Ember looking for those picks over and over, not quite able to find them.
Yeah, impatient waiting games are my favorite, though.
Impatient waiting games?
Nobody wants to wait.
But they all pull the trigger. This is Dragon 3 now for Ember. They get the fast track to it and burn it down. No chance for a contest from Apex. Westrice goes a bit too far forward, but gets out with his life. Big takes some punishment. Contracts lands a stun as well.
Yeah, just delay them so that big ol' Ron can get a shove on top. They have the inside track on it, though, on Ember's side, so... Whoa! He's used the package actually quite effectively. The previous one, he cut off just big ol' Ron from the rest of the team, and that slow that you leave behind is a 90% slow. So nobody's able to cross it, so he cut off the rest of the team. And that one he used just to get around the map faster, so I think it's an effective usage of it.
The tier 2 turret is secured by Apex. They don't even need a minion wave at 36 minutes into the game, bringing it to 7 turrets in favor of Apex, 6 for Team Ember. And the mid inhibitor has just respawned. So aside from that turret, it's just about even between the two. Now Baron's up in 50 seconds. We see a very big Poppy, very scary Lux and Corki. Ember are building up, but Apex, they're hot on their heels.
Oh, it's funny because you say it's a big Poppy, but it's 0, 3, and 1. But he's just so tanky.
Yeah.
And then Poppy base damages are very high and percent HP based as well on the Q. So you do have to kind of figure out who you go after here, because the Poppy is still a very large threat, but it's so much HP to burn through. You see 4,000 HP there, plus all the resistances, 223 and 195 for armor and magic's resist respectively. But as Poppy gets lower, her W doubles her bonus resistances that she's getting from the extra bonuses of having the W. So she becomes a little bit tankier, not the same type as before, but a little bit tankier as she gets lower. And then Sterix activates. So Poppy's still going to be doing a lot of damage to your back line and your front line, but you do have to worry about her at all times.
It kind of creates the Singed conundrum, where Singed gets to the late game, it's like, we can't kill him. Well, do we leave him alone? No, because he'll kill us.
Exactly.
But we can't kill him.
Sometimes like a Fed Mundo as well.
Yeah, the Mundo conundrum.
Kill everybody else, we'll clean him up later.
Exactly.
But he killed us all.
Does anyone have Ignite? No? Well, I guess we'll just ignore him for now.
Yeah. It's like, let him do his thing. He'll run out of steam. Just he'll cool off later.
Looks like we see some skirmishing between the two teams in the mid lane, 4v4, as Solo and Big Old Ron split push in that bottom lane. Both have teleport. Nobody wants to take any chances. And really the two teams are just kind of wrestling for control. However, Solo does roam up. He finds Callista all by her lonesome and is able to zone her away.
Little worried here for the Apex squad, because they're all about getting that back line and bursting. And Graves didn't get off the ground. Graves 1 and 3. Keen did, but Solo's in a good spot to deal with Keen and just dive him, charge up a hammer in front of his face, and get him out of the fight. So you do have to worry about the damage output from Apex and their ability to blow up Ember, because Ember has more poke with the Lux and the Corki. And it's hard to get engaged on them.
Seems like we've met a bit of a standstill. Nobody wants to pull the trigger. Nobody's getting caught out of position, so we've just got a good old-fashioned standoff. We're seeing spooky ghosts roll down the mid lane like tumbleweeds in the Wild West.
We're seeing 6 items for both mid laners here very shortly as Keen completes whatever that needlessly large rod is going to be. It could be a Ludens, but I assume
Solo's playing a dangerous game. But
he's super tanky.
Yeah, decides to back out. Apex actually get the fast track to mid lane. The only person to defend it is Westrice. Bit of a misplay from Ember. I guess they expected Apex to go for the Baron. But why bother? in open inhib and no wave clear. Though
Yeah, but
Moon does
Solo from the
find
back.
Keen. They try to split it up. Alistair's knocked away.
Moon.
Solo goes in. Moon is low. They lock the CC down. It's not enough AoE just yet. Big ol' Ron's buying time as a fake tank. Big has rejoined the fight. Solo knocks him around. Zanya's Police is able to drop Solo with a huge rend. They look for more. Big with the flash knockup finds Laud and Golden Glue. He's knocked in. Westrice goes low. He goes down to Police and Cocoon finds him, but Contracts can't go in. Laud running for his life under the inhibitor turret. There's so low health. He drops to Keen. It's 4v2 right now. Apex might be the first team to go 2-0 in the Challenger Series.
And they come up with a huge fight there. Big ol' Ron backs just a TP back in to try and end this game. And oh man.
This is a tricky
the push?
situation. 5v2. They've got the minion wave. The Finalis Funkin clears most of it. Contracts finds a Cocoon. It's not going to be enough. The Huntsman drops down, but its prey has become too much for it. The next Nexus turret is about to go down. Big buys more time for Police. Are they actually going to be able to turn this around? The Nexus is bare, but Apex are such low health. They're trying as hard as they can. Keen goes down. Moon is on the Nexus. He's going to do it. Apex start this series off 2-0. End this series 2-0.
They end the series 2-0, and they start off the Challenger Series, so that's still a series 2-0. So you're not wrong.
No.
But you got it, yeah. I definitely think that the Apex squad there, that last fight, showed a lot of what they're capable of. I thought that that was a good idea. Instead of going to the Baron, just come around the side, and that was fantastic. I think that the fact that they also were able to allocate things appropriately, it was a back and forth. Even though the Alistar got knocked out, they were able to turn it around. Moon, he got focused down, and I think the best part of that is he didn't go down because he QSS'd the root and hugged the wall as the Lux ulti was coming through, so he dodged it and he didn't die. And then they were able to turn it around, and Police was just stacking up Ren stacks. Police was kind of under the radar that game.
Yep.
He ended up 3-0-6 on Callista and a good part of their engages, but I think that the big thing is that his positioning, or he ended up 4-0-6. He got another kill at the end there, but he ended up 4-0-6. Great engages, but what people weren't accounting for was how many stacks he was getting on people. He ripped him out of that Poppy when she was like 1/3 HP, 1/4, and she was just dead.
Yeah.
And that was a lot because she was very tanky at that point.
It's kind of like a mini Baron scenario where if you just buy enough time for Callista, keep her alive, keep her un-CC'd, she's going to get it.
Yes, I definitely think that he played a very good Callista game here, so Police is a guy that we have to have our eyes on for the rest of the Challenger Series for his AD carry skills. But of course, he's going up against a sub bottom lane here with Westrice, filling in for who's eventually going to be, I believe it's Stunt who's going to be coming in for them. Yes, it's going to be Stunt.
Yes.
Formerly
For Team
Stuntopolis.
Ember.
But this is a sub Apex squad, right? They're not supposed to have Moon, Big ol' Ron, or Big. Eventually, they're going to have Xpecial, Eve, and Chris.
Yeah.
So this squad is one that I definitely have my eyes on because even the people who were mainstays on it, Keen and Police, they both had great performances.
But now we're going to chat with Apex's coach to talk about their 2-0 win. St. Vicious, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty great. That was an amazing game. Your team 2-0. Keen, some amazing play. How does it feel to be playing with this guy again? Well, I guess coaching this guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Kane's been my friend since he came over and played on Courage Academy, and I don't know. I kind of like helped him get acclimated to living in the U.S. and all of that nonsense. But I really like working with Kane, and he's a really dedicated player. So, and I was a little bit scared that this series wasn't going to work out that well because we have subs, but it turned out pretty good.
So what were you thinking as you were watching that last game? What was going through your mind, and what points really stood out to you in this game?
Well, both games we were like, I feel like we were playing from behind. I mean, I know you guys didn't broadcast the first game, but just for the people watching, that was like a game we were also playing from behind. So it makes me happy that even with subs, we were able to keep our cool and make proper late game decisions, even though we're playing with the deficit. So that makes me feel good about my roster.
So when you think that the main roster comes in with Chris, Eve, and Xpecial, that they're going to be that much better? Because you guys just took down Ember. How far do you think this team's going to go when they all come in?
Well, I mean, we've been scrimming LCS teams and all the other Challenger teams, and I mean, I know it's like terrible to base things off of scrim results, but I feel just from those results, I feel pretty confident, and not just because of that, it's also because I feel like the team has a lot of room to grow. Like Eve did play on Samsung before, but he played it in like a completely different meta on like a completely different team that did things a lot differently before. And Police, he was on Ever as a substitute, but he's still pretty damn fresh to the competitive scene. So I feel like these players have a lot of room to grow, and they can only get better.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for joining us, Saint, and good luck with the rest of the season for your team.
Thanks, man.
All right. We've got to take a quick break. When we return, though, it's time for our final fight of the night. It's Dream Team versus Team Liquid Academy in just 3.5. Don't go anywhere. He's looking for it. Dash auto. Oh, he missed. He doesn't have it. He can't dash it for it, but he still gets the kill. He turns now. This is a lot of damage. Doesn't even get to use the Ice Tomb. Moon looks for the damage. Can Moon get it? No. It's secured by contracts, but they're all in the pit. West Rice is low. They turn now. Police is able to drop solo. Are they actually going to be able to turn this around? The Nexus is bare, but Apex are such low health. They're trying as hard as they can. Keen goes down. Moon is on the Nexus. Welcome back to the Spring NACS. Our last game of the night is almost ready to go. It's Dream Team taking on Team Liquid Academy. These are the two winners of the Challenger Series Open qualifiers broadcast a few weeks ago. Dream Team played under the name Astral Authority and beat out Top Dog Gaming in a 5-game series, while Team Liquid Academy took a clean 3-0 sweep against Frostbite.
Yeah, the Dream Team organization comes from an esports background in first-person shooter titles, and it picked up the players of Astral Authority as their first foray into the League of Legends scene. And the squad looked a little rough around the edges in their series against TDG, but playing under an established org with a dedicated support staff could take these players to the next level and be exactly what they need. And they already have some standout talent in AD carry Double G and jungler Schernfire, who both showed strong performances in their qualifier matches. They'll be aided by Pekin Wolf, who previously won Challenger on Team Coast and qualified for the LCS, as well as former LCS player Broken Shard, who has been designated as the coach for Dream Team.
Yeah, but Dream Team will have their work cut out for them as they face off against Team Liquid Academy. Liquid is another org focusing on team infrastructure.
Yeah, their new strategy of running a 10-man roster is really proof that they're focused on the infrastructure and getting all of these players up there. But that also has its challenges, right? TLA, they blazed through the qualifier finals with 3 straight wins, but tonight, they'll be replacing Dardoch with LCS retiree I Will Dominate, and Smoothie, the support, with Matt. So we'll see how this team gels with their new players, especially in that bot lane, because Fabi has long been a gatekeeper to Challenger, but is having fun playing in a more competitive environment. So synergy with his new partner will be paramount to their success. And it always raises that question where, do I enjoy playing competitively or do I enjoy playing with this person?
Yeah.
It's always like, man, I really love math. And then you just move to the next grade and you're just like, oh, I actually liked how fun that teacher was.
Yeah.
Right? So got to figure it out.
Did he actually like Matt, or did he just like the teacher? Well, we'll find out. But so far, all signs look good for TLA, who walked away with the win after their first game against Dream Team. Game 1 between these two teams was another slow burner. TLA and Dream Team were in a dead tie at 50,000 gold at 30 minutes. Past that mark, Dream Team consistently attempted to force fights, but TLA were able to turn the tide of every engage. Fabi picked up a triple kill in a 3-for-1 fight, netting the Team Liquid a Baron. TLA took a decisive lead at the 38-minute mark over Dream Team after Pekin Wolf attempted a play with a special delivery, but quickly found himself in a kamikaze situation. He was forced to sacrifice his life and lost Dream Team to inhibitors. Dream Team showed their resolve and successfully defended their base until the inhibitors respawned. Their final act, however, was to force a fight around what would have been Dragon 4, but TLA kited off the Spooky Ghosts and Tom Kench, snagged 3 kills, and then closed out the game at 46 minutes.
Yeah, so it was a decently long game, rather back and forth, but of course TLA, they ended up getting a gigantic surge around the 30-minute mark that put them in the lead, and then they went, because it was even at 30 minutes, and then it just immediately went up to about a 10k gold advantage in TLA's favor. So TLA, despite losing both of their shot callers and having to have Youngbin, Zig, and Fabi adjust to new voices on the team, they seem to be doing all right.
Yeah, they certainly do. But before we head into Chance Select, let's hear Youngbin dish on the origin of his synergy with Zig.
Me and Zig was roommates before when we both went to RMU together. And because we've been spending a lot of time together, we pretty much know what we are thinking in the game and in real life as well. So I think that also helps in game.
What you're thinking in real life? What do you want to get after this?
Soda?
Damn, I was thinking pizza.
See,
no synergy.
Last time we got the pizza, you didn't get the pizza I got. You got I got pepperoni. Yeah. And good old Zyrene is a vegetarian.
Yeah, you know who else is a vegetarian? Schernfire.
Really?
That's my boy.
Hey.
He's my favorite jungler. When I heard that, I was like, wait, really?
What? No way.
Yeah. Yep.
So does that mean he plays vegetarian-style jungle? He just farms the whole game?
Herbivore, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually don't think he does. I think he's a rather aggressive jungler, and he likes to get in people's faces and win the game. But he does play tank junglers. He will go for things like Rek'Sai and pick that up and just play that. So, but he does have an elite style as well. So I think the junglers are now, you have to be capable of playing both styles depending on what champion is left up for you. Because there aren't too many dedicated tank junglers anymore in the meta. right? You go Kindred, Graves, Elise for damage, and then the Rek'Sai is really the big tank one that's left up. And then there's a couple others on the fringe. So I think that the Nidalee is also just another damage-dealing jungler. So keeping that away from Sternfire seems good.
Yeah, as you can see, we are in Champ Select, already flying through the bans and even first pick. Lissandra, Fiora, Tom, Kench banned away, along with Nidalee, Graves, and Gangplank. And Dream Team opt for Jorong to take Poppy.
And the Poppy. Zig had that last game. He went 2-1 and 8 in the top lane. So it may be a top lane Poppy right now. I think that that is a great champion at the moment. It was bounced around a whole bunch of roles, right? EU was playing in support, LPL, LCK playing in the top lane, NA we played in the jungle, and then it just turns out it's pretty much best as a flex between jungle and top. So I know that dominantly now we're seeing it in top lane because it has really good matchups into a lot of things. It percent HP shreds tanks, and then it also has a way to CS when you're in a lane deficit against a ranged champion. So like Lissandra can't even deal with you a lot of the time. So I think that she's a fantastic champion in a lot of matchups right now.
Yeah, very powerful pick for Dream Team. Looks like Liquid Academy, they're going to answer with Kalista now locked in for Fabi and Dominate, returning to the good old Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Dominate taking the Rek'Sai away because it was played previously by Sternfire. He went 0-3 and 5, so it wasn't a great performance by him. But Dominate, we've seen him on this champion before. We know that he's got a great influence on the map, and he's a very gank-heavy jungler. But I think that this is also a very interesting look for this team, because Dominate always wanted to play a high-economy style, right? He wanted to take farm from his laners. He wanted to take all of the jungle and not really hand it over, like, stop taking my Raptors. And that's always how he wanted to play League of Legends. And he couldn't really do that when it was Phoenix and Piglet on his team. Quas had to give up farm, and as soon as like Piglet wanted even more farm from the side waves, it was impossible for him to really play the style he wanted. So now, Zig, very low economy top laner. He's all about TPs and tanks. He'll play Maokai, he'll play Gnar. He's all about the team play. He's not like how Lorlo is in solo queue, right? Lorlo's adjusted over time on the main roster to play more tanks. But Zig is a tank player. He loves being part of the team, but he's low econ. Yungbin is actually rather low econ for a mid laner as well. Yungbin will play Morgana and Lulu mid and not care too much about the damage he's supposed to put out, but more about the utility he's bringing to the team. And then he has Fabi, he can go either way, right? He'll play things like Draven where he'll create his own economy for himself, he'll create his own money, but definitely Dominate can step in a role where he can actually be a carry jungler on this team. And it happened last game. He went 2-2 and 12, and I believe he had the biggest gold difference between laners except Fabi.
Yep.
Yeah, so he had a much larger lead over his lane opponent. He had about 4,000 gold over his lane opponent, and the next highest was 5,000 with Fabi. But then Yungbin was just right there at 17k. Dominate had the same gold as Yungbin.
Yeah.
So Dominate gets to play the style where he's taking in more gold, and that's how he's always wanted to play League of Legends. And he wasn't able to do that on the main TL roster.
Well, now it seems to be working off pretty good with Liquid Academy. Now, we've already gone through a couple more picks, and we're about to get two more. Sternfire takes Elise, while that's going to be Papa Chow taking Alistair in support. Meanwhile, Zig, he's going to be taking Maokai in the top lane, while Smoothie is hooked up with that Thresh.
Well, Smoothie always really liked playing Thresh. It was probably his best champion in my mind. I think Alistair is up there as well, but I definitely think the Thresh was another one. I mean, if you're a challenger support player, you're probably a really damn good Thresh. It's pretty much how it goes in NA. Definitely I like the Maokai for Zig. It'll allow Dominate and Fabi as well as Yungbin to pretty much play whatever they want here and then go for pretty much any style because he's just that kind of neutral tank. Up against Poppy, though, it's that back and forth matchup. You have to really see who gets the ganks. They both have decent gank assistance. But the brawling isn't really too much in anybody's favor because one has sustain, the other one has a shield.
So now with our last pickup for Yungbin, he's taking Lux in the mid lane into Peck and Wolf's Victor. That's all of our 10 champions now picked in. These are our rosters.
I think that the Dream Team roster, I actually like the Dream Team composition because you have Victor Wave Clear, you have Double G, who's great at sieging with Caitlyn. Now you max Trap second on Caitlyn, so that you get a very low cooldown on the recharge, and then you can place 5 and close off an entire lane and siege that way. But then you also have Engage, you have Disengage, you have an early game jungler. So overall, it's a very generalistic composition, and you can flex things on the fly and figure out what your strategy is. And then TLA is kind of poke Fabi will stack things up, and hopefully nobody dies during that time because you have 2 damage dealers on this squad, and Maokai kind of locks things up. So you're going to be protecting Youngbin and Fabi a lot, hoping they don't go down.
Yeah, we'll see if Team Liquid can pull it off. But as we load onto the Rift, let us know if Team Liquid Academy will get the perfect 2-0 or if Dream Team will find their first win of the split. Tweet hashtag DTWin or hashtag TLAWin to @LOL Esports to share your thoughts.
I'm DT win. I'm down to win, man.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
But, I mean, as a caster, you always win.
Yes.
I cast games, one team loses, one team wins, and I always win.
Yes. Well, we'll see if the other teams can do the same.
Yeah.
Do you always win, though?
Yeah.
Especially even when casting with Freak?
Yeah, because I'm having fun.
Okay.
Well, that's what it's all about.
I'm glad that we're all having fun here, but this is Cirrus mode right now. We're going full SRS. This is DT's chance to get some points away. Yeah, the abbreviation. Guys, this is Cirrus.
Oh.
This is a very Cirrus game.
Muscle Cirrus. Anyway, Battle Lines coming out here. And there we go. This is a preview of the rest of the game. There'll probably be a lot of this. Back and forth. Zig actually took a decent amount of damage there off
he
of,
did.
Because it does, I believe, I don't remember the first rank, but I know that it gets up to 6% HP per burst, so you do 12% physical damage as HP, or 12% of somebody's HP as physical damage.
12% physical damage.
Oh, it's always 6%.
Yeah.
Thank you to our producer. Yeah, the thing is, I never mouse over that ability because I know what it does, so I don't mouse over it at the start. When I get to max rank, I'm always like, what's the cooldown on it now, right? That's what I look down at, and then it's always 6% every time I look at it.
That's how you do it? Whenever I want to know the cooldown, I just use the ability and I watch.
It was our observers who told me that, so shout out to those guys. Also for the Ezreal Gromp steal.
Yep, very styling. Looks like we're seeing a lane swap out of Liquid Academy. Fabi and Smoothie take the Callista Thresh deadly duo into the top lane. That's going to leave Double G and Papa Chow all on their lonesome with Zig to catch the wave.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't want to go into that matchup after they figured out the Poppy into the Maokai is probably not the most favorable matchup for the Maokai. You have to play it really aggressively as the Maokai. You have to kind of CS and then call for ganks. And if they're not going to allocate a lot of ganks to Zig, then you probably don't want to take that matchup. Also, I'm not sure about the 2-on-2 potential here. Rek'Sai and Maokai versus a Poppy and Elise. Poppy and Elise will probably win that 8 out of 10 times, just based off of base damages and the fact that the CC from the Cocoon is rather long now.
Yeah, that's not stopping Smoothie from looking to steal away some damage on any early camps that Dream Team might be securing. Double Jungle has been initiated by Dream Team, and now it looks like Zig forced to run away from his lane as Double G seems to have caught that perfectly.
Yeah, Double G, though, little low on the CS as Fabi is shoving this wave up. And Fabi had a large advantage over Double G in that last game, ending the game 5k up, the highest gold difference in the game. So Double G, he does have this wave pushing towards him, so there's no real rush to pick it up, but they might have to trade a turret for this. This is getting farm on Double G. He wants to continue to farm this.
I just realized that the sapling, when it doesn't have a target and it's activated, is the cutest thing ever. Because it just stands there and it dances.
It runs in place.
Yep.
Is that a visual bug? Sometimes it stops, though, for some reason. It has nothing left.
Yeah.
So they trade some damage on the top turret for the freeze. 3 members in the top. Schernfire was pulled up here. And Dominate actually goes to the bot lane. Here's the thing, is this is not the hardest gank in the world onto a Caitlyn with a Maokai. So if
Isn't it just targeted point, click, snare, and then Rek'Sai shows up for a bit of knockout?
Yep. Yeah, but the question is whether or not you you want to take turret aggro first or second. So
does Maokai's Q pull turret aggro because he's untargetable?
His W?
Or his W?
He'll drop aggro.
Okay, so it is possible to juggle it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Dominate, seeing Elise in the top lane, is going to steal away this red buff. This is his second red buff.
Head straight bot. If you're Dominate, you head straight bot right now, but no, I guess not.
He's not going to do anything about the Raptor camp right now. A bit of herbivorous jungling As Zig takes some more punishment from Double G. Here comes Dominate. He's just a little bit late, though, and there are traps around the backside that are going to spot him out.
Double G doesn't have that much mana left, and he's got 6 seconds.
Oh, man, the combo gets activated.
Strong
is teleporting in. Can they kill Double G in time? Flash to try to save him. The stun finds Zig. It's first blood for Dominate. Zig is still alive. He's got no mana, though. Churong is trying to get the kill, but he's far overextended. Dominate should be able to catch up to this. Ducks underground for a bit more move speed. And should be able to get the knock up. No, he doesn't get the knock up. Oh, man, red buff is burning away. Why is he turning back around? It's still burning. Oh, does he have it? He misses.
Oh, no.
Oh. Bit of a misplay from Dominate, but Churong gets out alive.
Yeah, but they still give up 1 kill. And that was why sometimes you go down to the bottom. But, Papa Chow.
Yeah, he's going very far forward. Fire flashes the wall. Youngbin heals to keep himself alive. Knocked out of the Lantern. The outplay. Dream Team get the kill.
Nice kill coming up there. And Schernfire was just camping in the bush. That's no vegetarian.
No, it is not. Whew. One might say he galloped over the wall.
Oh my God! going back to the spiders. No.
It all comes full circle. Or if you're a huntsman spider. No. TLA, Fabi, and Smoothie continue to shove forward. Double G actually heads to the top lane. Decides he doesn't want anything to do with that Maokai Rek'Sai combo anymore.
Yeah, it's a deadly combo when you're an AD carry, but I would definitely think that the Elise Poppy matchup is really good. Nice hook, but then the Cocoon doesn't even want to waste time flashing over the wall on Schernfire's side. Or sorry, he doesn't want to waste time repelling. But that was a nice stop there as well, off the Lantern that you pointed out before.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Youngbin. He did burn his flash in addition to that. So now not only is he playing a champion that shoves waves out, he's got very limited mobility in this lane. Quick level 6 from Dominate gets him back into the jungle.
Yeah, level 6 already, even before his mid laner. So Youngbin, like I said, low economy. They're going to hand off this blue to him. I believe it's still the first blue. You don't take it as Rek'Sai until it's convenient. Usually you want to take red and then use it for your first gank and not go after the blue buff for a very long time. And
yeah.
We finally killed the spiders.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you kill a huntsman spider.
It breaks everything. There's just goo everywhere. So we're going to be getting back into game in just a second. But as you can tell, we did get a bit of a bug splat. Let's talk a little bit more about that early game. You know, the fact that we were seeing Schernfire with the very aggressive play and a quick rotation from Papa Chow in addition to it. Dream Team are showing some big signs of life in this early game.
Yeah, Dream Team... you know, they're just because it's TLA and TLA has this infrastructure, TLA has this practice, TLA has what we would consider, you know, a great opportunity to scrim against LCS players constantly, and they have Dominate on their side. They're still not letting that get to them. So DT, they're saying, hey, you know what? Let's just play this controlled game. They do end up giving up that kill on Double G, but Papa Chow has a good roam. And Papa Chow's a player that's, you know, he's been around for a while. He's been a top 50 player, and he was actually an ex-Enemy Esports player. It was Enemy Esports back then, so it's okay to call him that.
Yeah.
But he played recently for AKA, which was a squad that TLA actually said was a very powerful squad back when they were playing in HTC Ascension. And the quote was like, Frostbite wasn't the best, second best team in the tournament. It was AKA.
Who they already beat in the
who they already beat, but they definitely respected this squad a lot that Papa Chow was on. And actually, Papa Chow, he's still attending university, so he's attending while competing.
Mm-hmm. So. Good to see the competitive spirit is retained for these guys, and they're going to need this coming into this game number 2 because Team Liquid Academy, as you mentioned, they look strong. They've got the 10-man roster. Dardoch and Matt now filling in for the LCS, putting Smoothie on the Challenger team. And because this is the 10-man roster, we could possibly see Piglet in the Challenger Series. We could see Phoenix coming down here too.
Yeah, it depends on who they want to bring up and who they want to put down here. But, of course, maybe by the end of it, you know, March 1st, you do have to declare who is on each roster. That was the deadline. Because right now you can flex everybody between each roster, right? You can pull them up, put them down. You could even run the same person. You could run Matt here in TLA and TL if you wanted to. But March 1st, you have to declare who's on your Challenger team, who's on your LCS team, and you can't have a name on both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So your sub cannot be Matt. if Matt is on your TLA squad.
Yeah.
So at that point, they have to declare who it is, because when playoffs happen, if TL ends up in relegation and then TLA ends up being a playoff team for Challenger, then, you know, they might play each other. But also the other point is you don't want to be like, oh yeah, our LCS team is also a Challenger team, so we play our 5 members here, we play 5 members here, and you just go back and forth. So it's not allowed.
But
you can't do that.
The fact that TLA has got this big organization behind them, they've got a lot of resources to flex around. Dream Team, they should be looking for this as a lot of practice, as a chance to play against a team with all of this backing.
Yeah, and I think that Dream Team is a squad that is relatively new coming together. Of course, we did see them as Astral Authority previously, but they've since added new members to it, right? Pekin Wolf is new, Papa Chow is new. The returning members are Double G, Schernfire, and Charong. So actually, fun fact, Charong is Balls' cousin.
Really?
Yeah, C9 Balls' cousin.
Oh, really?
They're both top laners.
So Esports runs in the family.
Yeah, also one of the co-owners of Ember is High's brother.
Oh, yeah. So there's Esports all over.
Cloud9's just everywhere.
They keep popping up.
They're in all our games.
We're currently assessing the situation. We'll get some more figured out soon. So we're just going to continue breaking down what we did see from that early game. Double G, he overextended onto, I believe it was Zig, and then he was punished for it, and then he roamed up to the top lane to try to answer the 2v2 of Kalista Thresh. Now, I would imagine that's a scary situation, especially when your Alistar is off roaming.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation to be in, but I think that when your Alistar is off roaming and he makes a play like that, you think, oh, well, I probably should have been safer, because Double G was shoved very far up, and I sat there going, yeah, Dominate should go straight bottom, and then he goes to Raptors and like clears it, and then he has time to go bottom and still shoved. Like that's a problem with game sense, where you don't see their jungler for a certain amount of time, and you don't have a ward behind you at all, that you need to be able to just back off or realize that you messed up the wave. You messed up the wave, and then now it's pushing out, and that's completely your fault, and you need to find a way later on to watch this footage, figure out what you should have done instead. So
yeah, that could be also a little bit about the mindset of this. In the previous game that Double G actually lost, he only died 1 time. In 6 minutes, he's died as many times as in a previous 46.5-minute game.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much that's mindset, because
well, again, yeah, he was overextending. To be fair, on the other game, he was playing Ezreal, and Arcane Shift is a very powerful escape tool.
Yeah,
that's not even to mention that he was caught multiple times.
Well, he also used his 90 caliber net as a harass tool, because it gives you the headshot, so he got rather greedy in the lane, and there was about 7 seconds up on it, or 7 seconds before it was back up, because it's a really long cooldown, about 20-ish at rank 1, or 18. It's 18 at rank 1, and it goes all the way down to 8, I believe. So it takes a decent amount of cooldown off of it. But he still had 7 seconds left, and that's when Dominate came in, and that's when the TP came in as well. So wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, not quite fast enough, but as you saw, we did take a hit to the broadcast theme, but the game has proceeded for the players uninterrupted. Unfortunately, though, we did lose a couple minutes of coverage, and so we'll be jumping back into the action at 15 minutes into the game. So we're going to be getting back in just a second. But
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Up 3-7.
There it is right there. 15 minutes on the dot. Looks like a lot of action has happened as TLA are up in kills now, up in Dragons. Papa Chow gets caught by a hook. He could be the first kill of this return. A 3-man pulverize, though. The Rend and Fabi nets the kill. Solid trade for Team Liquid Academy. Now it's 8-3. Things are looking good for them.
Cool. So I just got informed that we lost 9 minutes, but those 9 minutes will be available in a VOD. The VOD for this game will have everything on it. So if you're curious as to how TLA got this lead, you can go and watch the VOD on LOL Esports later on.
Yes. So we do have...
Apologize for that. Bug splats
happens to the best of us. Oh, Charong pulls the trigger on the Youngbin. He's got his flash. There's the pop-up knockup. Double G gets his first kill of the game.
The 415 crit headshot.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So things, let's take stock of the game. You know, we did miss those 9 minutes, but let's break it down. Again, it's 8-4 in favor of TLA. Fabi, he's got 4 kills right now.
Yeah, Fabi has done extraordinarily well for himself, and you see Double G with 4 deaths. You know, I could probably figure out where some of those kills came from. So it looks like Double G had a very rough time after the lane swap where he died and blew both of his summoner spells. So we find ourselves 9 minutes after that with a 1.6k gold lead in favor of TLA. But even in turrets, Dragon over to TLA, though, and the turret situation is just everybody has outers, right? There's no inner turrets taken just yet.
So this is only a 1,500 gold lead for TLA when it's all said and done, though Schernfire might be caught here as TLA look to chase. He secures the scuttle. The old tunnel from Dominate lets him chase forward, but he's not able to catch up to anyone. And, you know, Dream Team, they're definitely still in this. It is only a 1,500 gold lead. We're seeing a 35 CS lead for Peck and Wolf, a 35 CS lead for Chorong in the top lane as well. Really, the big difference that we're seeing is between those 80 carries and the CS of the junglers.
Yes, and this is just how Dominate wants to play. I talked about it for a very long time in Champion Select. He took Warrior into Hex Drinker, and he has the same CS as his top laner.
Yeah.
Like, Dominate likes to take money, and Zig is okay with taking this type of build on Maokai. So Dominate is going to be a carry here with a lot of damage on this Rek'Sai with those 2 AD items very early on.
Scary situation for Dream Team. Papa Chow, however, showing some quick reflexes to keep Dominate away from Schernfire.
Man.
Team Liquid Academy. I almost said Team Liquid Authority. Team Liquid Academy did get a quick roam to that top tier 2, but Dream Team reacted appropriately and kept it standing. But taking a look at the mini map, I see a whole lot of red, not so much blue.
Yeah, that's because Rek'Sai tunnels show up red on the map. So,
yeah.
No. Yeah, there are a lot of pink wards down for TLA and still some in their inventory. But Smoothie, ooh.
Schernfire could be caught out here. The hook lands. Schernfire goes low. Repel gets him up, but he's got nowhere to go. The binding misses. Smoothie is the one who nets the kill, snags it away from Fabi.
And despite Fabi not playing too much with Smoothie and being alongside Matt for a very long time, it looks like they haven't missed any beats here. 4-0-3 for Fabi, 3-0-5 for Smoothie. So both of these guys are coming up really big in this game with some of the highest co-participation on their team.
Yeah, this bodes very well for Team Liquid Academy to see this cohesion between the fresh bottom lane, though I'm sure they've been practicing for a couple weeks now, knowing that Matt is in the LCS. Ooh. Now, Dragon has just respawned. Team Liquid Academy have already got the fast track to it. With Schernfire's death, there's not a chance he's going to make it there in time. Dominate doesn't even burn a smite to secure it.
Yeah. I was just looking at builds here, like Dominate has the build that I was talking about where it's just, you know what, I'm going to do a lot of damage as Rek'Sai. I'm going to shred people. A big fan of that. And it looks like retirement's fun for this guy. Do whatever he wants. And then, I mean, I guess at that point, like, if you don't build tanky, you get fired. He's like, I'm retired anyway. Like,
what are you going to do?
But Schernfire, on the other hand, Schernfire's build is a little questionable. We usually see Swifties over the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, because the Runic Echoes and then the Dead Man's Plate gives you just so much movement speed on Elise, and that's really how you want to catch people, is run around really fast and make it so that your cocoon accuracy will go up by closing distance instead of giving the enemy more reaction time. And then the Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah.
Little strange, especially since there's only one magic damage source. I guess you can count Zig as well on the enemy team, so you don't really need the magic resistance. Victor will typically get one as well in an Abyssal Scepter. So it's kind of stopping him from getting one. And usually you want to get a Rylai's Crystal Scepter so that when you use your Volatile Spiderling,
ooh, looks like TLA are going deep. Peck and Wolf already flashed, but Dominate followed him. Fabi tries to follow it up. Kill secured by Youngbin. In the back line, it's Schernfire, but he goes too deep. Fabi gets that one. That's his 5th of the game. And Team Liquid Academy now shoved for this Tier 2 turret.
Yeah, and Zig is just keeping Chorong busy. Zig actually tried to TP into that, and Chorong, it looks like he...
Oh, the binding catches Double G. He gets pulled in and destroyed by Youngbin. Papa Chow, he's got his ultimate, but no one to get him to safety. Are they going to try to get the kill? The Rend gets it on the far side. Zig is low. Chorong, he's trying to get revenge for his team, and he does indeed.
And that's just one kill for 4. Plus multiple turrets and an inhibitor going down for TLA, and they jump out to a 5,000 gold lead here. And these death timers, they're back up. It's only 21 minutes.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy have just blown this game wide open. A 5,000 gold lead and that middle inhibitor. They have got all the momentum, and Dream Team, they were just caught unprepared. Dominate pulling the trigger. Schernfire trying to answer too late. No teleport for Chorong. It seemed like Dream Team were just reeling after blow of Team Liquid Academy smashed them.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy They just have so much gold right now. And you saw Dominate walking up there. He went 2-2 and 12 in his last game. Now he's 2 levels up over Surenfire. He's 1-1 and 8. And he just has a build that I love for solo queue, where you go Warrior, you go, don't even go Trackers. You're like, what's Vision? I need damage. And then Hex Drinker after that. Very early buy. It's just so efficient. It's such a gold efficient item, and it gives you so much in terms of damage and tankiness simultaneously. And then he just goes for Dead Man's Plate after that to be the Rek'Sai that's going to catch people out. A 455 movement speed for him. A lot of people not buying Swifties on DT. But Smoothie looking for a play.
Smoothie and Dominate get flung forward. Zig finds Papa Chow. He gets destroyed by Zig. And Team Liquid Academy, once again, the moment they pull the trigger, Dream Team just aren't ready.
Yeah, and this could be a Baron for them. They have pink ward coverage of the area, and they do have Kalista. So stacking up this Rend and then just pulling it would be quite easy. And Dominate.
Looks like they're going to pull the trigger now on this Baron. Dream Team are trying to set up and get prepared. Youngbin finds damage onto Surenfire. Smoothie tries to get the kill. Ignite is dropped. He should be able to get it, but he will go down. Shutdown picked up. It is a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Chaos in the front line. Trong trying to tank, but we've already seen this play before. Kalista gets the shutdown. Fabi chases. Dominate's not done yet. He's going to look for Double G. Papa Chow misses it. He's going to end up turning it around. Is he going to be able to escape with his life? The light binding doesn't find a Rend will provide a slow. Fabi's not done, and Papa Chow's forced to flash.
Wow. I actually think Dominate could have taken more advantage of that. Instead of unburrowing, he had his E in 2 seconds. Instead of unburrowing and turning onto Papa Chow, after Papa Chow messed up the headbutt, he could have burrowed towards Double G, possibly gotten the heal or a kill. But it doesn't matter. They're just going to turn onto this Baron with the Rend, Zig tanking this up, and Dominate with the Smite. It's going to be an easy secure here.
Yeah, Team Liquid Academy playing so well. Now that we've hit this mid-game and starting to see some team fights, Baron is secured. This is what we've expected from Team Liquid Academy. This is what we've been hearing all across the board, that Team Liquid Academy, they've got great coordination, they've got great communication. Once they get to that mid-game, they're powerhouses.
Yeah, it's what we had heard about the previous Liquid Academy squad that had Dardoch and Matt on it. So swapping out 2 members with the main roster, you did move shot calling around. You moved the 2 shot callers of TLA up, and then you brought Dominate, a very vocal player and captain of TL, down as he retired. So they're looking for somebody, and he's been very active about it, somebody to fill this jungle role on TLA eventually. And that's when you wonder who's going to step up. Is Smoothie going to be more of that shot caller, that leader on this team? Because at that point, they've lost 3 people who have gone through the roster as a leader for it, who have led them to victory and made them a very feared squad. Because TLA, people talk about them. LCS teams want to scrim the team, but I think that kind of fell off a little bit after they pulled up Dardoch and Matt. The team had a little bumpy road, to my knowledge. So, but they're still good.
To see them recovering
still
right now.
Really good.
It's a 5,500 gold lead, and Dream Team are on the back foot. The hook and the binding miss Papa Chow as he's forced to take the long way around to safety. Meanwhile, Zig splitting in the top lane as Fabi leads a minion wave into this next Tier 2 turret. Dream Team try to respond. Can they make it there in time?
Doesn't look like it. There's traps all along the side, though. Smoothie's going to step on 1. And, of course, you can't step on another trap for 4 seconds. So, but you also don't want to take another headshot.
They do quite a bit of damage. Dragon has just respawned, and the 4 members of Liquid Academy are prepared to secure it after taking the Tier 2. Zig, however, in the top lane, could be looking for a Tier 2 of his own with Baron buff, while the rest of Liquid Academy secure this, their 3rd Dragon.
Oh, man. Dominate, just such a high level right now. Level 15. He's highest level in the game as a jungler. He has more CS than his top laner.
Wow.
Oh, man. And he's got so much gold.
Oh my god.
He's got as much gold as Pekin Wolf.
He's got, yeah, as his mid laner. Surenfire might be caught. He dodges back. Can he escape out of this one? I don't think so. Flashes. He actually will escape. No, Dominate says, I got you. He brings him down. Team Liquid continue to surge forward. The tidal wave of their damage is crushing Dream Team. Papa Chow runs, but Youngbin drops him low. Jarong tries to turn it with Double G and Pekin Wolf, but they just don't have enough. TLA take 2 kills and back away.
Eventually, Double G, though, he's looking for this damage, but it's just not coming out. He has 2 items And that's it. Caitlyn, right now, the new Caitlyn, you have to get some traps off. You have to get some really good shots in there and good crits. And you're looking at 3-4 items before Caitlyn hits those good power spikes for herself now.
Yeah, TLA still have Baron buff for now, so they are going to be able to take the minion wave into the tier 2. It just falls off as they secure it. That is what I call a Baron power play.
Yep, that was a nice Baron power play there. And they're looking to stop them from backing, seeing what they can find. All of them rather low, and they do have some vision of them on TLA. But now it's just a counter shove. Shoving mid lane from Wolf, looking for some CS. He is 80 CS up, though.
Yeah, now the mid inhibitor has respawned for Dream Team, so they've got a bit of breathing room. It's going to be another 4 minutes before we see that Baron. Same for Dragon, so looks like Team Liquid Academy might have to slow their roll just a bit. Dream Team can get an opportunity to recover.
It's so hard to stop this roll, though, because there's a Righteous Glory, there's a Rek'Sai that can pretty much kill your backline by himself, and then you have Fabi, who's 7-0-8 right now. The most kills in the game, almost the most assists as well. He's doing a fantastic job. He hasn't died, and this guy was the gatekeeper. He was the gatekeeper for the longest time. I think he's still the gatekeeper of Challenger. He stopped Frostbite from getting in.
Yeah.
He was a big troll in solo queue, but apparently he's reformed and he's all about competitive play now. He's having a lot of fun, but let's see how much fun he's going to have with his play.
Yeah, Dominate and Fabi charge forward. Smoothie gets pulled, but doesn't find anybody that looks quite tasty enough.
Yeah, but they have so many ways to start fights on TLA. You pop the Righteous Glory, you get a pick, Smoothie can get a lucky hook, or you just throw him in. So there's a lot of ways to start fights from TLA. Them closing out this game with an advantage is pretty easy to foresee, but DT, if they get time to scale up, then it could be a big problem for TLA. Of course, Dominate, they're going to try to rely on his calls and his experience to help them close out this game. Because that's something that they gained here. Is they gained a lot of LCS and veteran experience by having Dominate come down to this roster.
Oh, he might be caught out here. Nope, the rest of his team was just off in the wings. Seeing that, Dream Team do not try to catch I Will Dominate, who himself does, as you mentioned, enormous amounts of damage. Yes. Finishing off the Maw of Malmortius now, too. Scary position for Dream Team. If they can find the fight that they're looking for. Chorong is scaling up. He's a solid 70 CS ahead of his opponent. And you mentioned in the mid lane as well, Wolf. Nearly 90 CS ahead of Youngbin.
Wolf with that lead. I don't know how much he can do with it, though. He can blow up Fabi if Fabi doesn't get... if Fabi gets CC'd in some way, shape, or form. But still, the Maokai ultimate will save him a tiny bit. He also has ways of healing himself rather quickly, and he has the Elixir of Wrath, so you do need a hard CC on Fabi in order to burst him. It's going to be rough, though. They have a shield for him, too, with the Youngbin, so it's rough. But also, once again, like you're talking about how much CS Wolf is ahead. He's almost 100 ahead, but I was talking about before the game. You see Zig is 70 CS down, Youngbin is 100 CS down, but Dominate 70 CS up for himself, high economy jungler, top laner not so much, mid laner goes back and forth and is okay with utility, but they have so much gold, and this advantage is all from turrets, it's from objectives, it's from the Baron, and they're just making map-wide plays as opposed to picking up some waves, which can be cleaned up in the future, but if their macro is down, that's how you win the games.
Looks like Baron's about to respawn, and Dream Team don't have any vision. Churnfire gets caught out. The hook lands. He's destroyed by Youngbin. Dominate leads the charge forward for his team. Teleport from Zig is going to come in for the flank, but Fabi doesn't need him as he picks up a kill of his own, dropping that scary Lux, and this is now Papa Chow trying to buy some time, just building stacks over and over. Chorong gets caught out by the binding and the hook to follow it up. He's going to flash to keep himself alive. Wolf is alive as well, but TLA, they're 5v2 right now. They're on this inhibitor.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds, though, on Churnfire, 25 on Double G. They might be able to get both turrets. We'll see if they can end the game here, though.
Yeah,
because
small
FLICKR,
window, they're looking for it. Lots of damage. Peckinwolf is still alive, trying to be zoned out from the side. They're stalling it out successfully. Nexus turret 1 goes down. Nexus turret 2 follows. The Nexus itself is going to be the target. Charong and Peckinwolf are trying, but they just don't have enough. And TLA are the second team in the Challenger Series to start off 2-0.
TLA start off 2-0. They nab themselves 3 points, and that leaves them tied at the top, alongside Apex, who also went 2-0 earlier today. So that game, though, of course, there was that hiccup in it. You can go watch that on LOL Esports afterwards, but also you can watch the first game in the set, as well as the first game of the Ember versus Apex set later on.
Yeah.
This was a very clean game, though. 6-22, or 22-6, I guess, in favor of TLA in kills. During that 6-minute or that 9-minute period, they got a gigantic lead, and then they just kept funneling money into the right people, but they also just played an objective-focused game from that point onward. But DT, there are some bright points here. Peckinwolf is still farming very well. They still have a lot of synergy to come with this roster because Peckinwolf is rather new, Papa Chow is rather new. This is not the roster that we had seen qualify because they added 2 new members, so there's going to be some synergy issues right off the bat. So it will take some time, but we'll see. And Schernfire, though, is not the greatest debut performance, but he was up against Dominate and he was up against TLA, which, like you said, has been regarded as a very good team and scrims a lot of LCS teams. So they have that practice, as well as pretty much like as veteran as you can get shot caller.
Yeah, and this is sort of what we expected from Team Liquid Academy, bringing in Dominate to help fill it out. Smoothie, the LCS player himself, landing hook after hook and just finding picks over and over. The global play, the rotations. This is sort of what we expected from Team Liquid.
Sorry, I had somebody talking in my ear.
Yeah, you were lost in your own thoughts for a second there. But again, it was good play.
Production was my thoughts for a second there.
We're talking about production now. No, Dream Team, they played well. They had a good performance. And while they weren't quite able to take the win in game number 1, they played pretty convincingly as well. They have a lot of room to grow.
Yes, they do have a lot of room to grow. Of course, like I said before, there's new members on this roster for DT. TLA, though, they also have new members that they need to grow with. But, of course, both of these teams, we're looking forward to when they face some of these other teams here, too, because there's always a challenge. This is probably the most competitive that Challenger and NA has been because there's so many stacked teams.
Yeah, there certainly are a lot of stacked teams. And just because there are this many teams means we're going to have an exciting Challenger year.
Yes, well, at least spring.
Yes, a Challenger spring.
Yeah, I mean, but only two teams make it out, even to compete against LCS teams. It's no longer 3, so you really have to win these games. These 3 points are big. The fact that first series split 1-1 could be something that bites them later on, and dropping these games today for the teams that lost, I mean, you only play 10 games. In the regular season, of course.
Totally.
Right. I said you play 10 games total in the regular season. You play 5 matches, and already 20% of the season is done for thes guys.
Yeah, 1/5. But now Team Liquid Academy's Zig is going to join us on the broadcast to talk about that win over Dream Team. Zig, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks.
Yeah, very solid. So you played rather convincingly throughout that game. The fact that you were able to get such convincing map movements, how's the communication with your team?
Communication has been a point that we've been working on, I guess, throughout this week. Me, Fabi, and Young have played together for like 6 months, so we have a good idea of what we want to do most of the time. And yeah, like the support in jungle, Dom and Smoothie have been really vocal too. So I think it's been really good. Like we've been getting good practice and practicing our comms throughout like all of our scrims versus LCS teams and stuff. So communication's just been good. It's been
cool because you guys ended up having Dardoch and Matt get pulled up to the TL squad in the LCS, which with a 10-man roster, I guess is kind of inevitable in some way, shape, and form that you would lose a member. But how did that affect your team right off the bat? Because did TLA have to do a lot of adjusting, or was it kind of a shock? How did the team feel?
Yeah, for a few days the morale was like really bad. Wait, I'm doing an interview. Yeah, but the morale was pretty bad for a few days, but we got over it kind of quickly. Smoothie and Dom have integrated pretty well. We're actually getting a new jungler. Dom was only here to fill in for just today, and Smoothie will be more long term for us. And yeah, it was hard for the first few days, but it's only been a week, I guess, since the change, but we're working through it. Like we have some synergy to build and some more teamwork that we can assemble. I guess like we still have to get over some humps that we've been facing in practice, but it's been good overall.
And you guys have definitely had a great infrastructure behind you to help you get that synergy down. I have a question about the game, because on broadcast there was a bug splat between 6 minutes and 15 minutes where we lost about 9 minutes of footage, and then you guys ended up like 8-2 or 8-3 or something like that. How did you guys get that lead so that the viewers know?
We're talking about game 2, right?
Yeah, we're talking about game 2.
I think we were just using Thresh Callista really well. Like, I don't know, most of the game I'm just like kind of farming a sideways and panning my camera. Like, so I could look at my plays TV. I'm not really exactly sure, but I think we just like rotated them once. Like for the most part, we had momentum topside. Like our bot lane was winning, so we got an extra tower there. Then we rotated the map around, and yeah, I think it was just like probably Thresh hooks and like Callista ults.
Yeah, we came back and Fabi was like 4-0 and Caitlyn was 1-4.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
It was an extended fight bottom. Like we made the TP play because we had TP advantage, and then we just we stayed there and smoothly kept landing hooks. So we killed a bunch of people over and over again.
Excellent. Yeah, it's good to see that you guys are making these plays and putting on so much pressure. And I really do hope that that new jungler works out for you. Any word on who it might be?
Spoilers, man.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know if we can.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I guess like he'll be in next week though. So
okay, all right.
Week from now, yeah,
So-
you'll see him next week.
So
That's, like, teaser.
tune in next Wednesday to find out who TLA's new jungler is.
Absolutely. Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us, Zig, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right, with our 3 series complete, let's take a look at how these teams are stacked up. At the apex of our standings, and living up to their name, it's Apex in first place along with Team Liquid Academy. Then tied for third, it's Team Dragon Knights and Enemy. And in last place, it's Dream Team and Ember with 0 points on the board. And there's more Challenger action returning next week as we showcase both games of Ember versus Team Liquid Academy.
Then we'll catch up on Team Dragon Knights in their match against Dream Team. And before we watch the final game of Apex versus Ember, which will close out our day.
Yeah, but you won't have to wait that long to get your esports fix. Tomorrow, the EU LCS kicks off as Giants face off against Splice.
And later on in the day, G2 Esports goes head-to-head against Fnatic before we finish up with H2K versus Vitality. It all starts at 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
That's going to wrap up our coverage for today. Once again, we'd like to say thank you to all of our guests, Bishu, St. Vicious, and Zig. Now, on behalf of myself, Freak, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching and good night.
I could say thanks myself. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Going very far forward. Fire flashes the wall. Youngbin heals to keep himself alive. Knocked out of the Lantern. The outplay.
TLA
are going deep. Peckinwolf already flashed, but Dominate followed him. Fabi tries to follow it up. Kill secured. Oh, the binding catches Double G. He gets pulled in and destroyed by Youngbin. The Nexus itself is going to be the target. Charong and Peckinwolf are trying, but they just don't have enough.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good. Right.